Hello and welcome to Seasonal, the platform where we speak truth to power. This broadcast, we're going to quickly go over something here. I want you to look at what BudgIt is doing. They're doing something on BudgIt. Are very good at looking at the Federal Accounts Allocation Committee. They've got ideas that they're talking about now. It's currently being aired on channels. So, and I felt it was something we could look at. So, with that said, I'm going to pause it. Please, the object of what I'm doing now is to look at what's behind me on the screen. You will see it when I go off the screen, when I take my picture off the screen. Read those signs. I'm here to remind you that you have the power to hold your governance to account, participate in your governance. But this program is a good program we should look at, and I thought we should have a look at it. So I'll do share it, and I'll come in as and when. So let's have a listen. Here we go.
Clear as to how operating surpluses should be remitted to the consolidated revenue account of the government. 80% of the operating surpluses of MDs, GOEs, or government-owned enterprises.
It's on channels, so we're sharing it live as we speak to you. But it's a very important program that we should really be sharing for us to look at things. So yeah,
is that the MDAs set up by law and funded by the budget have blatantly refused, in a lot of cases, to remit these operating surpluses to the pool, which should be used to fund the budget. The chairman of the Fiscal Responsibility Commission had come out on several occasions to say these MDAs are not cooperating with the commission to be able to first properly calculate what these operating expenses should be, and then have them remit these surpluses to the federation account, which should form part of the revenue pool. The last, which I had alluded to earlier, is around the National Assembly appropriation powers. Those powers are not clearly articulated in the law, the Constitution. And so the powers have been abused, where they are able to insert over 6,500 projects, most times in ministries that should have no business implementing those projects in the first place. So as BudgIt, we feel that the judiciary probably need to clearly come in and interpret the law as it regards the limits or the scope of those powers to be able to legislate on appropriation bills. Provisions that are supposed to guide how MDAs act, but no penalties for these MDAs when they breach specific provisions of that act. The act has been in the National Assembly. Amendment Act has been in National Assembly since 2019. There's been a lot of politics around it, but that act needs to be amended to give it the powers to be able to bite, as the case may be. Subsidy removal, that has already been addressed. Unification of exchange rates. There are still things around items on the prohibition list that we feel should be reviewed. Improve the ease of doing business. This cannot be overstated. Power, very important. Security, very important. And the last thing, consequence management. This is one area that successive governments have failed. We now live in a country where there's no consequence for bad behavior. People feel they can do whatever it is they want and get away with it. We had issues with oil theft, over 700,000 barrels stolen per day. Till date, I don't know of anybody who is currently being investigated or who has been arrested or who is currently in court for that. And so there's no deterrence for bad behavior. People just feel you can fleece the resources of the state, you can break the law and get away with it. The CBN Act, as regards the Ways and Means, is also another example. There were clear provisions of the law that you do not exceed 5%. That was done. Instead of finding a way in terms of, to address that, the government rather went to the National Assembly to try to regularize it. And this is bad signals in terms of trying to, provide guidance on how the rule of law or order should sort of prevail in society. So I'll leave it here for now, and I'm sure a lot of these issues will be addressed during the course of the presentations. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Shinio Bong. Please, another round of applause for him. So, of course, a few things that stick out. A shrinking fiscal space, and I think with many people involved in the economic sector, business industry as well, that's an agreement we all have. There is limited space for this administration to do what this administration needs to do. But as Sheol mentioned earlier, of course, we also have a situation where Nigerians don't like to take the hard decisions. But what has happened is we have an administration that is most likely backed into the corner and will have to take very difficult decisions. And some of those decisions will definitely not be favorable. But is there a way for those decisions to bear fruit in the long run? And is there a way for them to be sustainable and, of course, progressively managed for the majority of Nigerians? These are aspects of the conversations that I expect us to continue to have today. The numbers are there in black and white, and it is a very unfortunately gloomy story that's being told. But there are opportunities. There are some options, and there definitely are some solutions. We saw the non-oil sector having a performance that has gone up. At one point last year, it actually overtook oil revenue that came in. We also saw the services sector also increasing. But are we paying enough attention to these sectors outside of the oil and gas industry? Are they getting the attention they deserve? How much more can they contribute? What do we need to do to make them better contributors to Nigeria's economic potential? So conversations continue, and they're going to continue with our keynote speaker, who's going to come to the podium at this time to look at fiscal and monetary options for sustainable growth in post-election environments. Let me introduce the CEO of Sterling Bank PLC. Please a round of applause for him as he makes his way to the podium. Abubakar Suleiman has established himself as a leader in a very intensely competitive financial services industry by offering creative reactions and solutions to challenging issues. And I expect that many of us are looking forward to some of those creative solutions as he comes to the stage. Please, a round of applause for him. Let's keep it going as he makes his way to the stage this morning. Thank you very much for that.
Good morning, ladies, gentlemen. I noticed that when we were clapping for BudgIt, we didn't for MacArthur Foundation. I felt maybe we should clap for them as well. And it's good to start by saying that the work that has been done by the team behind BudgIt is unprecedented. Every single person in this room is in some small community on social media where we all profile solutions. We all know the answers to the problem. But rarely has that been translated onto a platform that is globally respected, that is collaborative, and has given us the opportunity to genuinely start to shine the torchlight where it ought to be shown. And thank you very much for the work that you've done, all the members of the team. My work today is really to sort of take us on a journey of looking in the dark corners and see what is hidden there. Because there's something that's got to be missing. When you look at Nigeria's balance sheet, Nigeria's revenue profile, something is missing, and where is it? You can't have a country of 215 million people. That's my own data. That's why I feel comfortable. It could be 220 or 190, but I feel it's around, I think it's over 200. You can't have a country of that size where that number of people are being fed every day. They all have something to do. And then come up with the kind of government that we come up with. Something is missing. You don't create that amount of economic value, and all we can show for it is a 6.5 trillion naira revenue for the federal government. Even if we treble that, I would say it was a 20 trillion naira in revenue for the government to govern. There's something fundamentally wrong. And until we find it, I don't think all of the reforms that we're thinking of can happen. So my job is really to sort of take us on a journey and look around, what are the areas, what are we missing here? Right. So where can we find, to my mind, if we find 15 trillion naira of additional revenue every year for the next 4 years, we'll be able to fund the ambition of this government. And I think we can find it. So let's look around. Please, let's start to go with it. So here are some basic assumptions so that nobody keeps taking us back on what about corruption, what about stolen money, what about, all of that is true. But we're not going to address all of that here. So here's some basic assumptions to guide us. Let's move on. Corruption is real. But more importantly, corruption is everywhere. It is the corruption of our society. It's not the corruption of a government. It's not a corrupt government and a decent, well-performing people. The only reason we keep going back to government is that we think that they are the one that can change that. Or more importantly, we think that they are corrupt with our money. But corruption is real. It's a societal problem that needs to be dealt with as a holistic approach. The civil service is underpaid, is undermotivated, is underperforming. It is tooled to be corrupt. In other words, the civil service today is broken by design. There's nothing you can do today. There's no person, a normal person who will live a normal life on their revenue that can take a civil service job today. There are very few exceptions to that, and you can find it in places like the Nigerian Deposit Insurance Corporation, for instance. I like that example because they're well paid, they're paid like the public service. We see the same thing with the Nigerian Sovereign Investment, the NSIA. There are areas where people are well paid and potentially less corrupt, right? So, but the average public servant is designed to be corrupt. And until you change that design, nothing is going to change. Even if we had zero corruption today, and we take all of the money we have and we put it in governance today, it is underserving our people. We will not be able to provide the things that only government can provide for the people. So something is bigger than that. So we may need another series to discuss corruption. This is just not going to be enough for that. So let's sort of move on to the next slide. Okay, so I'm going to struggle because I don't see my whole screen. So either we move the last chair or something. So where does our revenue come from? Because today I'm really interested on the revenue side. How do we grow that? Let's go on. It comes from our resources. It's a human resource and it's our financial resources, it's our mineral resources. It is the application of our resources that generates revenue. Government simply takes a share of that revenue. And people must be. The bulk of the revenue that funds the US government comes from payroll taxes, not even from company taxes. People have to be the number one. And in terms of people, we've got the number. That's the quantity. We're struggling with the quality, and we're struggling with employment, which is the combination of that people with other resources. Intellectual property. This is something that I can't talk about today, but I believe that the IP is not just about know-how. It's also a culture around how you utilize knowledge. And of course, it comes from businesses. This primarily is how we create value. In fact, if you think about it carefully, the government exists to enable number two as set up by number one. In other words, the reason the government exists is because number three needs someone to set the rules to enable them function or to deal with the stuff that they cannot deal with. And of course, we have the capital, which is not just financial, it's machinery, and also think about the intellectual know-how as capital. And there is real estate, the things that you can touch, effectively the foundation on which you then build creative value. And finally, we've got our natural resources, both renewable and non-renewable. And in some cases, most of what is natural resources to us today is outside our reach. That's one of the big problems. So, for instance, it doesn't matter if you got $5 trillion worth of gold. If it is under the ground, it's worth zero. The same amount of gold above the ground obviously has value. So it's not just having it, it's about have you been able to access it. Or, for instance, you've got all of the sunlight that we have is worth nothing. Combine that with solar panels and suddenly you have energy. And of course, the brand. I think this is the one that, unfortunately, we've done very little to build. There is a massive amount of economic value from perception. the idea, a good example is if by changing how people feel about security in Nigeria, 100,000 more people came into Nigeria, it becomes huge economic value. Nothing has changed about the actual. It could be things like if you change your airport experience and suddenly people think traveling to Nigeria is a different experience, suddenly you have 10,000 more people coming in a month. These are perception issues that you invest in. I, for instance, think that Lagos is far safer than Johannesburg. But if you talk to any expatriate coming to Africa, they think Lagos is unsafe. What is right, what is wrong, the perception is the only thing that matters. Okay, so let's start the trace. So, again, this is something, how do you take over a company today? Any one of you today buying a company, what is it you must know? You must know what is there. You must know what are the assets, what are the liabilities, what is the level of efficiency, what are you going to work with? The trouble with Nigeria today is nobody can tell you the balance sheet of Nigeria. Nobody has made an effort. The recent effort to set up Ministry of Finance and Corporation as a functional base will go a long way towards it. But today, what are the... We talk about the GDP, which is a revenue measure. What are the assets? We don't know. All we know is that Nigeria is blessed, right? We don't even know how many we are blessed with. Is it 200 or 150? We ought to know. It's so important that this is your starting point if you don't know this. And so this is sort of ways around that. So there's so many ways that we can begin to consolidate data. I'm not even asking for us to spend 400 billion and do a new population census. I think we can actually consolidate existing data and start to get a sense of what we are and then grow them. So for instance, if I say anyone that can walk into a bank and demonstrate that he's a Nigerian, to get a BVN created gets a 5,000 naira. So if you don't have a BVN, there are about 60 million BVN, you are most likely poor. If you are poor and the government decides to give you 5,000 naira, but give it to you on the basis of you creating a BVN, the government spends nothing. People actually go there and then there are just simple ways to finish this census. We're already halfway there. Let's go on. Why is this so important? Again, everybody talks about data. Well, this is the root data. This is the original data on which everything is built. Without knowing the number of people you have, and of course the other resources, you have no data. And I think for as long as we are the political entity that we have become, it is very difficult for an independent census conducted by the Census Commission to be seen as an authentic data source. And so sometimes you have to rely on external. Why do you bring auditors, for instance, to come and tell you what is in your own house or your company? Because sometimes it's just so that you can take away the emotion. And so we should think about how we use external sources. I've never heard anyone, for instance, question the BVN, right? But that data has been collected over close to 10 years now. And the fiscal implications are significant, not just on the revenue side, but also on the expense side for planning. What are we planning with? Let's go on. Okay, so for me, this is the most exciting slide that I've seen in a very, very long time. The difference between the Nigerian economy and the advanced economy is that there's a massive hole somewhere in the middle where the growth engine ought to be. What we have are micro SMEs, micro enterprises, 1, 2, 3 people, individuals trying to make a living. And then you've got the corporations, usually the very large corporation. This slide explains why, if you look at the credit to the private sector, about less than 500 companies control over 80% of credit to the private sector, because there's nobody in the middle. And until we figure out how to fix the middle, you're going to keep wondering why people estimate that over 80% of Nigeria's economy is informal. The problem is, what do you need to do? How do you get the middle to work? A couple of ideas around that. The first one is you've got to give them a reason. People will begin to formalize their business when the reward for a formal business exceeds the reward for remaining informal. Right now, there are no consequences for running your business informal. You can run a billion-naira business without a registration, and there are no meaningful reward for formalizing your business. Today, in the same manner, and I keep going back to database, in the same way I can say confidently that there are 57 million Nigerians. I can tell you where they live, who they are, what they look like. that have BVN, we need to get to a point where the infamous or the now famous 43 million SMEs actually are identifiable by a number. They represent a human being. You can tie it to a location. You can tie it to a type of business. We need to create a database of anyone who is doing business in Nigeria. And the moment you're not on that database, we assume that the business you're doing is a payment. In other words, you are buying or selling. Effectively, you'll be taxed on that because it's not a business flow. It's a revenue or an income flow. If we don't find this, if we don't bring out this, we're never going to close that gap. And if we don't close that gap, we're never going to tax them. Because how do you tax people that you don't know? How do you tax people you don't support? How can you support people if you don't know them? So let's know who they are. Let's then support them. Let's figure out the things that can enable them grow, that give them an advantage. A formal business should have some advantage over an informal business, and then you can begin to earn revenue from them. Okay, so I kind of tried to go through a couple of numbers here. One of the most exciting data, I think the first time I used quadrillion in a statement that wasn't because I was joking around, was when the data came out last year and the central bank said that we had processed about 1.5 quadrillion naira of transaction. That's actual number. So I put a link there because even I had to go back 3 times to be sure that am I reading this correctly. And it's broken down by the different payments, mobile payments, web payments, NEFT, all of them are there. But at the end of the day, the amount of money that moved around in Nigeria was 1.5 quadrillion. But we believe that our GDP is 200 trillion. Something is off here, right? We paid money 7 times the amount of total income. We must be playing table tennis with the money, just kicking it back and forth. There's no way you can make payments 7 times the total income earned. It means, was it loan that went in and came back? And this doesn't include internal processing in between a company. This is processing that went through a processing engine that went to a third party. Something is wrong. Something is awfully wrong with our calculation of our GDP. But when you now layer that over the GDP, as calculated, the 200 trillion calculated GDP, the revenue that the government planned, the federal government planned for was 3.7 of GDP. That's what they planned for. They collected less, but that's what they actually planned for. And that included revenue from their own investments. It included oil and gas revenue. When you now take that total revenue that they planned for and you layer it over the total payments that happened, it's 0.5% of the payment that happened. So something curious about these numbers. And I'm not jumping into any conclusion, but I'm saying something is happening here, something the government ought to be paid a lot of attention to. Based on these payments, we're talking about 3.4 trillion in payments for an economy that we have all agreed is 551 billion. Again, food for thought. It also means, for instance, that if the government was to just charge 1%, federal government was to charge 1% on every payment and to cancel every other taxes, it actually would have made twice as much in revenue. I don't know. It's an idea. Let's keep going. Right. So, tax where the money is. This problem we face is not just a Nigerian problem. Never mind the fact that there are countries that are affected by taxing already. Even they have a problem. So let's sort of go on. So here are a few anecdotes that tells you why this problem is not very far from where we are. The first one is if you have a property in Ikoyi today that is worth $5 million, and there are many of them, the total land use charge or property tax you pay is less than $5,000. Just such a fact. A similar property in USA, forgive me, a property worth 10% of that, $500,000 in the USA, the land use charge is more. I've used dollars so that nobody will say, but the end, this is value for value. Some of us are not pulling our weight. We're not playing our role in this country. Something is awfully wrong with that. And this sometimes explain why so many assets are empty, because the cost of keeping it empty is almost zero. So the other economic implication of this sort of cost. It also explains why real estate is the default store of capital. Because again, it's almost like a financialized asset. You have almost zero cost of keeping that. You just wait for the inflation. There are reasons why adding a cost to real estate actually can unlock capital for the other sectors. Second anecdote, in 2022, we transferred 783 trillion via web. But the FIRS collected, 2.8 trillion. Again, something might be wrong with me, but that money is going somewhere, buying something, paying for something. There is a correlation between the velocity of transaction and economic activity. And there's a velocity between economic activity and profit. There's a relationship between profit and taxes. We need to reestablish that relationship. There's no correlation. I also looked at custom. The total amount of waivers that they granted surpassed their revenue by 71% in 2022. When I saw this, I like, no, I think I first saw it in Punch. I went back, then I saw it in Guardian. Then I went like, no, there's something wrong. How is that even possible? Right. And if the waivers had led to a massive increase in FIRS revenue, then you say, oh, I see what they did there. They gave up some upfront taxes and got something later. There's zero impact on the FIRS. So we now know where these things are. Something is missing with our economy. Let's go on. I also believe that the way and manner and where we collect taxes is a significant problem. I have looked at the process of taxation. I actually started off as a tax consultant, so I kind of know some of that experience. It is very expensive how we collect taxes. I became aware of a state where the tax collectors took as much as 30% of what was collected. It happened in one of the outgoing governor states. So there is a huge problem with how it's collected. So I want to explore how we might be able to do this differently. Please go on. And so sort of start to play around with numbers. If we look at the web payment I showed earlier, you can get 19 trillion from charging 2.5% of it. If we move on to, if you look at the NEFT payment, which is usually the bulk payment, the bulk transfers, just 1% of that is 4.7 trillion. We collected less than that in a combination of custom duties and FIRs, or just about that. If you look at property taxes, the estimate is that about 42 million homes, of which 25% of them are standard homes. The 75% are deemed substandard. If we collected roughly the minimum wage, and any one of those 25% probably has a security guard at the gate. If we collected the minimum wage per month, that's 3.8 trillion. State taxes, but I thought it was important to highlight just how under collecting we are when it comes to taxes from those who can pay. Please go on. So I wanted to highlight the fact that the problem is not just a uniquely Nigerian problem. Even the countries that have this, I mean the OECD, I think the tax GDP ratio is closer to 30% now. Even they have a problem with taxes and the fiscal balance sheet. So a couple of ideas. And I think our president just flew to Paris to go deal with that problem. And if there's anything I know about him, he's going to come back with some answers. Right? Like he will remove another subsidy and we'll solve it. Which is a serious problem. There is a petrol subsidy, which is the middle class subsidy, but there are bigger subsidies that needs to go. And if we don't talk about them, then we're not going to move forward. Please go on. So the question is, if we're going to reset the balance sheet of countries today, where are the monies? There are only two set of people that can solve this problem. It's going to be the transnational corporations, and it's going to be the HNIs, the billionaires and the millionaires. And this is the argument that is being pushed now. Please go on. And so we expect, for instance, that multinationals, some of them in this room, we're talking about 240 billion easily. The estimate is actually closer to 500 billion in taxes because of the rules. They're not breaking the rules, let's be clear. But the rules over the years have been designed to favor those who have the power to influence those who make the rules. In other words, they own the government. And then if you look at the... Right, so I brought this out specifically because this is the kind of direction that is going to lead to change. There are going to be some tax activism. There are going to be some countries that will break away from existing rules. Nigeria, for instance, has determined that the only way it's going to get any value is to tax the transnational technology companies that operate on its borders. And that's the direction that we're headed. Okay, so let's try to wrap it up. Go on. So subsidies. How much exactly are in the various subsidies that I've hinted at? So move on. We've looked at petrol subsidy. We think that that's easily 6 trillion if we continue what we did this year. I call this currency subsidy, and what I've done is I've assumed that the government earned about $18 billion in its own revenue, and that there was roughly 200 naira between where you could transact without government and where you could transact with government, and that was the 6 trillion. Actual numbers are probably bigger than this because there are other flows in foreign currency aside oil flows. And I just took the corporate waiver from just to 2021. So if you add all of this up, go on, easily, we're talking 12.6 trillion in subsidies. What was our deficit last year? Go on. Voila. That's the money we've been looking for. So if we had run government without subsidy in 2022, we'll probably have had a balanced budget. How about that? Right. And this is just the subsidies that I could get my fingers on. I am aware of them. All the subsidies that we are all enjoying, that it seems the party is over. So please go on. So how bad is the debt crisis? I mean, everybody keeps talking about the debt crisis. First it was a debate of, do we have a debt problem? Do we have a revenue problem? I'm one of those atheists that says that it's a revenue problem. I mean, people say, oh, but you can't spend until you have. That's true. That's the governance problem. But the actual problem we face is not that we have too much debt. In fact, we are heavily under-leveraged as a country. The problem is that we have not optimized the balance sheet, both the people and the non-people side. So we do not, I'm not saying borrow more. I'm saying even if you stop borrowing today, you haven't solved the nation's problem. The nation needs a lot more capital to grow, to build. You don't stop building. And we have the capacity to be able to borrow the money to build. So I do agree that we need to fix our current issues with, debt service to revenue and all of that. But I don't think that's the solution for a long-term problem of prosperity. So I looked at what the Ministry of Finance Incorporated has kind of found since they started hunting, since they were properly reconstituted. And I think by the end of the year, about $50 billion worth of assets would have been, accounted for, verified. And if those assets were managed such that they generate, just 10% return, similar to what we pay on our consolidated debt today, we're talking half of our debt expense will be met. In other words, those assets that we already have found, I have no doubt in my mind that the amount of assets the MOFI would control in 5 years, 10 years would be closer to the size of our current GDP of $500 billion. But even with what we found, we could easily have our cost of borrowing just by optimizing what we already know, what we already own, what we already have. And if for any reason they cannot return 10%, since those assets are not critical to social services, then you exit them and you pay down your debt. Right. So my point is, and sort of some of them are gone. And this is my advice to the incoming government, or to the now present government. We had incoming for a long time. I forget that's over now. There's a huge difference between revenue extraction and growth. There's a mindset for revenue extraction, which is we need to take more money out of the current economy. And there's nothing wrong with that because some of us are definitely underpaying and we should pay more. But that's not going to be sufficient for the destination they've set for us. It's not going to be sufficient to take us to 6% GDP growth. So that mindset is embedded in every point of interaction with government. And if the president dictates that that mindset is a growth mindset, which means that they are more interested in how you scale what you oversee than how much of it you extract, then we can change the government. So I looked at a couple of... So the thought process is, look, taxes are important, but the reason government exists is actually to enable us grow as individuals, as corporations. That's the primary reason. We created a government because we thought with the government we can grow with less friction. So taxes is just consequence. It's just the price we pay. It's a bit like going for dinner. The food is the reason you're there. The bill is, you have to pay the bill at the end of it, but you can't just go and pay the bill and say you've had dinner. Right. So let's move on. And so that we're not just saying, big statement. Growth is employment. And it's not just employment of people, it's employment of facilities, of assets, of land. We have far too many things that are idle. Here's an example of how you can change Nigeria. Let's assume I don't have the data that the gold reserve that is sitting down that is easily accessible in Nigeria is worth, say, $10 billion. The cost of extracting it is worth $2 billion. We've got $8 billion of reserve literally just sitting down under the ground. That is employment. We're not employing the reserves. Same way we failed to invest in oil and gas over the 16 years that we debated the petroleum industry bill that eventually became an act, 16 years late. Right? That is asset that is unutilized. It's about employing assets, not just human being. And you can't employ human being until you employ the, again, basic economics, land, labor, and all that stuff were taught. So employment is key. You cannot employ unless there is security, right? Nobody is going to. I've had so many stories of people who don't go to their farms anymore because they don't feel safe. It's real. You've got to save for that. And nobody is going to make that first step unless there is hope. People invest because they think somewhere in the future there's greater value if I do this today, right? And this government has started a very strong note with renewing hope. And it's not just a slogan. The truth is that the average person now thinks there is a real possibility that Nigeria can be different. We've seen it before. The difference is that we've not seen a 2 to 3 weeks period where the actions that have backed it up has been as immediate, as fundamental, and as, in my view, far-reaching as what we've seen in these 3 weeks. Let's see the next 3 months. Is this going to be the direction, but also most of it, this is going to be the level of urgency that every government agency will bring to bear, or is this just coming out of the presidency and it dies at the ministry? Therein lies the trick. And so a growth mindset also, it's about competitiveness. Ultimately, everything a country does, the country has only one role. It is to be competitive relative to other countries. Every other thing falls out of that. Immigration is a consequence of competitiveness. GDP is a consequence. Quality of life, everything comes from, can you be more competitive? And to be competitive, you have to invest in the asset that you compete with. Your primary asset being your people. I'm one of those that is excited, and I'm not sure there are many of us, about the attempt to stop the federal government from attempting to fund, I say attempting, to fund tertiary education, because they can only attempt. They can't fund tertiary education. It's simple. All they've done is that we've used tertiary education as a way to widen the gap between those who get in and those who don't. And guess who gets into the universities? Those people whose parents are doing okay, because they're the ones that can afford the better secondary school, the private secondary school, the coaching. So today's system that limits the total capacity of the government to 2 million people in tertiary institutions across all, effectively is actually widening the gap. What we need to do is to create a system that funds the primary and secondary education at scale, and to create a market that allows us to grow the tertiary education to anybody who has the willingness and the capacity to learn and become productive. So I think the direction they've taken, I support it. That the bill that has been signed, the act we have, needs to be refined, but like everything else, you have to start somewhere. That's the root of competitiveness. Your people, the quality of your education, and not just the tertiary education, but the skills and vocational education, all of that has got to come in. And for that to happen, government must get out of the way. People think the real what government needs to do is to help, and that's fine. Government needs to build roads. They need to do some things that we can't do, security. But the biggest harm is government is in the way. If they can actually just step out and do fewer things and interact with us less, believe me, they will get more money in taxes because we will grow. So, yes, government needs to do things, but also government needs to stop doing some things. Okay, go on. Please go on. I just sort of went back to ask myself, the message has been consistent. We need a much bigger government doing fewer things. Simple. The government doesn't need to become smaller, but it needs to do fewer things. I heard there are about 1,300 MDs and parastatals. How do you wrap your head around that? Doing what? Please move on. So, yes, we need to eliminate the subsidies. We need to end the waivers. We need to deduct at the point of payment. It's the most efficient way to collect. We need to enable the businesses, and we need to enforce. And I think anyone who has read the Business Facilitation Act, please read it. An excellent piece of legislation. It's how much we can push it that will determine how well the government will behave. And there's a deficiency of governance. We know that. Please go on. We need to do fewer things. Go on. Security is an investment. Same way I feel about education. It is an investment. You can borrow for security because it will pay back. Again, education is an investment. Let's stop treating it like expenses. Go on. Again, there are simple things like every airport is a massive cash cow being horribly mismanaged. We should never have to budget for an international airport in any country in the world. Go on. This one, I think, I know it requires us to pass some laws, but you don't need 6 ministers. You don't need anybody to tell you that. Already there are so many other positions that are equivalent to minister. We could easily use that, to change the law. So just examples, of course. Please go on. Let's wrap it up. Keep going. We talked about how we can help. Keep going. This one is a pet peeve of mine. We don't have FX. Why am I funding places that don't generate economic value equivalent to what I'm funding, right? We've talked about all of this stuff. We have examples of how to build infrastructure without creating inefficient debt. We've done that successfully before. I like the concept of one-stop shop because it forces decision. Going from 10 different places. I remember how Lagos saw for traffic, for bad behavior in traffic. If you go one way and they catch you, they send you to about 5 different places located at about 5 different ends of Lagos to go and make the payment, collect the receipt, get tested. So they're using efficiency to change behavior. It's exactly what we do in government. In the end, look, let's start where we are, right? Let's start where we are. Keep going. Let's round it up. Okay. We can be ambitious but disciplined. I like the ambition when government say they're going to grow by 6%. I think we can do 6%. I think we should have actually aspired for more than 6. Maybe not in the first year, but subsequent years. I've talked about this. If we don't formalize the economy, we cannot find the revenue, period. If you don't formalize, you can't tax. Again, let us collect taxes at the point of payment. There's a trust deficit. This is where I round up. There's a trust deficit. And I round up with a story. One of the very senior advisors to this government, I've run into him twice now. First at a hotel in Abuja. I was in a lift coming down, and the lift stopped on his floor, and he had 3 bags to carry by himself. I was humbled and I helped him. We went down together. Secondly, I ran into him after they had been sworn in at the airport, the commercial wing, like everyone else. Those are two examples of how simple things can create. The government today cannot continue to live like kings and queens. They have to live with the people. It will send the right message. Thank you very much. I think this is where I round up. These are necessary, but they are not sufficient condition. I hope that we all get it. And my final statement is that I hope that over the next 24 months, the federal government of Nigeria does not buy one single new car. Maybe that would change their lives. Thank you.
I think we can do much better than that. When he came up, he promised to take us on a journey and take us into the dark corners. And those corners have received some light now, but this conversation about tax, Abubakar, my heart is doing like this. And I know there are many people in the audience who feel that same way, because the next conversation takes us a little bit further into these tax conversations. But a number of things that Abubakar said that are part of that conversation and part of the overall conversations are informal economy around the continent, not just in Nigeria. It is the backbone. But governments cannot do what it needs to do and cannot make the money it can make as long as they are not formalized. But we need to realize that the informal economy is actually taxed. Non-state actors, they're blocking the money that should be formally entering government coffers. So that's another conversation, especially when we look at the concept of how we tax ourselves. And why should you tax what you don't support? Because even in Kenya, there's an attempt to tax digital content creators. And they've told the government, why do you want to milk a cow that you have not fed? And so when we come to conversations around this trust deficit, this social contract, Nigerians and many Africans are reluctant because we have not seen our governments duly use our taxpayer monies. We have seen them be ostentatious. So how then should you expect me to pay taxes? But he's dropped some ideas, he's dropped some options, and he's asked some questions. So I don't think there's anything wrong with you. Is there anything wrong with him? At all. No. It's about asking those questions and making sure that we're holding those who can make the decisions accountable for the decisions that they are making. And there's a relationship that needs to be nurtured and it needs to be reframed, and that's the relationship that we have with our governments and, of course, our leaders. Deepening tax collection is one of the things that has actually fallen under the fiscal policy recommendations of the Policy Advisory Council reports that was recently released just a few weeks ago. And when you look at it, it talks about widening the net and deepening the net. The next person I'm going to call up is going to talk about that tax net and that deepening of the tax net. I know his views because he's a constant guest on my show when we talk about taxation and Nigeria. And he's going to share his views now when we look at exploring tax revenues and non-oil revenue direction. It's my pleasure and very much an honor. This is the first time I've gotten to do this for him, and I'm very happy and honored to be able to do that. And I think we all need to open our ears and listen. There is tax to be collected, but there's the way in which tax needs to be collected when it comes to the Nigerian conversation. Taiwo Oyedele is the West Africa tax leader at PwC Nigeria, and he's a member of the PwC Global Board of Leadership Development. He also serves as the chairman of the PwC Nigeria Ethics Committee. But beyond that, he is one of Nigeria's most in-demand public speakers and regularly is seen on News Central, Channels TV, NTA, and a number of other stations. He's a fellow of the Nigeria Leadership Initiative, and he will be taking us further into the tax conversation as it concerns the options we expect to be laid out for us. Please, a round of applause for Taiwo Oyedele as he makes his way to the stage. Please, let's keep that applause going. I think some of you might be surprised with some of his stands on things, but I've heard them before.
Thank you very much, Tolu. Good morning, everyone. Thank you to BudgIt and Makoto Foundation for inviting me and for bringing us together, and to my brother Abubakar for making my job very easy. So I'm just going to build on the foundation that he has laid. So I do so many things. One of the things I do is I'm an associate professor where I lecture PhD students. And recently I asked them a question. We're talking about development finance. So I asked them a question about, is Nigeria a rich country with rich people, or a rich country with poor people? Or is it a poor country with rich people? Or is it a poor country with poor people? More than 90% of my students, and these are executives, thought that it's either A or B. In other words, Nigeria is either a rich country with rich people or a rich country with poor people. I suspect that if I ask you that question, your answers are likely to be similar to my class. But unfortunately, if you interrogate further, you will quickly realize that they were talking about the potential of the country. And I love it when Abubakar said, we are blessed. Unfortunately, that blessing, you can't use it to buy food. You can't use it to pay your rent, because it's not real. You have the resources on the ground, you can't spend it. So based on data, sentiments apart, the reality is that Nigeria is a poor country with loads of very poor people. That is our reality, but it doesn't have to be that way. So, I want to start by looking at the context, exploring tax reforms and non-oil revenue direction. And the context for me is that the Nigerian fiscal and tax space is ill. You can in fact say maybe it's under intensive care. Now, because the system is ill, you have to be able to separate the symptom from the illness itself. Some of the symptoms of that illness is the low tax to GDP ratio, is the rising debt profile, it is the high cost of funding that borrowing. It is the fact that we have informal taxes being collected by non-state actors, estimated in some cases to be more than the IGR of some states. There was an estimation that the agberos in Lagos collect over 100 billion naira a year. I have not seen, I'm waiting to see, one road that they have fixed in Lagos State. Yet that revenue they collect is more than the IGR of any state in Nigeria other than the top 5 states. And we pretend like everything is okay. The symptom also includes implicit taxes. This is when, after paying your taxes, if you had paid, you then have to take care of what government should normally be doing for you as the fiscal exchange for the taxes you have paid. We have all manners of earmarked taxes. Government says, maybe we cannot fund education and we think we should be funding it. Can we set up a tertiary education tax fund and ask people to pay? Fast forward, it's not working. Somebody will say, maybe we need science and technology, NASENI levy, ask companies to pay. Somebody will say, actually, we also think there is a bit of information technology, need that levy, ask companies to pay. Oh, someone will say, oh, how about NYC? Maybe we are not funding it enough, NYC levy. Every single thing, you think that the problem is revenue, but that's a secondary problem, right? The more of this you have, the more the problems you create. Not only do we have those multiple taxes and earmark levies, we also have multiplicity of agencies collecting those revenues. And I'm not surprised, because I've seen that before when Abubakar said, you know, there are places. Those places could be a state, it could be local governments, where consultants that have been asked to collect taxes take as much as 30-35%. But of course, we know it's not because the cost of collecting tax is that high. It's because some guys are making money for themselves at the expense of the country and of the people. It's even more painful that those expenses are not reported. They take their own money from the source before they report the revenue. And then we say the revenue is not enough. Anyway, those are the symptoms. The real issue is that we often mistake, right, the symptoms for the disease itself. Now, if you do not correctly diagnose an ailment and prescribe the right solutions, chances are that you will never be able to cure it. In fact, after you have prescribed, you have to diligently administer that prescription while you are monitoring the recovery of that patient. So the real issue for us, the real problem for us is that the social contract is broken. The whole essence of government is that we have collectively agreed that we need order, that we need the rule of law, that we need to be civil. And then, of course, we can't take care of ourselves all by ourselves. You cannot, if you want to drive from here to Ibadan, you can't build the road just to drive. If you want to fly from here to Kaduna, even if you are Aliko Dangote or Bill Gates, who is in Nigeria now, you can't build the airport everywhere you want to fly to. We say, let's come together and contribute. And then we appoint some servants to serve us and spend the money. That's how government is supposed to work. That contract is broken, resulting in poor tax culture and low tax morale. In one of my activities, I headed the research table for the NESD, and we got some funding from Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. We did a national study on tax morale in Nigeria. Even for me, I was surprised when I saw the results. Only 17%, 1/7 of Nigerian adults believe that it is right to pay your taxes and pay it correctly. 83% see nothing wrong with not paying your taxes and evading them. When we did the study for businesses, it was only slightly better. Only 29% of businesses think that they should pay the right amount of taxes. And when we asked them why, they said they do not trust government. Number two, they said we do not get sufficient fiscal exchange for the little we have paid. And number three is that the system is corrupt and it's complex. And I agree with everything they have said 100%. Unfortunately, two wrongs do not make a right. We have to fix the problem. It was not imposed on us by God or United Nations. We created the problem, so we must find the solutions. Because we have complex system, incommensurate fiscal exchange, with little or no accountability, we are unable to raise the revenue that we need for development. In fact, in one of my analyses that I did a few months ago, I concluded, based on data, that the problem is not paying high taxes. The problem is what government is using those taxes for. In my analysis, I realized that Denmark, Finland, those Nordic countries pay the highest rate of tax. Some of them pay over 60%. Imagine paying more than half of your salary in personal income tax. The GDP, the tax to GDP ratio for those countries were around 40+%. But when I look at it further, the public spending to GDP was over 50%. Not only did they collect so much from their people, they spend even more for their people. And then it was not surprising when I looked at the happiness index. These two countries were number 1 and number 2. How can people pay so much in taxes and be the happiest in the world? The issue is that the tax is not the problem. It is because they are getting the value for the money that they have spent. you would want to ask, how are they able to collect 40-something and they spend 50-something? Well, they have also invested. So the taxes they collected from the people, plus the returns on their investment, including sovereign wealth fund investment, they put back into the system. Their inequality is some of the smallest in the world. Right? So, I know they gave me only 15 minutes. I probably have spent more than half of that. Now, what should we do to reform the tax system and explore non-oil revenue directions? I have 3 things, just to keep it simple. 3 things that are practical. Number 1 is to stop the bleeding and the leakages. Stop the bleeding and the leakages. What do I mean by that? We have removed fuel subsidy. That's good news. It's a big source of bleeding for these patients, remember? There's also the FS subsidy. Hopefully has also been removed. We have unproductive tax waivers, and Abubakar said it, tax expenditure, right? And even in the presentation that my brother made earlier on. The problem itself is not with the tax waivers. It is the fact that they are unproductive and sometimes distortive. It's even bad enough to be unproductive, which means I spend like 10 for the value of 2. The fact that that exercise itself discourages other people who want to create value means that the value that I'm destroying is even more than the waivers I'm giving away. We have wasteful interventions. Thank God some of them have been taken away, like RT200, like dollar for naira or naira for dollar. What does that even mean? I have to buy FX at the parallel market rate for my inputs. I manage to export. You say, by the way, I must bring my dollar back and give it to the government so that they can recognize that 460. Of course, I will refuse to bring it back. You say, okay, you know what? If only you can just bring it back, we'll give you an extra 60 naira. It still does not make sense. And then to add insult upon the injury, the central bank will now tell us at a conference or public events or press briefing that because of this, their initiative and intervention, which they have spent hundreds of billions of naira, now some people have brought back their FX. It is painful, because you know what you are doing is wrong. And you paint it like you are the messiah for Nigeria. And then government will even give you a national award for creating so much damage to the system. We have very high costs of collection. We have contract inflation. You know that it's surprising when you sometimes see people in government, all the way to the president. I haven't seen this president complain like that, but President Buhari did it a lot. He will come and complain about MDAs not complying. I say, is it me that's supposed to fix it? The reason why you're the president is you have the powers, fix the problem. There's something called firing. You sack people, right? And you owe them zero explanation. In fact, you sack them and pick them up quickly. If I'm Nigerian, for one day, that's one day all MDAs will over comply. It's not your money, right? You don't own it. Now, in fact, until you address that leadership by example, government itself has to lead the way. If you read the Auditor General's reports, Auditor General for the Federation, which I believe is economical with the truth, even at that, the little that the Auditor General managed to say is depressing enough, including the fact that the presidency, the National Assembly, the EFCC have been defaulting in paying their taxes. Not only their own taxes, when they deduct taxes from contractors, from their employees, they do not remit, and nothing happens. Impunity. And you expect the man and the woman who is hustling inside the hot sun, inside the rain, just to make 1,000 naira a day to make ends meet, should be excited to pay their taxes. Of course, we should not be surprised that the tax morale is low. In fact, we need to commend those who are still paying their taxes in Nigeria. If I tell you that, and BudgIt did a very good job in one of the reports that you already have, you see that over the past 5 years alone, the interest that Nigeria paid on ways and means to the central bank is over 3 trillion naira. But that's not where I'm going. The place I'm going is, if you read the Central Bank Act, there's a requirement that the Central Bank of Nigeria must return 75% of its surplus to the federal government, because CBN Act makes the federal government of Nigeria the sole shareholder of Central Bank. 100 billion naira, 100% owned by FGN. It says, return, right, 75% of your surplus to the federal government twice a year. I have not seen one error. We create problems for ourselves that are completely unnecessary. First, you decided you pay the central bank interest at MPR plus some spread. I don't understand why you have to pay such a high rate of interest, which increases all your numbers in the wrong direction. And then this revenue you should then collect from them by way of distribution, you haven't collected. That depresses your revenue. And then you're surprised that Moody's and everybody downgraded Nigeria, and your cost of borrowing goes up. We have to start solving our problems that we self-inflicted on ourselves. We need to harmonize multiple taxes. Officially, there are over 60 different taxes in Nigeria. Unofficially, over 200. And I say this with all authorities. I'm not making it up. I spent a long time with the manufacturers compiling these taxes. You know, the way to do it was, we just asked manufacturers, tell us the taxes you pay and who you paid to, and give us evidence of payment. In one state, River State, 197 taxes was what manufacturers alone paid. And then we say manufacturing is not growth, there is no employment. How? We tax them to death even before they have started. I know that Alhaji Aliko Dangote made a joke in one of these events where he said, if you get to heaven, angels will ask you whether you are an entrepreneur from Nigeria. If you say yes, they'll say, go to heaven because it will not be fair to punish you twice. All your suffering you have suffered already in Nigeria. So I do think that, and by the way, despite all these multiple taxes, more than 98% of the taxes we collect in Nigeria across all levels, federal, state, and local government, come from less than 8 taxes. Now, it goes against common sense that about 6 or 7 of your taxes give you almost all your revenue, but you have over 200 just to piss people off and make life impossible for them, such that the people pay so much, but government collects so little, it disappears in the middle between collection and accounting for it. If you don't solve that problem, you are not helping the country, you are helping a few people who are benefiting from the chaos. I do think, and this is also based on data, that Nigeria can generate more than 40 trillion naira in tax revenue as of today from just 5 taxes. Those taxes are personal income tax, companies income tax, including petroleum profit tax, value-added tax, property tax, and then customs and excise duties. If we repeal all the tax laws in Nigeria and stay with these 5, we will collect at least 40 trillion naira as of today. You don't need to increase the rate, you don't need to do anything, just change how you collect. South Africa, a smaller economy than Nigeria, collected in fiscal 2021-22, their latest reports, guess how much? South Africa collected 1.9 trillion rand, equivalent to 70 trillion naira. 70 trillion naira. That's not the end of the story. Personal income tax alone in South Africa was 24 trillion naira last year. 24 trillion naira. Sorry. Now, naira equivalent. This is a country where the unemployment rate is comparable to Nigeria. I think we are like 32, 33, right? Population is less than 1/3 of Nigeria. 24 trillion. Ladies and gentlemen, the highest personal income tax Nigeria ever collected, all 36 states, Federal Capital Territory, has never been up to 1 trillion naira. Something is wrong with us fundamentally. I am very confident, even though the per capita income in South Africa is about 3 times, but I'm very confident because there's so much inequality in Nigeria that if you take the top 1/3 of Nigeria's population, they are individually on per capita basis richer than the population of South Africa. Imagine 1 trillion to 24 trillion. How much was their VAT? 17 trillion. Nigeria was celebrating 2.5 trillion as record breaking. And we even have the audacity to clap for ourselves. I told the governor of Lagos State that Lagos State has never collected 1 trillion in revenue. All revenues combined. They've never collected 1 trillion. But guess what? I like the example you made. I said to the governor of Lagos State, take the top 1 million properties in Lagos. There are about 3 to 4 million properties in Lagos. Exempt 75% of them. They are poor people, retired people, people with disability, place of worship. No controversy. I don't want complications. Exempt 75% of properties in Lagos completely from paying property taxes. Focus on the top 1 million. I am certain that individually, on the average, right? On the average, one of those 1 million property will be worth at least 100 million naira. Around the world, property taxes are about 1% of the value. If you do 1% of 1 million property worth 100 million naira, that's 1 trillion easy money for Lagos State. Imagine that you purposely set aside that 1 trillion. I know it will be more. For just development of Lagos State, roads, every estate. When people see that development, it makes it even easier to collect. Plus, 1% you can't pay in 1 year. Everybody knows the value of their property in Lagos apart from Lagos State government, right? Well, I use South Africa as an example. I thought maybe I shouldn't stay with only South Africa. I've decided not to use America and the UK because you say I'm dreaming inside another dream. They say there's a way you have to wake up twice. I dreamed that I was dreaming. I looked at Kenya, right? Kenya collected equivalent of 8 trillion naira in taxes last year. 8 trillion. Population is 53 million. Per capita income is the same as Nigeria, about $2,000. If you just increase that by the population of Nigeria, we should have collected 32 trillion naira. What did we collect? Barely 10 trillion. Now, and then we need to optimize our assets and resources. Refineries, they said we spent over 10 trillion. Produce nothing. Those refineries will not work because its human factor is the reason why they are not working. If you don't address that, you can do turnaround. You can spend $1.5 billion. Nothing will change. NNPC. I looked at Saudi Aramco. They made profit that if you convert to Naira, it will be close to the quadrillion that you were trying to wrap your head around. These guys made over $160 billion in profit and dividends to government. One company, right? Owned by government, but run with the private sector mentality. I looked at the details because I'm so much interested. I concluded that the NNPC is 25% of Saudi Aramco. If we got the efficiency of Saudi Aramco, NNPC should be giving us about $40 billion in revenue, distribution to government, and payment of taxes. What did they give us? They said that the Federation account is owing them. They have failed to give, Now, you know when they say federation account, they mean all of us. Sometimes you want to ask yourself whether Nigeria is African magic or whether it is real. Or whether it is real. Okay, I'll move on. So I said I'll tell you 3 things. I told you 1 already. Stop the bleeding and the leakages. Number 2, close the tax gap. Close the tax gap. First and foremost, you need to measure it to know what the gap looks like. I have an idea. And the idea is that without doing too much, just level between South Africa and Kenya efficiency, Nigeria would easily collect about 20% of GDP, and that's about 40 trillion. What are we collecting? About 10 plus. So easily the tax gap is between 20 to 30 trillion as of today. You need to close that. Now there are 3 sub-components to the tax gap. 1 is non-registration and non-filing gap. These people are not even in the tax nets, right? Number 2 is under-reporting. They are in the tax net, but only 1 finger is inside the tax net. The rest of the body is outside. That's when you find somebody who has paid 50,000 naira tax when they should have paid 200 million naira. 1 finger is inside the net. This is plenty all over, right? Under-reporting. In fact, I was speaking to a top person in government a few weeks ago, and I said, one of the reasons why I recommended to them to merge revenue agencies, that thing you've seen in the press everywhere, is that Nigerian Customs Service, this guy gave me the details, right? Someone imported bulletproof, very expensive cars. Cars that without being bulletproof will be between 60 to 80 million naira. Now they are bulletproof. And then the amount declared for custom was 2 million per unit. I said people have completely lost their conscience. 2 million, is that the tire or what? To pay import duties. And then the customs service will come out and say, by the way, we have exceeded our target for custom collection. How? How? If it's not smuggled, with no import duties paid, it's grossly under-declared. So you have under-reporting tax gap. And number 3 is underpayment. They've reported what they think they are owing, but they still don't pay it. Either way, you don't have the money. So how do we solve the problem? Use technology for tax intelligence. I already told government, forget about tax identification number. We are not at that point. When I hear tax identification number for registering vehicle and stuff, I'll go and register in the name of my grandma in the village. She has nothing to do with the economic system. Or I'll use my 4-year-old. I'll still ride the car, right? I said, discontinue with all this tax identification and just use NIN for individuals, CAC registration for businesses. And don't be too much in a hurry to collect the taxes. Tie all economic activities. I'll make your life impossible until you use NIN or the CAC registration if you're a business. You cannot get a job. You can't travel abroad. You can't get a passport. You can't open bank accounts. You can't get a payment card, right? Every economic activity tied to NIN. And once you are done, collect the intelligence. It will say, dear Taiwo Oyedele, from your system or from what we can see, you are worth 200 million. Can you explain this, your tax or non-payment of tax to us? Countries have moved away from asking individuals and businesses to tell us their information so we can tax them. Countries are calling taxpayers and businesses to say, by the way, we have your information. Can you please pay your tax? Then you need to then review the national tax policy, rewrite the tax laws so they are simple. You need to ensure coordination, both vertical and horizontal, between federal government as well as with subnational. And then, for example, you need to not overtax people like inputting VAT on diesel when we are still complaining about, about fuel subsidy and people struggling to cope. And lastly, number 3, you need to change the tax culture and review and renew the social contracts. Renew the social contract. Lead by example. All government MDAs must pay their taxes 100%. Return their surplus. In fact, you should stop asking them to collect revenue. All their levies and charges and revenue should be collected by the FRS on their behalf, so you don't have to beg them. And then on their own taxes, they should remit. If they don't, fire them, right? And even politicians should pay their taxes. they should not be eligible to contest, to superintend over taxpayers' revenue where they themselves haven't complied. I raised this issue during the election period, and not many people paid attention to it. You know what happened? People wanted to be senator, governor, honorable, and whatever they call it, were required to present tax clearance certificate as part of the screening process. Many of them had no tax clearance certificate because they never paid in taxes before. The taxman made it even worse, added insult upon the injury to say, by the way, if you want to contest and you don't have tax clearance certificate, they now have categories. If it's senator, come and pay this amount. If it is House of Rep, pay this amount. They brought out that list. As if that was not bad enough, some of the politicians looked at the list for their state and they said this is too high. They went to another state where the rate was lower and bought the tax clearance certificate to come and contest. Many of them now are our leaders. We have to change that. You need to prioritize what you spend money on. Particularly, you cannot have 133 million multidimensionally poor people and then you prioritize luxury. You need to take care of them and be transparent and accountable. So I'll close by sharing the quote by Winston Churchill that says, for a nation to try to task itself into prosperity is like a man standing in a bucket and trying to lift himself up by the handle. That's impossible, isn't it? What we need to do is to reform the tax system, provide the enabling environment for sustainable growth, and revenue would naturally follow. Thank you very much for paying attention to me.
It's difficult to follow Taiwo right now because I think, again, another round of applause for him. I've interviewed him and he's been very serious, but some of the jokes and the shade, the shade that I just heard right now, but actually very deserved shade. At the end of the day, what really are we doing? Are we an African magic production called The Country is Nigeria? Are we really a real country? The largest economy. At this point, we even need to question the size of that economy. The most populous black country on the face of the earth. Abubakar was saying earlier, he's putting the estimate at around 215 million. How do you plan for 215 million when you can't even guarantee you're around 215 million? So many questions. We're hearing solutions, but also we're hearing more questions that definitely need to be answered. Now, as Taiwo was talking, I noted down the main 3 points. Stop the bleeding and the leakages, close the tax gap, and also lead by example and renew the social contract. And all of these tend to affect what the next speaker is going to be speaking about, and that is, of course, our small and medium enterprises, our small and medium businesses. They employ the most Nigerians, they employ the most Africans in any country across the continent, and it's very vital that we find ways to support them. We support them through fuel subsidy removal. We support them through the coming increase in electricity. We find ways to support them through VAT on diesel for those who may have diesel as part of their input. So how do we support the small and medium enterprises that are the fuel and the backbone of our economy? So the next conversation, the next speaker is going to be looking at mainstreaming SMEs growth in post-election environments. And my guest who's coming up now is Adenike Adeyemi. She's the executive director of the FATES Foundation, which is Nigeria's foremost business incubator and accelerator program for aspiring and emerging Nigerian entrepreneurs to start, grow, and even scale their businesses. So a quick background of Adenike before she comes on stage. She's a development sector expert with many years of expertise in non-profit administration, business development, education, as well as youth empowerment tactics. She directs the execution of the FATE Foundation's purpose in helping aspiring and developing Nigerian entrepreneurs to launch, expand, and scale in her capacity as the CEO. Please, a round of applause for Adenike Adeyemi. Please, let's keep the applause going as she comes to the stage.
Thank you very much. May I also add that I'm a very myself, we're very proud members of the board of BudgIt. So I'll add that too. Great. So the good thing about following Abu and Taiwo is that your presentation is done. I was making a side joke to Abuda. Thank God I sent my presentation ahead because they'll just think that I copied and I added a number of things to it. So my job is very simple. Thanks again for this conversation. And I think that the way the conversations have been sequenced, they're very helpful to layer on what I want to talk about. I was asked to, please can you share my presentation? I was asked to speak on mainstreaming SME growth in a post-election environment. But I added an M to the SME because a lot of times when we say SME, and I'll go to that data later, if you look at the micro, small, and medium enterprise landscape in Nigeria, the percentage that we think are SMEs are not even up to 4%. And so it's always important for me to always say we're talking about micro, small, and medium enterprises in this conversation. Over the next 15 minutes, I'll talk broadly about the evolving Nigerian MSME landscape. I will speak and share some data sets from our 2022 of Entrepreneurship in Nigeria report. I will also talk about the key issues that we need to address, and I think a lot of that has been emphasized by the two speakers earlier before me. And then because we're then doing signposting for the new administration, I will talk about what we feel from our standpoint, the work we do, the entrepreneurs we support, and really being right there within the ecosystem, what we feel are the important priorities to enable growth, to enable productivity for micro, small, and medium enterprises in Nigeria. Thank you. Next slide, please. So, like I earlier mentioned, when we talk about Nigerian MSMEs, in fact, what happened last year, so the Small and Medium Enterprise Development Agency of Nigeria, SMEDAN, which is sort of the MDA that oversees small and growing business administration in Nigeria, they recently reclassified the data. So before we had micro, small, and medium enterprises, now we have nano, micro, small, and medium enterprises. And so when we look at that space, we have to, the way it's being reclassified now was because based on the previous surveys that have been done by the NBS and by SMEDAN, a large bucket was within micro category. And when they looked at those, about 90% of those within the micro category, a lot of them were individual-led businesses, so one man, one woman businesses. And so what they then did was added another category called nano businesses, which is for people who either are self-employed and running their own enterprises, so one man, one woman-led ventures, or employ not more than 3 people in addition to themselves, or you're looking at the turnover from a less than 3 million revenue. And so that's the additional dynamics that was added. But if you look at that table below, I mean, over the years, so generally speaking, we still have largely micro businesses. We still have largely nano and micro businesses in Nigeria. They've ranged between, I mean, they've been at least 97%, so range between 99% to about 96% as at the last survey that was launched last year, no, that was published last year. Interesting to see was that the small and medium enterprise segment grew slightly, about 2%, about 3%, so to speak, in the last one to, between the 2017 survey and also the 2021 survey. It's very diverse, it's very dynamic. It's still what I would call, because it's still largely informal, but there's a formality to the informality. And I think that that's something that we need to understand when we talk about micro and small businesses in Nigeria. Because a lot of the micro and small businesses, a lot of the nano and micro businesses that we engage with, they belong to associations, BMOs, trade groups, industry groups. Even if you look within the market setting, you see, no matter how localized they are, market associations and the like. And we believe that that's an untapped channel and community in terms of when you're talking about formalizing businesses that really, really needs to be harnessed. A lot of businesses grow within the communities. and there's a respect for the communal nature of that. And so when we start to talk about formalizing this informal sector, we have to say, where are the aggregation points? Where do we see them? Where do they find, Taiwo talked a lot about trust. Where are the centers of trust that exist? And then how can we expand and enable and challenge them to be formalized using a lot of those informal structures to which they derive support, knowledge, exchange, and all the like of. So we describe them as formal, informal businesses. We talk a lot about how small and growing businesses in Nigeria create a lot of the jobs. And, sometimes people challenge that. And I always ask that from the 10 people that young people that that were recently employed, you probably, and this is not Lagos people, by the way, so maybe not necessarily people in this room, but if you ask people who are probably outside of major cities and the like, or maybe in peri-urban centers, who pays them? They're small businesses. 7 out of 10 people will tell you that is somebody running a small business somewhere that is paying them full-time, part-time, informal, whatever way. That's how they are. And so that's why for me, even the job data, I don't even feel, if we probably even look at it a bit more, we'll see it even probably at 90%. And then, according to Smidan and NBS, there's a very strong contribution of almost 50% to the nominal GDP of the country. Another data set that I want us to go through is through our own research at the Faith Institute on the 2022 State of Entrepreneurship in Nigeria. And I will encourage you to download it on our research page. What we've been doing in the last 2 years, and we're launching the next one very soon, is to look at the entrepreneurial dynamic for small and growing businesses alongside a set of 5 indicators. We look at the business performance, so business mortality, growth, creation, and the like, how well it's doing from a revenue and performance perspective. We look at the ability of the entrepreneur to be able to acquire skills, to be able, whether it's financial management, financial literacy, and all the like, to be able to build the entrepreneurial skills and experience. We look at innovation and technology, and this is not in the very technical point, but really just baseline ability to use basic tools, basic technological information to be able to make decisions, or to be able to process transactions, operations, or banking and the like. We look at the perception of opportunities. How well do they feel that, they still want to continue to run a business despite the environment? And obviously, like the last 2 I've spoken on, we look at the enabling environment dynamic. Not surprising, the enabling environment dynamic, has ranked lowest consistently, and I think the last 2 speakers have spoken a lot about that. But what is very surprising to us is that Nigerians, a lot of people still feel that there's so much opportunity in entrepreneurship. I always joke around whenever we have to meet other people doing work for us in other countries. Some of the questions people ask, how do you inspire a culture of entrepreneurship and innovation? And I'm like, that's not our problem. We actually have to be discouraging people that it's not everybody that should be running a business, right? And so there's a high, in fact, even more than now, even despite the challenges of the environment, I know a number of people who have closed down businesses and will go and set up something else, right, to do that. And I think that is such an unharnessed potential and opportunity in terms of just how people feel that they have the opportunity to develop and grow their income and themselves, or even just provide and address the situation using entrepreneurial opportunities in Nigeria. The other interesting data for us, which obviously will not be surprising, is that we have a large number of young people, increasingly so, running businesses. So 80% of people that run businesses are between the ages of 15 to 39. A large part of that is people between 30 to 39. We're seeing a lot of people transitioning, whether by force, so maybe they were laid off, or there are no more opportunities within the career path, into entrepreneurship. But we're also seeing a lot of people younger and starting earlier. When we started at Faith Foundation 23 years ago, up until 2016, we did not take, you had to have finished tertiary education to be able to take any of our programs, because we wanted you to get to a point where there was some stability for you to then start to think of running a business. In fact, from the first 10 years of our founding, about 50–60% of people would have spent about 3 to 5 years in employment somewhere before then starting on the business. And then we then looked between 2014 and 2017, and we looked at the data, and we realized that most people that were coming in had actually started their businesses from school. So, and a number of them, about half of them will say that, well, they needed to augment their income, they needed to be able to pay for their school fees and their upkeep. But that for us showed us something, right? That entrepreneurship was starting significantly younger and earlier. And so now, what I think this one then validated for us is that we really have to harness the demographic potential of young people who are more who may not be as experienced as people who are starting businesses earlier, and who really want to expand that, whether from an opportunity-driven or necessity-driven perspective, but that's something same. And then last but not the least is that women are now up to 50% in running businesses. In fact, one of the data that was missing for us in the 2021 NBS Mid-Am survey was the gender disaggregated part of the data. Because the 2017 survey showed that of the women that are within the micro, small, and medium enterprise segments, there were 44% that were playing generally. But from those that were playing there, only 22% were the small and medium category. So that meant that, and that's less than a quarter. So that meant that most people that were running the businesses, women-led MSME businesses, were largely playing in the nano and micro space. Unfortunately, that data was not available for the one that was done last year. So next slide. So what are the key issues that, that need to be resolved and need to be prioritized? Is that yes, we have a lot of businesses. We have almost 40 million businesses, but they are very low growth. They are suboptimally unproductive. In fact, in a lot of cases, most of them probably should not be in business. They are very uncompetitive. So sometimes when we're speaking with people who map programs for SMEs, even within sub-Saharan Africa, we really have to disaggregate the Nigerian SME data. Because when you're then saying SME, you're saying, no, if you look at their year-on-year growth, their performance, their revenues, and everything that will lead to a productive small businesses, they really do not play in that space. And so, yes, we want to drive entrepreneurship growth, but without driving productive, competitive businesses across the board generally, we will still not be tapping the potential of small and growing businesses in terms of facilitating socioeconomic growth. The other thing which is very interesting for us to see, and I've been operating in this space for over 8 years now, and I can say that it's exciting to see how the ecosystem continues to expand within the micro, small, and medium enterprise space. A lot of people are coming in, first of all, recognizing that small businesses require specialized training, specialized support. You're working with somebody who's running their businesses. They don't have a CFO. They don't have a head of tax. They are the ones that will deal with the tax advisors themselves, do the financial management themselves, be the driver, be all in one in a lot of cases. And most times they're working with untrained hands. So it's great to see quite a lot of people coming into this space and supporting micro, small, and medium enterprises. But it's still very fragmented. It is not coordinated. And in a lot of cases, a lot of the efforts are in certain locations, primarily commercial centers, obviously, which you'll see. But, there needs to be more coordination and needs to be more enhancement with that. I've spoken in terms of what we're seeing in terms of more young people playing within the entrepreneurial space. But the challenge is then that their level of knowledge and understanding of what it takes to be able to build and grow a sustainable business is suboptimal and is lacking. A number of comments have also been made on the infrastructural deficits and gaps, and I'll speak to that. And then obviously what I've said on the challenging regulatory and business environment. Next slide. So this next slide is really where I would like to spend my time. The keynote speaker had spent some time also delving into this, but I want to speak on it in a bit more detail. So if you ask us, what are the areas with which we need to prioritize MSME growth, particularly for this new administration? Where do we think that if efforts are concerted and there's a lot of investment into pushing the kind of growth and productivity we can see, where should they be? Number one, and it was good that, tax formed a very focal point of the conversations that we've had. If we think that people in Nigeria are challenged about tax payments, I can bet you that small and growing businesses are significantly over-challenged with that. There was supposed to be an interaction session that we're supposed to have with the Lagos State government before the elections, but it didn't happen. But we are then done an informal analysis or informal survey with a number of our businesses, not even just our businesses, but different business groups. And the number one challenge businesses spoke about was taxation. And when people were listing out, it listed a number of the types of taxes, but I can tell you that those are not even the major taxes that a lot of our businesses pay. So yes, you have PIT, customs tax, CIT and VAT and everything. But a lot of the taxes that businesses pay are the very informal ones, particularly at the states and the local government levies. Even for the women that just set up tables in the local markets where we go to, if you ask them, for that table there's a tax, for that stand there's a tax, there's tax for garbage removal and disposal. Within a particular week, they'll tell you that somebody is taking 1 or 2K from them, and in at least 20 or 30 points. And so for a number of our businesses within the agribusiness space, by the time we sat down with them, they were talking about 40 to 50 different levies, not tax, not any of the major taxes that we've spoken about, that they pay to different people. And so when we're talking about tax streamlining for somebody who is running a small and growing businesses, what are the things they want to answer? What tax am I paying? Who am I paying it to? When am I paying it? How am I paying it? Why am I paying it? Those 5 things are the things that really, really need to be addressed. And so that when we're having a tax conversation, we're not just having a tax conversation with the framing that the person that is paying this tax are people that have total tax divisions, or they have tax consultants that they can reach out to. But that they're the people that more often are the ones that really need to be the ones sorting out their own taxes, but are not in the place to be able to do that. And they're the ones that are paying the most of the taxes that we talk about, but whether they're accounted for or not accounted for. And a great thing Oreoluwa is coming shortly after, because speaking around how we then use technology to make these processes for tax collection easy, simplified, and accessible in the most basic of technology areas. I know there have been a lot of improvements within the state and the federal inland revenues or internal revenues around how taxes should be made, but they're still very complicated for somebody who is running a small and growing business. So for us, that is number one priority in terms of streamlining and harmonizing the tax in a way that it's also easy and efficient for small businesses to understand all these different dynamics and facets for that. The second point is around regulatory cohesion. Because yes, on the one part, we need regulations around standardizations, protection, safety for goods and produce that are made, whether they're food products, health products, and the like. The challenge is that there are so many payment points. And, Abu talked about that. And one of the things for us that we've seen that has worked, and I'll even use Lagos as an example, is creating one-stop shop centers. Now, a lot of these things have to be state-driven and local government-driven, not even federal-driven. So I think when we also talk about prioritizing MSME growth, productivity, and enablement, we need to separate the role of the federal government and also the role of the state and the local government. But we cannot overemphasize what one-stop shops can do. So within a space, within the local government area, you're able to do everything from registration, license processing, even the information around understanding what you need to do at every point is capacitated at that local level. When people ask me personally which of the funding programs that I think have been the most efficient and effective from a government funding program for MSMEs, I always point to the Lagos State Employment Trust Fund. And I say that because of the point that I'll make around number 5. That fund was very clear about who it was designing for and who it was not designing for. It was very clear about what that handshake of the funding will do with employment creation. It was very clear about learning and growing and scaling from that learning. It was very clear about pivoting when there were situations and challenges, right? Like COVID, or like when there were vandalizations during in October of 2020. But one of the other things that was very effective was localizing support systems within local governments. So if you needed to get LASRA, I didn't know how to go to for LSCCF, you could go to a local government to be able to do it. If you needed to understand how to apply, because in a number of cases the application was online, but you didn't have access to internet data or even a data-enabled phone, you could apply. And this is something that we can take, we can learn, we can explore, expand, and scale. Because at the end of the day, all these things, because yes, we want regulation, we want formalization of small businesses, but you have to meet businesses where they are. Yes, ideally we want them to be able to go online and be able to do everything that they can do, but we're not there yet. And by the way, a lot of the online platforms and portals are not seamless. They are challenged, they're down half of the time, and you will still need to have a manual part or go in person to the process. And so when we're able to, first of all, have a way where there's a cohesiveness around all the regulatory requirements that anybody starting and growing a small business needs in one point, and there's the capacity at that level to be able to address that, we will go a long way even in talking about formalization. One of the things that is important is also making sure, and I'm happy we talked about the capacity of the civil service. We cannot have people who are making laws and who are also within the civil service who are not entrepreneurial in their thinking, who do not understand the value of time, who do not understand why a process needs to be shortened, streamlined, made efficient and straightforward. And so beyond just saying we want to expand the entrepreneurial thinking of people who want to run businesses, I think we need to expand the entrepreneurial thinking of people who are making the policies and regulations to be able to support or are advocating for regulation of the small and growing business space. The third part is around sectoral optimization. I think that there are a lot of programs that have been designed but do not understand like the complexity and the dynamics of the entrepreneurial ecosystem, and understanding that yes, even when we have priority sectors, whether, and you know the typical priority sectors, we talk about services, agribusiness, you know, manufacturing, creatives, and all the different elements, is that you have to optimize and you have to make your programs, your policies built around the dynamics, the cash flows of the sectors that they're in, and you then develop those programs based on that. Because it's the way you will do and you will fund and you design a program for a tomato business in Jos will be very, very different from, you know, how you look at another kind of similar business in another sector in the southwest part. So really understanding the positioning and the competitive advantage of a lot of the sectors and
So you've been watching the broadcast from BudgIt. Unfortunately, it came to an end. Very interesting, a lot of varied topics. We're just going to quickly go and give you an update. 1 second, please. Give me a second. We just found out one or two things that I'm trying to bring to your attention. We are hearing some information which is interesting. So let us see if we can get it to you. It's to do with Autumn. Governor Autumn apparently has been arrested. So we are going to try and get that to you right quick. 1 second. It's by China's news. We just saw it just now, and we thought we should really talk about it right now because it's very important. It's topic.
Mr. President.
So let us hold on for a second on that. We'll come back to that later on. Today is what? Okay, we'll come back to that. That's not what we want to do. So yeah, Governor Autumn apparently has been arrested by the Economic Crimes Commission, or EFCC, and we are trying to source that right away. 1 second, please. 1 second. So we're going to give you updates on it now. I'm just going to show you some things. So now, basically, we'll come back to that later. Sorry, 1 minute. That's not what we're looking for. This is what we're looking for. We still give you. I just want to give you an update and heads up on this. Really, I don't like doing things half, but let's just see how this works. So the top story: Autumn is in custody. So let's listen. Top story: Autumn in custody, EFCC custody. I mean, misappropriation claims. Autumn was invited for questioning by anti-graft agency for alleged misappropriation of funds a month after leaving office. Now we all know this is what happens. You know, don't get your hopes up. That's him there. Sorry, that's him there. So he's been invited. That's all the information we have. So we will see what else. So former Benue State Governor. Just trying to give you some information here. Former Benue State Governor. Sorry about that. 1 second. Yeah. Former Benue State Governor Samuel Autumn has been taken into custody of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission. Now we know that they do that, you know, as a matter of what they do all the time. We will give you more updates as and when we get it. So I wanted to just bring that to your attention. I'm going to touch on 1 or 2 things myself now. So I'll read it a bit more if I can. Now, 1 second. We're going to read that. I'll read it to you what I've had so far anyway. So you've got the breaking news. So now we are hearing that listen to this. So we are hearing that Channels Television reports that the ex-Benue governor arrived at the Abuja office of the EFCC on Tuesday morning and was sighted walking into the building of the anti-graft agency. Benue State is said to have a debt profile of 187.7 billion naira. Wow. So when they're saying they're fighting for the citizens and everything else, one wonders. I mean, the question, you need to ask a question. So that is what they're saying. He needs to answer those questions. But these are the kind of things that we are, really here to try and raise awareness about. And it sort of concerns, you look at these figures and you start asking yourself, what is going on? And that's why, like I said, behind me, you can see we must participate in our governance. We need to begin to hold all of them to account. We're not going to count our chickens because somebody just said, oh, by the way, this is coming, and that's great and everything else. Let's just see what else I can bring to your attention on that. So that's where we're looking at right now. And then there's something worth looking into to see what else is happening around that. I'm just trying to see if there's any more information around that. Like I said, I will proceed shortly. I might do a stream of an area broadcast again to you guys just to see. So property, Benue Governor Governor Alias sets a committee to recover looted properties. So now In tandem with that, now Alia, Governor Alia lashes back at Alia. So we're seeing what they're doing. Governor Alia is a pastor or something. So he's trying to set up a committee to recover looted funds. So all of these are all interconnected in short. So let me just see. So let me show you the new governor of Abia State. So here we go. That's the governor of Benue State, Governor Alia. Sets up committee to recover the looted government properties. So let's read again, just a little bit more. I'm just trying to get as much information. That's Governor Alia on the left and Autumn on the right. So we can see, obviously, face governance, stop looting for scapegoats. Autumn lashes back at Alia. But anyway, in all of that, we now know that Autumn is now in the EFCC court custody. So we're just bringing more of this to you as it happens, of course. So whilst we're waiting for one or two things, I'm going to just quickly switch to another broadcast, and then we might come back later on myself with one or two things, just to see how things are going. And it's important that we touch on things like this. There are a lot of things that I want to talk about. There is something I want to talk about, and I'm probably going to still do that again later, but I want to show you something. Those of us that are very keen to leave Nigeria and Japa and everything else, we need to understand what is going on. Something else has happened, and it is worth talking about that before I bring something else on board. Like I said, you're watching Seasoning, the platform where we speak truth to power. Let's have a look at this. 1 second. Where is it now? Let me see. Yeah, so I want you to watch this video, and we're going to talk about it now in detail, because it talks about
retiring in West Africa.
So these are white people wanting to come and retire in West Africa. These are white people, they want to come and retire in West Africa, and I want you to listen to this video. Please take the time to listen to it, watch it properly, and then we'll discuss. Then I'll come and discuss it with you. So
Ghana, and why that makes so much sense for a lot of Western.
So let me just go back again.
Talk about retiring in West Africa, and specifically Ghana, and why that makes so much sense for a lot of Westerners who want to escape the rat race of living in the Western world. Now, many Westerners have this myopic focus that they need to retire somewhere in the continental U.S. Generally, they'll say, I have to live in Florida or Arizona or California. But let me compare those to what life is like living in Ghana. First off, because of the cost of living being lower, most people are going to be able to retire 5 to 10 years earlier if they plan to live out their retirement in Ghana. So you're getting an extra 5 to 10 years of your life where you can just enjoy your golden years. The residency process is very straightforward. If you're of African descent, there is the right of abode, meaning that with very few questions asked, you can maintain permanent residency in Ghana. And if you're not of African descent, there is still very straightforward visa programs available for someone who wants to retire to Ghana. The next is healthcare.
Listen,
now, most people are going to say,
are you all listening? I hope you're listening.
I'm going to I tend to disagree. The West will give you the most medicine, they'll give you the most pills, but when it comes to actually taking care of you, you're going to get much better service in Ghana if you are a person of means. So whereas you're going to a waiting room in America, waiting in 30 minutes for the doctor just to see you for 5 minutes, if you're in Ghana, the doctor's coming to your house. They're staying with you as long as they need, and they're taking care of you and listening to all of your concerns. It's a different healthcare experience, and if you haven't experienced that, you really should. And then some people will say, well, what about if I need some kind of major health issue, something like that requires Western medicine? Well, South Africa is about a 4-hour flight away at most. Dubai is 8 hours away.
Are you
Europe
listening?
Is 7 hours
Those
away.
of us who are trying to jackpot,
really feel that you need Western healthcare,
we need to
that's
be looking at
available for you.
Africa from with different perspective now, totally different.
So dollar for
We need to
dollar,
get back in there
Ghana is
and build our nation,
significantly
build
better
our
than what
continent.
you could have in the Western world,
See?
because the prices are just so inflated in the West. So whereas you might be thinking, oh, I'm just going to retire in this small townhouse or a condo, in West Africa, you can have a larger single-family house. And you might think, well, how am I going to take care of that? But in Western Africa, because of the cost of living, you can afford to hire staff. You can be taken care of. And then I also want to talk about the climate. You're going to feel a lot more comfortable. You're going to feel a lot better living in West Africa than you would living in Florida, which is very muggy, or Arizona, which is just swelteringly hot most of the year. But maybe you're thinking, well, hey, listen, maybe I'm losing my stores or I'm losing my quality of living somewhere else. Well, here, let me show you what one of our supermarkets looks like here in Africa. Okay.
So look at
this is your low quality.
We are missing out
in West Africa. Maybe you want to talk about the beaches and where you can go on the weekends. Here's what the beaches look like. This is where you're going to be spending more time.
That's what we're running away from.
Some concerns about safety because the Western media has painted Africa
as
this dangerous place. But let's look at the actual numbers comparing Ghana to, say, Washington, D.C. The murder rate in Washington, D.C. is 15 times higher than what happens in Ghana. It's just much more dangerous. In fact, almost every major city has more violent crime in America and more murders than what we have in West Africa. And lastly, let's talk about food. In West Africa, I'm going to tell you the food is much better. You are going to lose your access to processed food if you decide to come out here. It's going to be much better food. It's going to you're probably going to lose a lot of weight. You're going to get in better shape than you've ever been. I think that in many ways you're going to be much healthier if you live in West Africa versus living in the Western world. So if you're thinking about retiring, I would definitely be giving some consideration to West Africa. I don't think that you need to work until you're 70 and then go to a nursing home when you're 80 years old. I don't think that's a way that you should live. I feel that you should be able to retire when you're 55 or 60. Go out, have a wonderful life. Go play golf as much as you like to.
They are planning, they're going back to Africa. They're coming to Africa.
And I think that you're going to be greatly rewarded for it.
Europeans are leaving America, coming to Africa. And we are leaving Africa, going to Europe.
Give us a call because we have developments both outside of Accra and Abidjan. There's my shameless plug. But what do you guys think? Are you a Westerner who's looking to retire? And have you considered going out of the country? And if so, would you consider Africa? Why or why not? Let me know in the comments below. And if this video provided value to you, give me a like or a follow. That really helps out my channel. And I'll see you guys on the next video. Or maybe I'll see you in Africa.
So, there you go. That is something that is that for us, that I want to go and say, I'm leaving, I want to go, I'm going to Europe. And they are coming from Europe to Africa, to our own land. It's time we woke up, my people. It's time we woke up. It really is. I wanted to just state that. So if you're watching this man here is living in Ghana right now, and we need to get the benefits of our soil and everything, our sea and everything else. And it is something definitely worth considering for us all, myself included. Seriously. In fact, we just have to make sure we clear up those issues the perceptions and things in our own mind, and be ready to get back in there and build a great continent. I'm really, this is something that we're trying to run away and go and when we come to Europe, what do? We leave when we come to Europe. When we leave Africa, what do? We are working 3, 4, 5 jobs. They want to come and relax and retire and enjoy on our own on African soil. And we need to change that perception urgently. So I'm really keen to actually encourage us to really wake up. Let me just play that again one more time. Here we go. This is a guy from America living in Ghana right now. Just listen to how they are so interested in encouraging Europeans to come to live in Africa and retire. And we are busy trying to go over there and be working till we die and then not get the benefits of everything we've done. We have the benefits right there in West Africa, in Africa. And it's time we start enjoying it. Listen again.
Talk about retiring in West Africa and specifically Ghana, and why that makes so much sense for a lot of Westerners who want to escape the rat race of living in the Western world. Now, many Westerners have this myopic focus that they need to retire somewhere in the continental U.S. Generally, they'll say, I have to live in Florida or Arizona or California. But let me compare those to what life is like living in Ghana. First off, because of the cost of living being lower, most people are going to be able to retire 5 to 10 years earlier if they plan to live out their retirement in Ghana. So you're getting an extra 5 to 10 years of your life where you can just enjoy your golden years. The residency process is very straightforward. If you're of African descent, there is the right of abode, meaning that with very few questions asked, you can maintain permanent residency in Ghana. And if you're not of African descent, there is still very straightforward visa programs available for someone who wants to retire to Ghana. The next is healthcare. Now, most people are going to say, well, the West has the best possible healthcare system. I tend to disagree. The West will give you the most medicine, they'll give you the most pills, but when it comes to actually taking care of you, you're going to get much better service in Ghana if you are a person of means. So whereas you're going to a waiting room in America, waiting in 30 minutes for the doctor just to see you for 5 minutes, if you're in Ghana, the doctor's coming to your house. They're staying with you as long as they need, and they're taking care of you and listening to all of your concerns. It's a different healthcare experience, and if you haven't experienced that, you really should. And then some people will say, well, what about if I need some kind of major health issue, something like that requires Western medicine? Well, South Africa is about a 4-hour flight away at most. Dubai is 8 hours away. Europe is 7 hours away. So whatever you need, if you really feel that you need Western healthcare, that's available for you. The next is going to be the places that you live, the real estate. So dollar for dollar, a house in Ghana is going to be significantly better than what you could have in the Western world because the prices are just so inflated in the West. So whereas you might be thinking, oh, I'm just going to retire in this small townhouse or a condo, in West Africa, you can have a larger single-family house. And you might think, well, how am I going to take care of that? But in Western Africa, because of the cost of living, you can afford to hire staff. You can be taken care of. And then I also want to talk about the climate. You're going to feel a lot more comfortable. You're going to feel a lot better living in West Africa than you would living in Florida, which is very muggy, or Arizona, which is just swelteringly hot most of the year. But maybe you're thinking, well, hey, listen, maybe I'm losing my stores or I'm losing my quality of living somewhere else. Well, here, let me show you what one of our supermarkets looks like here in Africa. Okay. This is your low quality of living in West Africa. Maybe you want to talk about the beaches and where you can go on the weekends. Here's what the beaches look like. This is where you're going to be spending your time. And then maybe you have some concerns about safety because the Western media has painted Africa as this dangerous place. But let's look at the actual numbers comparing Ghana to, say, Washington, D.C. The murder rate in Washington, D.C. is 15 times higher than what happens in Ghana. It's just much more dangerous. In fact, almost every major city has more violent crime in America and more murders than
there are more violent crimes in America than there is across the whole of West Africa.
In West Africa, I'm going to tell you the food is much better. You are going to lose your access to processed food if you decide to come out here. It's going to be much better food. It's going to you're probably going to lose a lot of weight. You're going to get in better shape than you've ever been. I think that in many ways you're going to be much healthier if you live in West Africa versus living in the Western world. So if you're thinking about retiring, I would definitely be giving some consideration to West Africa. I don't think that you need to work until you're 70 and then go to a nursing home when you're 80 years old. I don't think that's a way that you should live. I feel that you should be able to retire when you're 55 or 60. Go out, have a wonderful life. Go play golf as much as you like to. Enjoy your golden years. Help out the economy of West Africa. And I think that you're going to be greatly rewarded for it. In fact, you should probably take a trip out there. And if you're interested in new home construction, you can always give us a call.
They are even talking about that others should take a trip out to West Africa. We, all of us, should begin to...
Are you a Westerner who's looking to retire? And have you considered going out of the country? And if so, would you consider Africa? Why or why not? Let me know in the comments below. And if this video provided value to you, give me a like or a follow. That really helps out my channel. And I'll see you guys on the next video. Or maybe I'll see you in Africa.
So, anyway, I just thought we need to really be thinking that we are living in our droves for the West, and they are trying to come back in. I'm going to show this video and talk about this again and again and again and again and again and again. It is worth looking into and really understanding how our perception has to really change. So we will play that for now, but what I'm going to do, I'm going to have a little pause with what's going on, and then we will come and discuss at length, because I think there's one or two things that I saw now that I think we should do. We need to look into. But in the meantime, what I am gonna do is to really say it again. 1 second. Let me just check. Okay, 1 second. Okay, right. Okay. We'll be linking in and playing a bit of a replay of the inauguration of the Senate. So let me just, sorry, not there. Of course not. 1 second, that is not gonna work because it's gonna be a problem. I'm trying to show you some things, but like I said, Autumn has been arrested, and that's not, Governor Autumn has been arrested by the EFCC. He walked in himself. So let us see if this will. I want to make sure I check something with you. Goodness me. 1 second. So we're gonna get this started out now. We're gonna start this out now, and then we're going to do this. So if you're watching us for the first time, please don't forget, go ahead and subscribe to Season AY, the platform where we speak truth to power. We need your help and support in growing our platform. We're going on a drive to get that going. What do you think about the appointments made by President Tinubu right now? So apparently President Tinubu was departed for France, even for France. Sorry, I'm a little bit distracted. So let us see one thing here. 1 minute. I will just check something quickly, but we will talk about that. Let me just see if I can show you briefly as well. We will try and see if we can do that for you as well. So, but what I'm gonna do now, in the meantime, whilst I'll source that out for you, we will do this, and I'll come back later on. It's important to really try one or two things here. We're trying to just get things going. So here we go. We look at that, and we're going to give you the updates on I'll give you updates. I may interrupt this broadcast and give you an update on that the trip to France by Tinubu, or I'll come back and do that later on. I'll probably do that later on, so just bear with us. So here we go.
Keep it simple. The last place that we did not hear you, so for clarity, what is the reason why the tells us how it looks? For what purpose?
What the words you see on the screen written on the lower right hand are there for us to really know that we have the power to hold our governors to account. So of course take a screenshot of that, and of course use it as part of the discussions with family and friends to let them know they have the power. And I keep saying it there. The one you see slightly lower down, Section 42C, the participation by the people in the government shall be in accordance with the provisions of this constitution. So that's there for you to look at. And of course 42A, sovereignty belongs to the people of Nigeria, from whom the government through this constitution derives its powers and authority. So
I rise on behalf of the good people of Nigeria.
So I'll be back. We'll watch for a bit. I'll come back and give you a bit about the situation. Thanks. Bye.
Honorable Sajidin Abbas. You, Adini. Daniel Adini. On behalf of Alimusho Federal Constituency, the largest local government in Nigeria, I vote Sajidin Abbas. Olawale George. On behalf of our Federal Constituency, I vote Honorable Sajidin Abbas. Ishola Samuel Olamuyiwa. Adishola Samuel Olamuyiwa. Glory be to God. On behalf of the people of Apapa Federal Constituency, I vote Tajudeen Abbas. Nígbà Chelsea Olúṣeun. Chelsea Olúṣeun. I rise to vote for Right Honorable Dr. Tajudeen Abbas. Raji Awali Nasir. Member-elect Raji Olawale, on behalf of the good people of Edwe Federal Constituency, including the Abbas family of Edwe, I rise to vote Honorable Tajudeen Abbas, Iyan South South, as the next Speaker of the House of Reps. Thank you. Thank you, Santa. On behalf of Oceans and Lagos, I vote for Abbas family. So I appreciate people that have some order in the house. It's like there's a lot of distraction. Order being the Benjamin at the end. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, on behalf of the people of the Bakwari, I vote for Right Honorable Tajudeen Abbas. Benjamin Adeyemi. Okay, when it is around, we don't mind, you can just repeat on the record. Benjamin, you want me once again? In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, and on behalf of the people of the Bakwari, my vote goes to Honorable Right Honorable Tajudeen Abbas. Finally, James Abiodun.
Thank you. As a proud representative of the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and my other constituents of the Federal Constituency, I rise to vote for a very humble man, Right Honorable Tajudeen Abbas.
My name remains Babajimi Benson. I rise to cast my vote for a deep man, Tajudeen Chukwemeka Omobale Abbas. Thank you, sir. Obara Adekola Kabilat. Obara Adekola Kabilat.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. For and on behalf of the industrious people of Oshofe Federal Constituency in Lagos State, the Center of Excellence, my vote is unequivocally for Right Honorable Tajudeen Abbas.
My name is Emi Mandolapo Badru. On behalf of the Premier Local Government in Nigeria, Lagos and Anambra Federal Constituency, I cast my vote for TJ Abbas.
No, I didn't do that. My name is case, who appears in the absence when we call his name. Member-elect Kama Ukemkuna Senandi. Kama Ukemkuna Senandi.
My names are Kama Nkemkama Senandi Patrick Kosi. I represent the good people of Okoza on the Igbo Federal Constituency. I rise to vote for Honorable Tajudeen Abbas.
Thank you, Monshu Friday. Thank you, Monshu Friday. On behalf of the people of Lagos Island Federal Constituency 2 and the Kingdom of Lagos, I rise to cast my votes for my brother Prince Ian Zaza, Prince Dr. Honorable Tajudeen Abbas. Thank you. Monshu Olanrewaju.
Thank you, DCMA. Ali Adeyemi Taofeek is my name. My people from Mushin, one constituency, they have directed me to come here and tell my good for Dr. Tajudeen Abbas. Thank you.
Excuse me, Mr. Clark. Please, I have a point of observation here. Yes, my name was skipped. My name was called in the attendance list, but now in the nomination list, my name was changed. So that's the observation. Mashin Federal Constituency, Katsina State. You can check the attendance list. It's different from the one that you called.
Sir?
Yes. Mashin Federal Constituency. You can check the attendance list. It's different from the one.
Visit that, sir. This is the process.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Thank you very much.
Mr. Director, I'm very much around the December also.
To the glory of God.
Yeah,
To the glory of God. And as directed by the Holy Spirit, I have been anointed by the author and finisher of my faith to let my faith stand as rock of Gibraltar behind and for Tajudeen Abbas eulogy.
Olúwaṣeyì Ṣóhùnmí. Olúwaṣeyì Ṣóhùnmí. Olúwaṣeyì Ṣóhùnmí. Member-elect Ṣèyí Ṣóhùnmí.
Standing on the directive of the people of Oshodi, son of Constituency 1 Lagos State, I, Dr. Bashiru Ayinla-Daudu, cast my vote for Dr. Tajudeen Abbas.
Blessing Okebio Olúwa Arusi. Blessing.
Present. On behalf of the heartbeat of Lagos, Oshodi Solo 2, I vote for Dr. Tajudeen Abbas.
Fine, Aliu.
My name is Ademori Aliukuye. I represent the good people of Shumulu Federal Constituency. I rise to vote for Dr. Tajudeen Abbas.
Member-elect Ayabíàmílà Fẹ́mi
I vote for Dr. Tajudeen Abbas.
Òkúọlá Láre to the mic.
I cast my vote for Honorable Tajuddin Abbas, the best man for the job.
Umaru Jeremiah, on behalf of the people of Akanya, Wamba Nasarawa, I vote Dr. Tajuddin Abbas, ESSO. Azan Abubakar, Nalaraba.
Thank you, DCNA. Abubakar Hassan Nalaraba is my name, Sadaqalabi Abubakar. My vote is for Tajuddin Abbas. Thank you.
When Peters of Jonathan, I vote for Dr. Tajuddin Abbas, ESSO. Thank you. Nair Abubakar Sariki, I hereby voted for Tajuddin Abbas, ESSO. Ali Abdul Mumin Mohammed, your name is good. My vote goes to my elder brother, my mentor, the true Democrat, Right Honorable Idris Ahmed Wasi. Mahmoud Abdullahi. Mahmoud Abdullahi. Mohammed Jafaru Ali. Jafaru Ali. Sayyid Musa Abdullahi.
I vote for Dr. Tajuddin Abbas, PhD. Thank you.
Araje Yusuf Ure. Abubakar.
My vote goes to Tajuddin Abbas, ESSO. I vote for the ESSO, Right Honorable Tajuddin Abbas.
Abdullahi Aidaruba.
Abdullah Idris Garba, representing Montebora. My vote goes for ESSO, Tajuddin Abbas, incoming speaker.
Nana Joseph Audu. Nana Joseph Audu. Shehu Saleh Idao.
I vote for Tajuddin Abbas.
Ismail Musa Modibo.
I also represent the pillar of our democracy, Moshood Kashimawu Olawale Abiola. I vote Tajuddin Abbas.
Afolabi Moruf. Akidosi Olatunji Akoni. Isaac Anasu Adekoyega.
On behalf of the people of Yewa North, Imekwa, from Federal Constituency of Ogun State, the gateway to the nation, I vote Honorable Tajuddin Abbas, PhD.
Abiodun Ishaq Adelade.
My name is Right Honorable Adelade Adenusa. On behalf of people of Yewa South, the Federal Constituency of Ogun State, I vote for
Right Honorable Tamil Abbas, the man of destiny. Isiaka Ibrahim Ayokunle. On behalf of the very good people of Ifo, Igwe Federal Constituency, and on behalf of the fastest growing economic state in Nigeria, Ogun State, Isiaka Ayokunle Ibrahim, I cast my vote for Dr. Tajuddin Abbas. I did this from Joseph on behalf of my federal constituency, who not in the police of water side, I rise to cast my vote for Right Honorable Tajuddin Abbas. Ogunbaruwo Adeleke Olufemi. On behalf of the financially prudent people of Ijebuland, I vote for Honorable Tajuddin Abbas.
I am Honorable Yoba Otumba Adeun Oriyomi Olori. I represent the Honorable Human people of Kenneth Adam Arema North. I'm from Ogun State, and I rise to cast my vote for the Prince of Zazzau, Tajuddin Abbas.
I rise to cast my vote for the decriminalized Nigerian, the embodiment of legislature, and the man that has created so many opportunities for the youth by virtue of legislative experience. Right Honorable Tajuddin Abbas Iyan Zazzau. Thank you. My name is Adebalati Adeboyega. I vote for Tajuddin Abbas.
On behalf of the good people of Akure North, Akure South, Ondo State, I vote for Honorable Tajuddin Abbas, the Doctor of Philosophy.
I think Festus Olanrewaju. Festus Olanrewaju. Member-elect Festus Olanrewaju. The name is Ojogo Jonas Kenekambo. I represent the Ilajes and the just-speaking people of our kingdom and Akure of Ilajes Federal Conference Ondo State. I rise to vote for Dr. Tajuddin Abbas. I did the first course. On behalf of the good people of Ineluji, Okebo, and Oyibo Federal Constituency, I rise today, 13th of June, 2023, to cast my vote for Honorable Dr. Tajuddin Abbas. Thank you. Ogunjimi John. Member-elect Ogunjimi John. Peter Abiodun. Peter Abiola. My name is Honorable Dr. Abiola Peter Makinde, representing the good people of Ondo, East, West, Federal Constituency, rise to vote for Dr. Tajudeen Abbas.
You're watching the voting going on at the House of Representatives, the Green Chamber, for the speakership position. We'll now bring you the inaugural speech of the Senate President of the 10th Assembly from Akwa Ibom State, Senator Godswill Akpabio, in the Red Chamber.
Today marks a historic moment for all of us as we embark on a new chapter in the 10th Senate of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. My speech is on my behalf and also on behalf of my Deputy Senate President of the 10th Senate, a very humble personage who have been humbled by the events of today, the distinguished Senator Jibril Barao. We are both very happy to have been given this opportunity, and we show gratitude to Almighty God. We also want to thank God on your behalf, and especially congratulate all of you who have just been sworn in as Senators of the Federal Republic of Nigeria for being able to wade through the very difficult elections that we passed through. I described that last election as the first cashless election in Nigeria, the 2023 elections. In some states, we had tsunamis, and in others, we had some of our colleagues returning. But I think the number of senators that returned were about 30 or thereabouts. And those that came fresh into the red chambers are about 79 in number. But today, everybody is ranked, having been sworn in. So I want to say once again, congratulations. Let me also thank the clerk of the National Assembly, the clerk of the Senate, and all the staff of the Senate and the National Assembly for their very, very valuable time and hard work, dedication to duties and commitments and contributions to the Nigerian Federation. I want to say, I don't know how Senator Abdul puts it, whether he says first among equals or first one among equals or first among equals. There's a way he puts his own. So I don't understand, but I just want to say that I will continue to be one amongst you. And I'll work with you, for you, beside you. I'll be a Senate President that will stand for all, including distinguished Senator Yari. Whether I was qualified to contest or not, did not matter. What mattered is that democracy took root right here in these chambers today. So let me congratulate you for a hard fight. I want to extend my hand of fellowship to you. We've already discussed here that we are going to work very closely together. I take it that every single senator here voted for me. And what has happened today is historic. This is the first time in the Nigerian Senate that you have 8 political parties seated in one chambers. What that means is that as soon as you pass through the door to enter these red chambers, you become a senator of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and no longer of your political party. And I will treat you so. I must say that I am humbled to be so honored by my colleagues. I'm extremely delighted that despite the fact that the invitations were very few, my dear wife, Ekaite Unamagos Shulakwayo, is in the crowd to witness this historic occasion together with my last daughter. I hope she will not admire any senator here. But I won't mind being a father-in-law to a senator if there's anybody young one that's not. So, my dear wife, congratulations for being a great woman a woman of great virtue, an exemplary woman, and one that loves Nigeria, and one that loves humanity. May God continue to prosper and bless you and grant you peace. The country is at a crossroads. We are grappling with a lot of difficulties. We have just inherited an economy that requires renewal, revitalization. I want to thank our dear President, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, and the Vice President Kashim Shettima, GCON, for the steps they've taken so far, which has given a lot of hope to the entire Nigerian Federation and even the West African sub-region as a whole. I want to assure Mr. President that no matter what name the Senate is called, we are here to do national duties. This Senate is about Nigeria and Nigerians. And so long as the policies that come to these chambers concern the empowering and upliftment of Nigerians, we shall dwell and deliberate and then have robust debate on them with public hearings. We will work closely with the executive arm of government whilst maintaining the normal independence of the legislation. So let me thank the President for the choice of Senator Godswill Akpabio and Senator Jibril Barrow, and also thank the party, the All Progressive Congress, for the zoning system that brought all of us, and especially thank my colleagues, my brothers, and my sisters in the 10th Assembly, the 10th Senate, for voting for us across party lines. This is the way we shall continue to be together. Whatever will happen here, we will think Nigeria, and will dwell on Nigeria, and will make a very big difference. I assure you that my reputation precedes me. My track record is there for all to see. We will bring about uncommon changes in the 10th Senate of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. I must say that today should not really be a speech-making day. It should just be a day for all of us to thank God that none of us was consumed by the COVID. Mine is to pray for you, as you have honored me and honored my brother, Jibril, that God will also continue to honor you, and God will be there for you and your families. Something that I always feel in my heart, may none of us ever be a next item in the 10th Senate. Can we say amen? I used to feel very bad whenever we come for sittings and they will say we have to adjourn, and then they will say stand up for 1 minute silence. And 32 seconds later, they will say may he or her soul rest in peace. The next thing, they will say clerk, next item. So I thought we were all next items. So the first prayer I have for you, for this great honor today, is that may you never be the next item. May you never be the next item. May your family never see tragedies. That will be my prayer to God Almighty. So I want to further assure you that the enormous responsibilities facing us, that we shall tackle them headlong. We'll look into the existing laws and work closely with the House of Representatives to realign them, to ensure that they are fit for purpose and they suit the current realities of the artificial intelligence that the world is facing today. We will try our best to also make laws that will move forward and encourage foreign direct investment into the country. The current administration has brought about the acronym of Renewed Hope, and I think this Senate will join in ensuring a total renewal hope for Nigerians, where there seems to have been no hope. I had the opportunity of serving as a governor, and I warned my people who work with me that I do not still believe in politically motivated infrastructure. Therefore, the 10th Senate of the Federal Republic of Nigeria will ensure very serious oversight functions. We shall carry out very serious oversight functions to make sure that we do not waste the resources of the country. We'll put members of the executive on their toes, particularly the ministers, when they are ready to work. When they are appointed, we'll follow project by project and also we'll do our best in terms of our preparation. We will not have any delay. And this one, I must commend the 9th Senate, because we had a difficult time in the 8th Senate when we used to have delay in budgets for almost 7 months. But when I came this time around, the 9th Senate did so well. They were able to get Nigeria back to the era of January to December budget system. And I think the 10th Senate will maintain that tradition. I hope I'm speaking your minds. That will enable us to plan well and start well for the country. So the executive must also assist us to make sure that they send the budgets on time, and the ministers and then the MPs and the other parastatals that ought to defend the budgets will have to suspend foreign trips and come down to do so, so we can act timelessly and make sure that we maintain that tradition. So I pay great tribute to my predecessor, distinguished Senator Ahmed Lawan, for the achievements, the number of laws passed were unprecedented, and particularly the SDGs, the numerous projects strewn around the country that were completed, unlike in the 8th Senate where we had what they call budgetary approval, and then they said no cash backing, and so we had a lot of abandoned projects. I do hope that this current administration will also work closely with us to give us 98 to 100% releases and not just approval without cash backup. So we'll work closely with the executive in that direction for the benefit of the constituents. So I assure my colleagues that yes, indeed, God has given us this opportunity. Every generation, according to Frank Fanon, must, out of absolute obscurity, discover their mission. And when they do so, they either fulfill the mission or they betray the mission. This Senate, the 10th Senate, we have discovered our mission, which is a mission to renew hope in Nigeria, a mission to ensure that we revitalize the Nigerian economy, working closely with the executive. We will not betray the people of Nigeria, and will not betray that intention. To my dear brothers, government is a continuum, and the Senate is no less. We shall therefore further strengthen the legislative space in continuation of the honorable efforts made by the 9th Senate that I just referred to. Some of the issues that will concern us will be gender matters. We don't have a lot of women in the Senate. I'm not suggesting that you give your spaces to women in the 11th Senate, but we should ought to have had more women here. But we have only 3 women in the Senate. So I want to congratulate them and pray that next time we shall have more women, and not my seat, maybe any other person who should So we shall pay particular attention to issues relating to persons with disabilities and the vulnerables in our dear society. We will engage in any legislative action that will bring about empowerment and stop our youth from being recruited into banditry and then unknown gunmen, Boko Haram and others. We'll pay attention to insecurity. We'll work closely with the executive to ensure that we can sleep with 2 eyes closed, and then we can also travel by rail, by road to any part of the country without fear of let or hindrance. We will expand legislation to improve the revenue stream in the country. Our current president has a track record in that respect. When he became a governor in Lagos in 1999, I think Lagos was not getting more than 600 million or thereabouts in a month. But today, with the programs they put in place, they say Lagos is getting between 50 to 61 billion every month as internally generated revenue. Nigeria can do so. We can improve the revenue of this country so that we tackle most of the debts that we have strewn all over the place. The president has already said that Nigeria must produce what it consumes and consume what it produces. And therefore, we will do everything to assist him to make sure that that dream becomes a reality for the prosperity of this great nation. So we must tackle issues that relate to new sources of revenue. We shall have a seriously forward-looking Senate that will emphasize on economic viability, social acceptability, tackle environmental issues, and then bring about sustainable growth. We must therefore, as a body, rise to partner with the government of President Bola Tinubu to provide the required legislative framework and legal environment for him to anchor the policies and programs that he espouses for the country. Like he says, elections are over, governance has started, and for the 10th Senate, we are going to hit the ground running, and we'll make sure that our conscience are proud of us every step of the way. So let me say, distinguished senators, our roles as representatives and members of our individual political parties notwithstanding, there is every reason for us to support good policies and programs of the federal government and also look at what the states are doing. Because if the states are not doing well, there is no amount of work at the federal level that will have many. To the Nigerian people, I say this: your dreams, your aspirations, and your well-being will be at the heart of everything that we do in these chambers. I therefore urge you to continue to pray for us, but remain faithful, because we are steadfast and will remain united as Nigerians to ensure that your welfare is not taken for granted, and particularly the mandates that you have given to us is not abused in any way. Finally, I want to plead with you, distinguished senators, to permit me to offer special commendations to the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces for the bold step he has so far taken, particularly in the issue of subsidy. If it requires legislative backing, we shall give. We must begin to produce our own fuel in Nigeria. We must begin to encourage production of diesel and others in this country. And of course, if the stories so far are true, that we used to have 69 million barrels a month, and we are now having about 13 or 15 million barrels, that will show that we are subsidizing all the consumption going on in our neighboring countries, which we can no longer continue with our very little resources. So we applaud the federal government for such steps. So I thank you. Distinguished Senator, on your behalf, I thank my brothers. I will speak today, maybe another day. Our heart is full of joy. And please send me the addresses of wherever you are doing your receptions. I want to go around, or one by one, to celebrate with you. And I wish your families a blessed journey back home without any incident of accident. Congratulations and welcome to the uncommon 10th Senate of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Right now, May I now invite the Deputy Senate President of the 10th Senate of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, distinguished Senator Jibril Barrow, who was returned unopposed when I went through a very difficult situation. To now move a motion for the adjournment of today's proceedings. Distinguished Senator Barrow.
Thank you, our uncommon Senate President. I am Barrow Jibril. I'm the Cabinet North, and I stand to move that this August stand adjourned to tomorrow, the 14th day of June 2023. I so move.
Any seconder? I recognize the immediate past DG of Stability Group, which is no longer existing. The distinguished Senator, Ali Ngume, one of the landlords of the Nigerian Senate.
Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, I stand to second the motion ably moved by our uncommon, unopposed Deputy Senate President, Jibril Barrow. I so second.
Distinguished senators of the 10th Senate, the motion for adjournment has been moved and seconded. Those who are in support of the motion say aye, and those who are against it say nay. The ayes have it. This Senate is hereby adjourned till tomorrow at 10 a.m. 14th day of June at 10 a.m.
First session of the Nigerian Senate, the 10th Assembly, by the Senate President chaired, Senator Godswill Akpabio, has been concluded and his inaugural address delivered. Now we will join the House of Representatives, the Green Chamber, where voting is still going on to determine who the Speaker of the House of Representatives will be. Please stay with us.
My name is Honorable Khadija Waziri Bukar Ibrahim. I vote for Honorable Tajuddin Abbas.
Nigeri Mohammed Buba.
My name is Engineer Mohammed Buba Jajere, representing Fika Fully Federal Constituency. My vote goes to Dr. Tajuddin Abbas.
Zakaria Tijani Zima. Fatima Talba. Mohammed Isa Anka. Abdulmalik Zubairu.
I remain honorable Abdulmalik Zubairu Bukuru, representing the Lagos Federal Constituency of Zamfara State. I cast my vote to Tajudeen Abbas. Thank you.
Abubakar Sulaiman Wumi. Kabiru.
My name is I represent the Conference IB Federal Consortium. My vote was for Tajudeen Abbas. Thank you.
Aminu Sani Daji.
Alhamdulillah, I vote for myself. Aminu Sani Daji.
Azad Bello Shinkafi. Member-elect Jamilu. Mohammed Jamilu. Member-elects, technically we have exhausted the list of the roll call of members present and voting. In case if there is any case we don't entertain, we will appreciate if that person can raise up his hand so that we give the person the benefit of casting his vote.
Mr. Glaser, I brought my complaint earlier about my federal constituency, my Shuzi federal constituency. My name was in the attendance list. I answered the attendance list, and in the completed list that recently sent to the National Assembly, and now I answered the yes. So as you are going to the list, now my name was changed or mistakenly called. My name was the attendance list, and the INEC computer list recently sent from the INEC. So I don't know what happened. Martin Chibuda Consortium, Katina said, yes, I check this out. Martin Chibuda Consortium from Katina said, you can check the list that you called for your attendance. I answered it, present. Yes. So I don't know what makes the difference from the attendance list and the nominated list. Thank you, sir. The recently sent INEC completed list is my name. You can check it. Nazif Bello from National Superior Consortium.
Member-elect, we've come to the end of the voting process. The next phase of the process is the
Please check my name. Please address my issue.
result. May I invite the tellers And then come up to the table for the collation of the vote. On this, the tellers for the collation of the votes. Yes. The proposers and the seconders of each of the nominees. Yes, and the seconders for the 3 nominees. We are the
Voting has just ended in the House of Representatives, and just before I came onto the microphone, a member from Katsina State has been trying to draw the attention of the clerk, the deputy clerk to be precise, who's presiding over this, that his name was not mentioned when the list was read out. It's now been clarified by some members, including the former leader of the 9th House of The leadership has now tried to sort the matter out. One of the lawmakers from Katsina State says he wasn't allowed to vote. His name was mentioned earlier and he had answered present. But as it stands, voting has ended in the House of Representatives. 3 candidates participated in this election: Honorable Aminu Chaji, Honorable Idris Wase, and Honorable Tajuddin Abbas. The voting process was quite different from what had obtained in the past. 359 lawmakers whose names were called today have voted.
House of Representatives, I will now rate the results. The total number of vote cast, 359. Absentees, nil. Member-elect, starting from the runners-up. Members-elect Aminu Jaji, pooled 3 votes. Member-elect Idris Wase, pooled 3 votes. Member-elect Tajuddin Abbas, 353 votes. The next stage of the process is the declaration of the winner of the election. But at this point, I want to take my exit because the host of the house, the man in the National Assembly, is in-house. So I want to take my leave for him to announce the results. And from this point onward, he will be in charge of the proceedings.
Member members-elect, my name is Samuel Ajangwa, the clerk to the National Assembly. I have the honor and the privilege to declare the results of the election for the seat of the Speaker of the Federal House of Representatives. Here is the result. I will now declare the results. Member-elect Tajuddin Abbas, having scored the highest number of votes, is hereby declared the winner and returned elected as the Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Tajuddin Abbas has just been declared winner. The 10th House of Representatives has a new speaker. He is Honorable Tajuddin Abbas, who is defeated two other candidates, Aminu Jashi and Idris Wasa, who scored 3 votes each. Tajuddin Abbas had 353 votes, and you just heard the clerk to the National Assembly make that declaration. In his place, while he presided over the Senate for the elections, the Deputy Clerk to the National Assembly conducted the elections to the House of Representatives, and that is because of the amendment made to the Standing Orders of the House 2019, allowing the Deputy Clerk to do that. Ordinarily, the Clerk to the National Assembly would have finished with the Senate and then come to conduct proceedings in the House of Representatives. But the amendment to the Standing Rules allowed the Deputy Clerk to the National Assembly to do so. Another amendment which changed proceedings here today is the voting order or pattern. The House of Representatives, unlike the Senate, which conducted a secret voting system, the House conducted a voice vote system where every member, 359 of them seated here today, got up and openly stated who they were voting for. Verified the new Speaker of House of Representatives for the 10th House of Representatives, Dr. Tajuddin Abbas. He'll be decorated by the clerk to the National Assembly, Mr. Sani Tamawal. Just to let you know, in attendance today are some state governors, the governors of Imo State, Ogun State, the Deputy Governor of Edo State, the Governor of Kogi State as well, all in attendance to witness this ceremony. The House of Representatives is making use of 2 chambers, makeshift chambers to be precise, considering the fact that the main chambers of both the House and Senate are under renovation.
I, Abbas Abedin,
do solemnly affirm that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to the Federal Republic of Nigeria, that as the Speaker of the House of Representatives, I will perform my functions honestly, to the best of my ability, faithfully, in accordance with the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and the law, and the rules of the House, and always in the interest of the sovereignty, integrity, solidarity, well-being, and prosperity of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. That I will strive to preserve the fundamental objectives and directive principles of state policy contained in the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And that I will preserve. Protect, and defend the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And that I will abide by the code of conduct contained in the fifth schedule of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So help me God. Board of members of the House of Representatives, I,
Abbas Abedin,
do solemnly affirm that I will be faithful, bear true allegiance to the Federal Republic of Nigeria, that as a member of the House of Representatives, I will perform my functions honestly, to the best of my ability, faithfully, in accordance with the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and the law, and the rules of the House, and always in the interest of the sovereignty, integrity, solidarity, well-being, and prosperity of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. That I will strive to preserve the fundamental objectives and directive principles of state policy contained in the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And that I will preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And that I will abide by the code of conduct contained in the fifth schedule of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So help me God.
Alright, it's official. The 10th House of Representatives Speaker is Honorable Tajuddin Abbas. He's a third-term member of the House of Representatives. He's immediate past chairman of the House Committee on Land Transport. He's been a member of the House of Representatives at a bottom since 2011. The next action in the chamber now, after the Speaker finishes signing the documents, would be the election of the Deputy Speaker. Nominations will follow just the way it did with the Speaker.
if there are more than one nominations, voice votes of 359 members will occur again. In the Senate, Senator Springborough was unopposed, and he's been named the Deputy Speaker. Deputy Senate President, I beg your pardon, Honorable Tajin Abbas, has a running mate. His name is Honorable Benjamin Kalu. For other candidates for Deputy Speaker, we will await and see who is nominated and who accepts that nomination. We're watching the live coverage of the inauguration and election in the House of Representatives. The Senate has now adjourned till tomorrow after the voting of the Deputy Speaker. Honorable Tajin Abbas is expected to give a speech, and then the House will adjourn to tomorrow, when the first plenary of the 10th House of Representatives will officially begin. I think it's an interesting outcome from what many have predicted would happen here today. Some strong contenders had to step down, others did not. Those who did, Honorable Ali Betara, Honorable Yusuf Gatti, Honorable Sada Soli, all stepped down to support Honorable Tajin Abbas after meeting with the President. It's interesting that there's no record of a meeting, perhaps no detailed record or outcome of a meeting specifically with the Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives, and he's maintained that there is a need to entrench democracy. The same position was taken by Honorable Aminu Chachi, who went ahead to contest this election, despite not being the preferred candidate of their party, the ruling All Progressives Congress. There you have it. The presentation of certificate to Honorable Tajin Abbas and a gavel signifying authority as Speaker of the 10th House of Representatives. As we await the commencement of voting on nomination for the position of Deputy Speaker of the 10th House of Representatives, I said a few things about Honorable Tajin Abbas. He's a man loved by many. Honorable Abbas Tajuddin is referred to by his colleagues as a very calm man whom they believe, despite the outcome here today, I mean, if you compare 353 votes out of 359, it's almost easy to understand why it would be easy to carry everyone along, considering that it would seem that he's loved by his colleagues. Honorable Abbas Tajuddin believes that Nigerian masses are better provided with a basic and sound education and their resources better managed to provide essential services for growth. His colleagues here mentioned a number of bills and his interests in legislative matters and the growth of the masses.
I remain I represent the very good people and gender-friendly people of the Bordeaux Federal Constituency. Honorable colleagues, 50% of the job is done. Honorable colleagues, I rise today in the spirit of inclusion, in the spirit of marginalization, in the spirit of correcting the marginalization in our polity, in the spirit of renewed hope, in the spirit of inclusion, I rise today to nominate a man who has passed 45 years in the House of Reps, a legal luminary, a man who has assisted the House as the publicity committee chairman of the House of Reps, a spokesperson by excellence. It is this same House that all members elected today are being sworn. A man of justice, a man of character, a man of good conscience, a man who at 29 became the local government chairman of Bende local government in Abia State. A man who at 32 years became a commissioner in Abia State. A lawyer by excellence who graduated from the University of Calabar. A man who I asked yesterday, are you sure he can do his job? A man who then called his age and said, the youngest person who is a member of representative office is greater than my office. A man who I asked again, are you sure you're ready for this job? He responded, I used a phrase called a corporate show. I said, what does that mean? He said a corporate show means the office remains, but the officer comes and goes. He said, and he quoted John Wesley. He said that he will do all the good he can to all the people he can, at all the time he can, in all the places he can, to all the members he can, at every inch of the time. He is prepared to complement the good efforts of our Honorable Speaker of the Assembly, Honorable C.J. Abbas Iyazazao. Arise to nominate Benjamin Okeze Kanu as the Deputy Speaker of the 10th National Assembly.
Any second?
I now call Honorable Benjamin Kalu. Benjamin Kalu to state whether he accepts.
Most distinguished Speaker of the 10th Assembly, the Clerk of the National Assembly, Deputy Clerk of the National Assembly, all former presiding and principal officers of the previous assemblies, my honorable colleagues, member-elects. My name is Benjamin Okezie Kalu. I represent the good people of Nigeria, starting from Bende, Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, I'm from Abia State, and I rise to accept the nomination ably presented by Honorable Jimmy Benson and ably seconded by Honorable Kaliga. I so accept.
Are there further nominations? Are there further nominations? Are there further nominations? In the absence of further nominations, I declare the nomination closed.
And just like it happened in the Senate, the deputy speakership position was returned unopposed. Honorable Benjamin Kalu, former spokesperson of the 9th House of Representatives, described as the oracle, as the deputy speaker of the 10th House of Representatives. His inauguration will follow shortly. It's not surprising that Honorable Benjamin Kalu is unopposed, because earlier this morning, as one of the strong contenders for the office of Deputy Speaker, Honorable Miriam Onoha, stepped down, saying she was obeying the directives of the party. And Honorable Benjamin Kalu has enjoyed goodwill among his colleagues in the past 4 years, having to interact with them in order to interact with the Nigerian public. The Speaker of the House of Representatives, or the 10th House, is Honorable Abbas Tajdi, and the Deputy Speaker is Honorable Benjamin Kalu, a second-time member of the House of Representatives. He will now be inaugurated by the Clerk of the National Assembly, Mr. Sani Tamawal. Let's do a quick track back on how the day began and how it's going so far. As early as past 6 this morning, the National Assembly premises was almost filled capacity, but that wasn't as easy as many expected because security was top-notch and a lot of lawmakers were prevented from
gaining access into the National Assembly with their cars, and a lot of them came into the National Assembly in buses, conveying them from specific locations. And at the entrance of the National Assembly, one entrance was made available to virtually every person who needed to be in the National Assembly, today journalists included. And it seemed as though there was some funny games going on, because at the time lawmakers had to alight from their buses to gain access to the Assembly complex after plenary was moved from 10 a.m. to 8 a.m. So there you have it, the new Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives, Honorable Benjamin Kalu from Abia State.
Benjamin Okezie Carlo.
Do solemnly affirm
that
I will be faithful
and
bear true allegiance
to
the Federal Republic of Nigeria,
the Federal Republic of Nigeria,
and that I will preserve,
protect,
defend the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Out of a member of the House of Representatives,
I, Benjamin Okezie Carlo,
do solemnly affirm
that
I will be faithful
and
bear true allegiance
to
the Federal Republic of Nigeria,
the Federal Republic of Nigeria,
that as a member of the House of Representatives,
I
will perform my functions honestly,
to
the best of my ability,
faithfully,
in accordance with the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria,
in accordance with the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria,
and the law,
and the law,
and the rules of the House,
and the rules of the House,
and always in the interest of sovereignty,
and always in the interest of sovereignty,
integrity, solidarity,
well-being,
and prosperity of the Federal Republic of Nigeria,
and prosperity of the Federal Republic of Nigeria,
that I will strive to preserve
the
the fundamental objectives
objectives
and directive
principles
of state policy contained in the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria,
and
that I will preserve, protect,
and
defend the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria,
defend the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria,
and that I will abide by the code of conduct contained in the fifth schedule
in
the Constitution of the Federal Republic
the
of
Constitution
Nigeria.
of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Board of the Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives,
I, Benjamin Okezie Carlo,
do solemnly affirm
that
I will be faithful
and
bear true allegiance
to
the Federal Republic of Nigeria,
the Federal Republic of Nigeria,
that as a Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives,
that as a Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives,
I will perform my functions honestly,
to
the best of my ability,
faithfully,
in accordance with the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria,
in accordance with the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria,
and the law,
and
the rules of the House,
the rules of the House,
and always in the interest of the sovereignty,
and always in the interest of the sovereignty,
integrity,
integrity,
solidarity,
solidarity,
well-being,
well-being,
and prosperity of the Federal Republic of
and
Nigeria.
prosperity of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
That I will strive to preserve
The
fundamental objectives
the fundamental objectives
and directives principles
of
the state policy contained in the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And that I will preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
and defend the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
And that I will abide by the code of conduct contained in the fifth schedule
of
the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
So help me God.
So help me God. My name?
just want to find out from you two things. One, the reason for you being here today, and what you make of the process that you witnessed.
Thank you very much. We appreciate God Almighty. We appreciate the leadership of this country today, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, for hitting the ground and running. This is indeed hope renewed. We came to show solidarity and support to all of the National Assembly members-elect, from the Senate to the reps, and the processes were so transparent and open. Nobody is untwisted. The National Assembly were allowed to have a free choice. at the end of the day, our party won. At the end of the day, Nigerians won. And this is the beauty of democracy in this country. And I want to assure Nigerians that the administration of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is indeed a government of all inclusivity. And I urge each and everyone to give maximum support. And let us see what we can do for this administration, and not even what the administration can do for us. Because it is what we do for Nigeria that will make Nigeria stand on our feet, and we can be proud of this great nation. So we have seen it demonstrated today in the parliamentary of this great nation. From my expectations are that from this very moment onward, they should settle down, bring everybody that are agreed in one way or the other. Let there be inclusivity. Every region, every gender, every age group, and everybody in this country should be included, should be brought on board, and let them settle down and begin to carry out the legislative business and support the administration of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu so that our hope can be renewed and will continue to be alive. Thank you very much.
Please, order, please. Please take your seats. Members elect, take your seats. Order, please, order.
Which all of us are saying, has reflected real democracy at play and party supremacy also across party lines. You know, people have shown that we all can work together, right? An election that has been very transparent, that has reflected the views of all of the members elect, and they've been able to choose their leaders in freely, justly, and equitably, right? I'm indeed proud of them. And like we've also seen at the Senate this morning. So we believe that this will give, a proper stability for our National Assembly, both at the Senate and the House of Representatives. And I imagine they're going to settle in very, very quickly to be able to support the work of the executive, led by His Excellency Mr. President himself. And I imagine that they understand what the responsibilities are and what the Nigerians were expecting of them. So we really just need to wish them all the very best, pray for them, and hope that this 10th Assembly, right, can indeed also do better than the 9th Assembly. We understand the 9th Assembly was one of the biggest in terms of the bills and rest, everything. But the 10th Assembly have, a target to meet and surpass. So I imagine they're going to settle it very, very quickly and be able to begin to pass laws and make decisions that will be beneficial to all Nigerians, irrespective of what part of the country you come from. So I wish them all the very best, and I want to say congratulations to all Nigerians this morning. Thank you.
Ceremonial handing over to the new speaker. No, I said, so, Honorable Speaker, Deputy Speaker, on behalf of the management and the staff of the National Assembly, we have concluded our job in the House of Representatives. We wish you Allah's blessing You know how to achieve now. Thank you. Achieve our exit. Thank you.
A voice voting to authenticate the transparency process. So we are happy that members are coordinated with us very well and have brought a new leadership to the 10th Assembly, and we are praying that God will guide them so that they will work with us, in the executive and even the judiciary to bring good fortunes to Nigeria. We are facing a lot of issues and challenges as a country, so we need synergy in all arms of government, to put all hands on deck for the prosperity of Nigeria. No, definitely, ours is advisory, and we're going to advise them very well to do the right thing, because prosperity of any assembly needs membership. So we are hopeful that we'll talk to the speaker and his team to make sure they carry everybody along so that Nigeria will benefit from the 10th Assembly. Thank you.
Observation. All those downstairs should come up, while those of us upstairs should go down. For equity and justice. It's like they're just focusing on only the people that are downstairs. Separated. LOP 75. LOP 76.
Thank you very much,
72.
Mr. Speaker, Deputy Speaker, honorable colleagues. We thank God for a peaceful, rancor-free process. On behalf of members of the House of the 9th Assembly and I believe the 10th Assembly, I congratulate you on your election as the Speaker of the 10th Assembly. I wish you well. It's not an easy feat, but from what I know, you will do a good job. These are your members, we are your members. And I congratulate you, and on behalf of them, I hand over notes as the Speaker of the 9th Assembly. This will be a guide to you. I hope you continue from where I left. Congratulations, and God bless you.
Of principal officers of the 10th Assembly, to the mighty grace of God, those that became Speaker and Deputy Speaker, Right Honorable Tajidin Abbas and Right Honorable Benjamin Okeze Kalu. And my prayers for them is, as they move into the 10th Assembly on leadership, they lead with integrity, lead with
kindness, and lead with the constituents in which we all embody and are here to serve. I also believe that there should be a focus for the 10th Assembly, and that focus should borderline on the key issues that are falling upon Nigeria. And our constitution stands. We need to work hard to make sure that the changes that will benefit the good people of Nigeria are met by all standards, both locally and internationally. I also believe that issues on security, issues on infrastructure, issues on education, issues on youth empowerment, women inclusiveness should also be focused on this 10th attempt.
Members-elect, we were originally supposed to proceed on zonal basis, but as the Speaker directed all members to stand up. Don't you bother, we have not got uniforms up here. Raise your hands. We don't have forms up here. If you don't have the card, you raise your hands, please. We don't have. It will be issued later. No. We don't have. Repeat after me. Do solemnly swear, affirm that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to the Federal Republic of Nigeria, that I will preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So help me God. Oath of a member of House of Representatives. I do solemnly swear or affirm that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to the Federal Republic of Nigeria, that as a member of the House of Representatives, I will perform my functions honestly to the best of my ability, faithfully in accordance with the Constitution of the Federal Republic and the law and the rules of the House, and always in the interest of the sovereignty, integrity, solidarity, well-being, and prosperity of the Federal Republic, that I will strive to preserve the fundamental objectives and directive principles of state policy contained in the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and that I will preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and that I will abide by the code of conduct contained in the 5th schedule to the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So help me God.
So you can see them all collectively being sworn in as representatives. Anyway, have a listen on. Your watches is now where the platform will speak with power. Please subscribe, hit the notification button, and of course give us a thumbs up. Yeah, let's carry on. Thank you very much.
And prayed for. It was peaceful, it was rancor-free, it was seamless. It wasn't as well managed because of the size of the temporary hall we're using right now. As you know, our traditional chamber is actually 3-4 times this size. But nonetheless, it went very well. It went smoothly, and we're very grateful that things have turned out the way they have turned out. You can see that it was overwhelming. I say, you know, tongue in cheek that I had the highest number of votes in history in the election of the Speaker in the House of Representatives. But now Tajudeen Abbas has beyond surpassed that with 353 votes. I think maybe it was 6-7 short of total 360. So I give him, I congratulate him, and with that comes a lot of responsibility, a lot. He has an overwhelming majority, and I wish him Godspeed, and I wish him well.
So yeah, just before you go, there are two questions for you. One of them is, with regard to the 10th Assembly, what are your expectations of this 10th Assembly that it should prioritize? Also, the issue of ministerial list for the president. Who should be pushing for him to present that list with portfolios attached?
Well, in terms of expectations, we have a good, not a good number. We have some members from the 9th Assembly that are going into the 10th Assembly. They are the foundation of this Assembly, and I believe that, and I hope that they will build on the work. The 10th Assembly will build on the work that we've done in the 9th Assembly, and that's a lot. Some work is unfinished. I expect them to finish up their job. Constitutional amendment, the issue of gender parity, and so many other things. Electoral laws remains unfinished, even though a strong foundation has been laid. And I believe, I expect the 10th Assembly to build on those things. And I expect them to, beyond that, begin to break new frontiers in terms of legislative work. Nigeria is a very complex, very massive country, and things will continue to happen. Things will continue to, situations will continue to come on. I believe that this 10th Assembly should be able to rise up to those situations and help the executive and the president in governing and taking this country to another level. Well, ministerial list, as you know, the president has about 60 days by law now to present his ministerial list, so that is coming. Whether he chooses to present with or without portfolio, that's his prerogative, and I believe he will do the right thing, as he has been doing since he was sworn into office. Thank you. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, what we'll do is we will do back-to-back covering. We will also be playing another replay of the House of Reps validation exercise when the valedictory session, the immediate past, just to refresh the memory of. See all of them, see how they are all glad and shaking their hands. I keep saying it. Our participation in our governance is important. In your local government area, question them. Question all of them. Hold them to account. Get used to doing that. I did broadcast, I'll be doing more and more broadcasts about that. I'm hoping many of us will listen to this. Hold them to account at every step of the way. All of this, that they're shaking hands, they're happy, they're everything else, they're all of that. Just make sure that you play your part. Don't be a passive participant in your governance. Be an active participant in your governance. So anyway, after watching that, let's see what else we can do. Let's keep watching. Thank you. It's 20 minutes to go. Let me see. Of course, we are watching the replay of the earlier the swearing in of the members of the Senate, and And I also think the House of Representatives were all sworn today, from what I can see. So, yeah. So, yeah. So there we are. Let's see how this happens. So, yeah, keep watching. Thank you.
Expecting a lot of goodies and performance.
There's a lot of goodies.
Now, we will only put on a prayers. We will pray that yes, the leadership now which we have elected will lead us in peace. They'll be able to succeed in whatever they want to do in the National Assembly and for the country as well. You know, today is a very good day in the history of democracy in Nigeria, where this is an election that took place in the National Assembly where only 3 people contested, and it went rancor-free. There was none rancor, there was nothing. So I believe democracy in Nigeria today is becoming every day and day built up. So thank you. I believe we are expecting the goodies, and be expecting the goodies, because we won't say expect bad, but expect goodies from Nigerians and from the members of the National Assembly. So thank you. My name is Honorable Awolu Abdugolebe. I'm from the remotest part of Nigeria, Bauchi, and I come from the remotest part of Nigeria, so which is Azare, Katagum Federal Constituency. Thank you very much.
The expectation is about joint venture, is about understanding, is about the cohesion. It's not one person affair. The specific area is that we are going to do more law that will affect life. Seeing a lot of things that the Nigeria have done, especially the president removing of the fuel subsidy, we are going to make sure that there is a palliative. We are able to shroud the law that we have to bring the palliative for the people of the rural area. And based on what the president has said about the minimum wage for the civil servant, we as a legislature will make sure at any moment that the law comes up, we are able to make it, and that law should be implemented to make sure that the civil servants of each of this country are well paid for them to stand the challenges of this country. Yeah, there is already a constitutional matter that the president have to present his ministerial list within 60 days. And seeing the man that is well planned, as what Bola Tinubu and the vice president are planned people, seeing him, they have already brought the list of the essays to the Senate, and the Senate have approved.
Within 2 days, he appointed a chief of staff and SGF. He's a man that have a program for this country. He will not reach that 60 days he will announce his cabinet. So what we are looking at is that to roll the ball. The portfolio, so he's going to do that. He's articulate. He knows that it's a constitutional matter. He's a man that knows what the Nigerian needs. And the 10th Assembly Speaker we elect today is a man that's going to work with everybody. God bless you.
This is Channels Television. You've been watching live coverage of the emergence of the leadership of the 10th National Assembly, with the emergence of Godswill Akpabio as Senate President and Tajuddin Abbas as Speaker of the House of Representatives. Please stay tuned for more information on News Track coming up at the top of the hour.
So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for watching. Watch this never the platform will speak to the power, showing the inauguration of the 10th Senate today. and there we go. So we proceed as we go ahead. Here we go.
Vision from the executive, from the state. And I am sure many of those who knew my role in APC or CPC before APC would wonder how I started from that side of the Senate and ended up on this side, for which I don't regret. They wonder, why would I take such drastic decisions? And I think Mr. President is one of such people who never still believed that I really crossed the carpet to this side. But my reasons were very simple. Since I never enjoyed the support of the party leadership in APC, even for them to recognize my...
you yourself are not helping matters now.
They never recognized my role as stakeholder and mover and shaker of APC, a founding member, and they thought I was indispensable. Yes, nobody is indispensable. But I made it clear to the leadership of the APC that if you don't recognize the value of any political actor, you will soon come to realize its nuisance value. And I try to prove that to APC. That's why, first of all, I moved to this side. Second, and I promised the leadership of APC that I would mess APC up about this state. And I'm proud to say I have done that. I've succeeded.
You can round up. Distinguished Senator Mohammed Bulgachoa, please round up. You have what? You have less than 1 minute to round up.
Taken 10 minutes. And why should you respect me? Because I can cross cabinet?
No, I don't want anybody to interrupt you or disturb you. So just round up.
Mr. President, at my age, I don't think I will lobby anybody under the sun. I would do the right thing, and I always do the right thing, and sincerely and honestly too. So, I know, I look at faces in this chamber whom have come to me and sought for my help when my wife was the president of the Court of Appeal. And I'm sure...
I don't want to so I think I would advise that you just round up and take a seat.
We know ourselves.
No, but this kind of insinuation will mean that there was favor, there was this and the rest of it. I don't think it's a good idea.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I must say that, okay, to round up, since that's what you want me to do, I will do that. And I must thank particularly my wife, whose freedom and independence I encroached upon while she was in office. And she has been very tolerant and accepted my encroachment and extended her help to my colleagues.
Distinguished, please, I don't think this is a good idea going this direction. It's not a good idea. It's not a good idea, please.
She's not there. Well, Mr. President, I will say thank you and I will say thank you.
Thank you very much. The eldest man of the Nine Senate, very distinguished Senator Adamu Mohammed Bulkachwa. Let me also thank you for only crossing over to that side. Only crossing over. Your spirit, your conscience is still, they are still on that side. On the right hand, the right side of my, yes. Senator Betty, please, I was sending a message, you didn't allow it to go in. It's all right, we thank you very much for the comments. Very distinguished Senator Mbigi Barinaga.
Thank you, Mr. President of the Senate, my distinguished colleagues. I remain Mbigi Barinaga. I speak for the people of the Rivers Southeast Senatorial District. Mr. President, today is a very unique day. When we started by 11th June in 2019, looking at about almost 4 years that is running out, Mr. President, it's as if it's just like 4 days ago. Mr. President, let me start by thanking my former governor, son of Sir Peter Odili, the man that gave us the bed of which we lay on, and by extension, I needed past governor, Ezebo Somwike, who has prepared the solid stand of which I am standing on here today. And I also want to thank my immediate family, my wife, and the people of the Rivers Southeast Senatorial District, who has always been around me to give me this support. Mr. President, this present Senate of which we are today, one good thing I really enjoy is that we don't see any sign as if we are members of different political parties. We related as if we are members of one single political party, and that did not at any time have been possible without their good leadership. Mr. Senate President, I want to commend you. I want to commend you because you have treated us like members of one family. And I want to really, in the same vein, plead on the next Senate that will be coming up by Tuesday, the leadership to borrow from you what we have enjoyed here. Mr. President, I want to thank you for the support you've given to us individually, and God will bless you. Thank you, and so submit.
Thank you very much. God bless you. Very distinguished Senator Ezuma Yewuchi.
Thank you, Mr. President, distinguished colleagues. Ezuma Onyewuchi, Imo East.
Senator Matthew Rogire. Senator Onyewuchi, It's also confusion. We'll change the seat. Change the seat. Okay, it's all right. Proceed.
Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, I want to thank God first and foremost for His goodness, His mercies, and for keeping us.
I want to thank God for keeping me. I want to also say you're looking at a product of God's grace and mercy. In the past 4 years, God has kept us with minimal losses, minimal casualties. I am indeed very grateful to God. I want to thank my constituents, the good people of Imo East, Owerri Zone, for the confidence they have reposed in me. Mr. President, my political and legislative trajectory started in 2011 with my election into the House of Representatives. Mr. President, after 4 years of meritorious service, I was re-elected for a second term, which has never happened in my constituency. I am the first person to have been given the opportunity to do a second term as a member of the House of Representatives. After another 4 years as member of the House of Representatives, I was elected into the Senate. Mr. President, it is instructive to note that I did not make this trajectory on one political party, and each time I moved from my political party to another party, they have always followed me. I started my political journey in the PDP, and I had issues in the PDP. I moved to Abga, and my constituency turned Abga to the glory of God. When I moved from Abga to the PDP again, my constituency went with me to the PDP. And while I was in the Senate, you are all witnesses to what happened. And after the primaries, I declared for the Labour Party. And to the glory of God, my constituency turned Labour. My appreciation. I want to also thank my colleagues for the friendship we have built in the past 4 years. I want to thank you for the conviviality we have experienced as members of the Senate, and I am looking forward for better interactions in the future with you. Some of us may not be coming back. Mr. President, the issue of the turnover of legislators and senators is a major concern to all of us. I want to say, Mr. President, that each time a senator or a parliamentarian leaves abruptly, that senator takes with him or her a part of this institution. And today, very few of us will be returning to the Senate. And those are issues that should be taken very seriously. At this time, Mr. President, I think it would be appropriate for me to also give you feedback from my constituency, who have been here in the Senate for the past 4 years, who have had our high moments, who have also had our low moments. We have turned out life-changing bills. We have succeeded in the PIA. We have also succeeded in the Electoral Act, for which we were applauded by all Nigerians. Mr. President, my constituents also think we should look strongly at the issue of the independence of the legislature, independence of the Senate, while at the same time ensuring the interdependence of the Senate, Mr. President. Also, feedback from them indicates that we should also look at upholding the principles of the federal character to ensure peace and unity of the country. So on this note, I want to thank you, Mr. President. I want to thank each and every one of my colleagues here, and I want to wish everybody well. God's protection. Thank you all.
Thank you very much. The Distinguished Senator Abdulkari, Kaduna North.
Thank you, Mr. President, distinguished colleagues. My name is Suleiman Abdulkari, representing the good people of Kaduna North. Let me start by thanking my dear wife, family, by thanking Almighty Allah and my dear wife, family, and colleagues for bringing us to this day. Alhamdulillah, Alhamdulillah. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, what is happening today reminds us once more the transient nature of life itself. It reassures us that we came from somewhere and definitely we shall be returning someday, somewhere. We hope when the time comes, we shall all depart peacefully as we are doing today and in one piece. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, the journey has not been easy. 4 years ago, we arrived here with lots of promises and hopes as well as aspirations. Today, as we have proudly represented our constituents, we are bidding farewell to this hallowed chamber. And in doing so, I want to thank my constituents, the people, great people of Kaduna North, who have given me at various times opportunity to represent them 3 times over a period of 30 years political sojourn. I have been a local government chairman. I have been a member of the House of Representatives. I have also served in this chamber for 4 years as a distinguished senator. I appreciate my constituents for so honoring me with this gesture. Over the years, we have encountered and met great people in this chamber, some of whom we have learned a lot, and we shall be taking away also the experiences. The great Matthew Oromide must be mentioned at this juncture. I appreciate your doggedness leading the Public Accounts Committee, where it was quite revealing. you have inherited also from the Senate President, same committee, and some of the things he left behind. Mr. President, the committee was well guided by what you have been able to do. I thank you, Mr. President, also, and thank my colleagues in the Committee of Anti-Corruption and Financial Crimes, where we have been able to not only pass some very crucial bills that promoted the image of the country, but also helped Nigeria in finding its place in the Committee of Nations. 3 of these bills have been accepted to, and we probably belong to that elite group of anti-corruption community. We hope and also pray that what we are leaving behind will help the country immensely. I thank my colleagues on the committee that have made this possible, and I also thank my colleagues that we came to this 49th Senate together from Kaduna State, the Team Kaduna, where we were able, or God has bestowed on us, one of his goodies by making one of us a governor. We congratulate him and hope that he comes out of that position also with success, as he has done in the Senate. So I thank you, my distinguished colleagues, for this rare privilege of listening, and as we depart here, shall the journey be a sweet one henceforth and until we depart this earth. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Distinguished Senator Michael Amanachi.
Thank you, Mr. President. My name is Senator Michael Amanachi, PhD. I represent the people of Boys South Senatorial District. Mr. President, I cannot conclude this valedictory speech without being honest to myself. For being here and for knowing somebody like you. But before I start, I have to give honor and great thanks to my wife. Great thanks.
Please give him neighborly support. Huh?
Thank you, Mr. President, for the protection. I thank my family very well, most especially my wife, for the support these 4 years. Some are begging me, Mr. President, they are distracting me.
Sorry, what are you doing? No, I think these are friendly fires. Please, distinguished colleagues, let's allow him to. He has been standing there for the last 10 minutes, and he didn't speak for 2 minutes. The distinguished are protected. Fire on.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I'll start by thanking my wife, my constituents I represent. Yes. Mr. President, this is 4 years, if you can remember your speech. The day you inaugurated, you made this strong speech, which I have not forgotten. You told us as your colleagues that where it is necessary to stand, we should stand. And where it is necessary for us to fall, we shall all fall, for the benefit of the common people of Nigeria. And this we have done for these 4 years. And by God's grace, we've achieved a lot through this statement. And for myself, Sometimes some people, when they want to put motion, they go to your office. I've never raised motion here. I'm going to talk to you first, and have always asked me to go ahead. And these motions, yes, I'm proud to say it. I'm proud to say it. And these motions are yielded a lot to the people I represent. One of such motions is the fight between Biase in Cross River and Ecoleda in my place. Since after that motion, we've had peace between these two boundaries. The second is motion of landslide in a village called Ogumeda. And you allow me to do that motion. Today, ecological fund is doing great job there. And those are the things I should thank God. And as a first term of 4 years, I benefited being chairman of a committee, vice chairman of Air Force, vice chairman of poverty alleviation and material services. For this chamber, I should count myself as one of the luckiest people. I thank the Voice people for bringing me here, and I thank you and thank my colleagues. Those who are jealous and those who are not jealous, I thank them. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. The distinguished princess. You know, sorry, I'm seeing double. Don't blame me. I've been covered. Senator KJF.
Thank you, Mr. President, my dear colleagues. Today marks the end of my journey in the Nigerian Senate in particular and the National Assembly in general, because before I crossed over to the Senate, I have spent 12 years in the House of Representatives. So I'm leaving this institution with a lot of emotions. As I look back on my time here, I cannot but feel a sense of gratitude for the opportunities I've had to serve. The people of my constituency, in particular, and the nation in general, alongside each and every one of you. Together we have faced many challenges and triumphs, and I'm proud of the work we have accomplished. During my time in the Senate, I have learned the true meaning of public service and the importance of working together for the greater good. I have seen firsthand the power of our collective voice and the impact we can make when we put aside our differences and work together towards a common goal. As I move to the next chapter of my life, I want to express my sincere appreciation to each and every one of you for your support, guidance, and friendship. I will always cherish the memories we have shared and the relationship we have built. I leave the Senate with a deep sense of pride in what we have achieved and a hopeful outlook for the future of our great nation. I am confident that with your continued dedication and leadership, Nigeria will continue to thrive and prosper. Thank you for the privilege of serving alongside you, and I wish you all the very best in your continued efforts to serve our people. Thank you, and thank you once again.
Thank you very much. Distinguished Senator Darbe Agob Darbe.
Your Excellency, Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, I thank you for yielding the floor to me. I want to start by thanking God Almighty for making me possible to be alive today to speak at this valedictory session. I want to thank my constituents who voted for me and made it possible for me to come here to represent them. I thank my benefactor, the former governor of Cross River State, who enabled me and encouraged me to come to the National Assembly from the House of Reps. I also want to thank my benefactor, God sent, the former governor of Rivers State, Governor Wike, for supporting me. And also to thank our colleague, who was the nexus of the relationship between myself and Senator Governor Wike, Senator Sandy Ono. I thank all of you for being wonderful partners in the service to this nation. I want to, in a special way, appreciate the Senate President. You imparted a lot on me. Your intellect, your sagacity, and your bureaucratic prowess. We've learned a lot from one another, but I've learned in a special way from you. I pray that as we move to the next session, in the circumstances we find ourselves today, we have, in our own context of a politician, we have a proper politician as president. That tells us that the legislative arm of this government has to stand up to its duties. Otherwise, we will be properly lobbied. So we need to do our work properly. Once more, I want to thank all of us, and may God bless us all.
Thank you very much. Last on that road, very distinguished Senator Patrick Abamoro, Benue South. Sorry? Former comrade. No, you are okay, retired comrade.
Comrade, you see, those who are not comrades will not know what it means to be a comrade. Your Excellency, I remain Comrade Abamoro, the senator representing the very good people of the Benue South Senatorial District. Mr. President, today is a wonderful day in the life of the 9th Senate of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So, Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, I want to start by thanking God Almighty for successfully taking us through this part of legislative interventions for the past 4 years, and for making it possible for us to achieve the great things that we as lawmakers of the 9th Senate have achieved. Mr. President, let me, without sounding like a broken record, thank my wives and my...
Sorry. Yes, Ward, you have two additional minutes.
For tolerating my political life, which has taken me away from them more often than necessary. Mr. President, I want to say at this juncture, in spite of the hiccups that I've had, at the moment I can beat my chest and say together we have achieved great things through our legislations and our oversight functions and overseeing the activities of our MDAs. Mr. President, at this point, I want to say that we monitored our MDAs under our various domains to ensure that monies approved were appropriately and prudently applied. Anyway, these legislations and appropriation bills that we passed, including the reversal of our previous finance cycle, has impacted very meaningfully on the life of Nigerians, and I can attest to that because I'm always with the masses. Mr. President, you will recall that we enacted the Finance Bill of 2020, the Companies and Allied Act of 2020, the Police Act of 2020, the Electoral Act of 2022, Process of Crime, Recovery and Management of 2022, Terrorism Prevention and Prohibition Act 2022, among others. Let me also add here that it is in this Senate that we passed a historic bill authorizing independent candidacy for our people who may be under the oppression of political parties and seek to participate in the political process on their own. I think it's a historic development. Mr. President, I also want to say that I was privileged by being a member of the 9th Senate to sponsor successfully the bill to establish the University of Health Sciences in Otubu. And as I'm talking to you, Mr. President, with this privilege, I've been able also to sponsor the bill for the establishment of the College of Agricultural Technology in Opialu, Ojapo, in Benue State, a bill that has gone through all the legislative processes and is in the presidency for the president's absence. Mr. President, let me say, without sounding like a broken record, like I said, that as Shakespeare says, what touches us most?
You can round up.
For me to participate very effectively in my legislative actions in this hollow chamber. Mr. President, I want to equally thank you for making me a member of various committees, for making me chairman of the committee, for making me vice chairman of 2 committees. It's very unprecedented in my life, and Mr. President, I'll be eternally grateful to you. For those our friends who may not be coming back, let me also say that, like they say, one road closes, another one opens. I want to pray that our colleagues who are not coming back will find new endeavors, and that our prayers will be with them, because this is only a temporary absence. I believe that they will have opportunities to serve Nigeria in various capacities in the future. Thank you very much, Mr. President, and I hope that the 10th Senate will be a more productive, more fruitful Senate if we get it right by choosing the right leaders that will lead us in the next legislative cycle. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, my fellow comrade. Real comrade, he's a real comrade. The distinguished Senator Kabir Abdullahi Berger, engineer, Katsina Central.
By saying Alhamdulillah, 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 that all thanks be to Almighty Allah for the opportunity given to me not only to serve our great country, but also for sparing our lives to reach this memorable occasion. Mr. President, there was no way we could work together for 4 years in our respective legislative duties without offending one another by either commission or omission. Therefore, let me call on all my distinguished colleagues to forgive one another, because God really wants forgiveness. Mr. President, let me once again use this medium to call on all my distinguished colleagues to pray for the new leadership of the country, and also to pray for peace and security in the country, because this is very, very important. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, the only way Nigeria can move forward and also compete favorably among the Committee of Nations is when the country enjoys peace and security. Therefore, it is at this juncture that I congratulate and warmly welcome the 10th National Assembly. Also, I wish them a successful period. Before I sit down, let me once again salute the courage, perseverance, and the cooperation of the Senate President. I appreciate your immense support toward me and my distinguished colleagues. in the course of our legislative duties in the last 4 years. The job was quite challenging, but we were equal to the task. It is time, but not easy, to goodbye. If we meet again, we shall smile, otherwise this party is well made. Long live the Elders of Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you very much, distinguished. Now is the time of very distinguished Senator Tolu Odebi.
Thank you, Mr. President. I remain Senator Tolu Odebi, CON, representing Ogun West. Mr. President, let me thank you, just as my colleagues have done, for your leadership, for your friendship, and most especially for your guidance and mentorship. You've been a good friend, and you have always been there to guide us. Let me also thank the leadership, the principal leaders of the Senate, for your support and for stabilizing this 9th Assembly. I want to also most especially thank my colleagues for their warmth, for their friendship, and most of all for the knowledge they have impacted on me over the past 4 years. These are exceptionally good people and all very wonderful. But permit me to digress a bit, Mr. President, because I stand before you here today, weighted down by history, by strong ideals, and by high expectations. History because of the forebears before me and the kind of legacy they have left behind. Strong ideals because of the deep-rooted, progressive nature of my background over the years and family. And high expectations because of the large shoes I was really expected to fill. But I have to thank all those that have made this journey possible for me today. For they have believed in me and they sorted me out. That is what's important for me to continue on this legacy of selfless service that was bestowed upon me. And if I may digress, I would like to mention 2 people. One is the current president, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, who mentioned my name to my governor at the moment, at that time, Senator Ebekule Amosu, and who brought me, who actively brought me into active politics and continue to go on the path of my forebears and provide service to my people in Ogun West. I thank the people of Ogun West for the rare opportunity that they have given my family to represent them for 2 generations of my family, to represent them over the years. I have tried my best, and I believe I have lived up to all their expectations. I live here today with mixed feelings. Feelings because friendships have been formed, and camaraderie have been extended, have been created amongst us. Mixed feelings because of the very rare opportunity to be amongst some of the best and the brightest people and distinguished individuals, 109 of us, who are committed and patriots in uplifting this country, but also challenged by the fact that despite all our efforts, we still have a country that has really high negative statistics and indices, high unemployment rates, high poverty rates, criminality and banditry that's still ongoing. And despite all our efforts, these things still not seem to abate. But I'm comforted by the fact that we have a new president who seemed committed and determined to tackle all these issues head front. So, Mr. President, in closing, I cannot but just thank you all for this giving me this opportunity. It's the party APC which I belong is a party that I have always identified with, and I'll continue to do, even though I was a bit let down. But I believe that the party will continue to work stronger and do the very best to uplift Nigeria from the current situation. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Distinguished Senator Takumbo Abiru. Lagos East, right?
Thank you very much, Mr. President. My name is Mikhail Adetokunbo Abiru, and just like you rightly said, I represent Lagos East Senatorial District. First and foremost, Mr. President, I think that I've listened to a lot of my colleagues. My comments will just be around appreciation. And I would like to start this note of appreciation by giving thanks to Almighty Allah, who has made it possible for me, after about 32 years in corporate life, to be in the midst of a collegiate of great Nigerians in the last 2.5 years, because as everybody will recall, I came in midstream, and I think that I've been warmly received by my colleagues. I want to give glory and thanks to Almighty Allah for this opportunity. I also would like to acknowledge and thank the our current president, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, for his encouragement, because I never thought that I was going to go the political way, because all my life I've been focused more on the corporate world. But he encouraged me while I was retiring, and he has, ever since, continued to encourage. So I must acknowledge him and thank him as well. And having encouraged me to, I think I must also thank my constituents and the leadership of the party in Lagos State for also receiving me very warmly, because it is not usually that easy for you to just break into their midst and start at the level which I started. I have tried in my own little way to live up to their expectations, but I also must acknowledge them and thank them for the support. And having said that, I think I must now come back to the Senate, and I should start by also thanking you, Mr. President, for all the encouragement and the mentoring that you have given, and in particular, the opportunity that you gave in allowing me to continue in the leadership of my predecessor by being the chairman of Committee on Industries. I want to thank you. This is an open opportunity to also acknowledge and thank you for that. I must equally thank all my colleagues again for receiving me very warmly here, and I think that I've enjoyed what I can call a real team spirit, and also an encouragement and support of my colleagues. And in particular, I will also acknowledge my colleagues, my colleagues from Lagos State, starting with distinguished Senator Oluremi Tinubu, and of course, the popular Senator Olamileko Adeola. I remembered when I came in, and I know all that he did in making sure that I settled. And of course, I mustn't forget Senator Femi Bamidele. Very well, but because of his careers in Lagos, he's part of us in Lagos, so I acknowledge him as well. And I must thank, within my short period, I think I've been able to sponsor about 15 bills, 3 of which have been very remarkable. I remember the copyright bill, which has been assented to, and of course, 2 other ones. But more particularly, the motions that the entire Senate supported, which is rehabilitation of major roads within my district, and I must thank them for that. The Ikorodu-Shagamu Road and Ikorodu-Itoki Road, they are receiving very serious attention by the federal government, and I think that it wasn't done by my might, but by the support that I got from my colleagues in the Senate. And in that regard, I must mention Senator Adamu Alero, because beyond the approval that we were given, we got here,
he also ensured that he worked it through the Ministry of Work. So I thank him for that as well. Now, having said all of that, I must thank my own staff, my direct staff in the office, and of course the direct staff that we have here. And I also thank all the staff in my constituency. And in closing, I think that my wife and my children, I must acknowledge them. I've never been out of their lives in the last 30 years the way this job has kept me. But I must thank them for their understanding and their love and affection. Thank you very much, and God bless every one of us.
Thank you very much. Very distinguished Senator Francis Adenigba, Father Osi.
Mr. President, my distinguished colleagues, we thank God for today that we were able to come here today. At least 4 years have already gone by. And that's almost the end of the journey of the 9th Senate. If not God, many of us will have gone with coronavirus. But because of His mercy, He kept us till today. And our prayer goes to those people that are falling by the roadside, particularly through that coronavirus. May their soul rest in peace. Mr. President, I'm very happy today, and I'm very, very grateful to the leadership of the committee led by you and the Senate led by you for giving me the opportunity to serve in many committees, which I played active roles. And many of the debates, I play a lot of active roles. I'm very grateful to my constituent, the formidable constituent, and to all my colleagues. We have worked together to achieve a lot. At least it's still the best Senate that has produced a lot of signed bills that the majority of Nigerians will enjoy later. The effect has not been felt too much. Then, as we go on, we will see the favorable effect of all the work we have done here. My distinguished colleagues, we deliberately decided to work and collaborate with the executive arm of the government just for Nigerians to enjoy this government. Although we are named rubber-stamped, but at least today we turn out a lot of bills that are now having positive effect on the populace. But if I can mention some that have been mentioned before, Electricity Act 2023, PIC 2022, Electoral Act 2022, Finance Act 2022. Time will not permit me to highlight the establishment bills passed into law, which have affected Nigerian youth positively and is going to affect them if we continue to have my state governor, Governor Nugin Adeleke, family, particularly my wife and the children who have been standing by me and they are still standing. Come rains and sunshine. My senatorial leaders, that's also his senatorial district, members of my constituents, who staff, traditional rulers, they are nation, and the hour of relation, it is a land.
Please round up the submission.
And I thank God for all what He has done for me throughout this. It has been a lesson. It has been another class after 33 territorial service in public service. Thank you very much and God bless you. And to those people who are going, I wish you good luck in your various endeavors. And for those people that are coming with us, we wish all of us another better years. Thank you very much, Mr.
Thank you very much. Distinguished Senator Princess Stella Adaze Odua.
Thank you, Mr. President, my very dear colleagues. My name is Stella Adeze Odua, and I represent Anambra North. Mr. President, dear colleagues, it's with very great honor, indeed humbling one, and gratitude to God that I stand before you today to deeply say how I appreciate every single one of you. Mr. President, many years ago, when I first mooted the idea of representing the great people of Anambra North in these very hallowed chambers, many people, particularly my immediate family, honestly thought I was going crazy. And they believed that if I wasn't out of my mind, there was no reason why I should even think of why living a very comfortable life, a very prospering business that is flourishing, and to come into murky water of politics. But Your Excellency, I was raised by a father who believed that the joy and benefit one derives from living a life of service to humanity, and I was quick to realize that no matter how much I try reaching out as an individual, it is not enough unless I do it on a much larger platform. And so I went head on and started my public life. And so here, Mr. President, dear colleagues, many years down the line, surrounded by what has got to be the best and most passionate minds that I have ever come across within these chambers, I learned a lot. I learned about Nigeria. I learned about United Nigeria and what it means. I learned about the common zeal and to positively work together for the benefit of Nigerians. Mr. President, dear colleagues, I must say that it has truly been a very humbling and educative and most fulfilling experience of my life, more than what corporate world has taught me. The point I want to make, Mr. President and dear colleagues, is that based on the way our nation is structured, a legislator is actually the first and possibly the only government that the citizens or the constituents have contact with. And that is a very humbling experience. A legislator has had to bear the burden of huge expectations from an average man on the streets, who oftentimes, maybe erroneously, expects that their needs must be met by their legislators, particularly the senators. Whether their schools is okay, whether their children are sick, whatever is their immediate problem, they believe that the government that will solve it for them must be their senator. And because they have access to their senators, they go there. And so the experience and expectations coming to senators and legislators in general is quite enormous. And so the wise legislator, what will he do? Because he has no budget, he goes cap in hand, looking for and lobbying to see how he can breach that cap. And I think that I must, if I fail to do that, my sincere apology. I want to commend all my colleagues for going out of their structure and out of their constitutional responsibility
in trying to make sure they meet up with all these expectations, and yet work on their core mandate, which is making law that will stand the test of time. I must digress, Mr. President, if you allow me here, just a little, to say that the prevailing practice of distributing projects and programs to various constituencies without getting legislators involved, I think we must find a way to see how that can be minimized, because it's important that whatever welfare program that has to go to constituencies should be passed through National Assembly for obvious reasons. Therefore, institutions as well and agencies that castigate, malign, and victimize legislators for trying to ensure that their constituents get things that may seem as petty as sewing machines, motorbikes, even 10,000 naira, that will mean the world to some constituents, and trivialize this as not being important, which is why I believe that constituency bill has to be passed into law. It has passed this assembly, and it must, even if it doesn't pass now because time has gone, it should go to 10th Assembly to make sure that it becomes law. National Assembly must have a line item that says constituency programs and projects. Mr. President, dear colleagues, I think is very, very important. Having said that, Mr. President, once again, I want to really point out the need for legislators to have good working relationship with executives. Mr. President, to exemplify that, you made it possible and you made it seamlessly without having to show the effort of what you have done. And so, knowing that we have commonality of interest, what the public wants and what the legislators are expected to do, what the executives are expected to do, you were able to blend them together and have one common interest, and that is to make the lives of Nigerians better. And indeed, 9th Senate can, for now, and I believe for history, be able to beat their chest and celebrate the fact that most people can give and should give 9th Assembly credit for performing creditably well. Mr. President, this couldn't have happened without you. You did it with your leadership members. The vice president and the first lady coming from this chamber also exemplifies the fact that, Mr. President, I'm going to stop very soon, that it will stop. Mr. President, my sincere apologies.
No, it's all right. You know, what you are saying is so popular, so everybody is saying you are protected. And indeed you are protected. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, you are you're a wonderful leader, and my point is that...
Digress, don't digress.
Mr. President, I just wanted to say that for anybody who has observed and has taken time to watch you navigate this assembly, particularly this chamber, must agree with me that you are a case study that every leader must spend time to study. Your patience, your focus, but most importantly, your tenacity. It's unbeatable. I haven't seen it before. And coming from corporate world, I should know. Having said that, my dear colleagues, I want to say that I will miss each and every one of you. It's been wonderful working with you, and for you, and I look forward to seeing you at the lounge. But I want to also say to the tigresses, Mr. President, you have tigresses in these chambers.
We suffered from the clouds.
Mr. President, the female members that you have are exceptionally good. To be able to multitask, to be able to do what they are doing for their constituents, Mr. President, you should be proud of them. Fantastic female, fantastic human beings. And in general, I think they were able to do most of them because of the leadership you provided and that of your deputy. And so, on behalf of my constituents, I want to thank you very much for allowing me learn what I have learned from you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, distinguished princess. Very distinguished Senator Sandy Ono, the orator, the distinguished orator of the 9th Senate. You have 3 minutes plus 1.
I've always said you're a very good man, Mr. President. Senator Sandy Ono, Cross River Central. Mr. President, you will permit me to come from a slightly different perspective. In my last book on Nigeria, Foundations of Nigeria's Unity, I spent time and energy and intellect exploding the myth of Nigeria's artificiality. Many Nigerians, especially the elite, like to go about selling the false impression that 1914 erroneously brought us together as disparate groups that had no commonalities at all. Nothing is further from the truth. History tells us that through intermarriages and wars and commerce and civilization, our people had been integrating long before that time. By 1804, the Fulani Jihad had happened. A century after that, before 1914, a lot of northern Nigeria had come under Fulani sovereignty. The Kwara Confederacy, at the height of its power, had an outpost in Calabar. The Great Benin Empire spread to sections deep of the South-South and even North-Central, went beyond even the Southwest to portions of West Africa. Mr. President, the point I'm making is that whether 1914 occurred or not, there would have been one form of Nigeria or the other. Therefore, as we sit in this Senate, we sit as senators of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. We represent our different constituencies, yes, but fundamentally we are senators of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So this is perhaps the biggest political podium in this country. And I'm happy to announce that in my 4 years in the Senate, I have seen senators represent that. I have seen us in PDP crossing the aisle to meet our colleagues of the APC and coming together to speak on grave national issues. I have seen regionalisms melt. I have seen ethnicities collapse. This country is a great country. America, the UK, a lot of Europe, across the world, countries are built through deliberate efforts of leadership and followership, and Nigeria is not an exception. Mr. President, sir, I want to hope that as the 10th Assembly comes, we will see even more examples of this patriotism and nationalism in the interest of our country. Let Nigerians look at the Senate and say, yes, we have one institution that is completely pan-Nigerian. And that is my hope and my prayer. Mr. President, I must thank my constituents, good people of the Central Senatorial District. I will thank my leaders, Donald Duke, Leah Lemoke, and my present state chairman of party, Benashu Sikem. But more importantly, I must thank that patriot and nationalist extraordinary, my friend Nyesom Ezonwo-Wike, for being such an example of undiluted friendship. My colleagues in the Senate, great men and women, I have learned a lot from you, and I will cherish our meeting for the rest of my life. As I've said to you, Mr. President, on an occasion earlier than now, when the heat of the moment wins, history will throw light and interrogate our activities properly. I am sure we will be recorded under your leadership in the right side of history. I cannot forget my wife and family, how can I? I must thank them for being a solid rock. And as I usually say, finally, to God, without whose infinite mercies I would not have been in the first instance, I cannot quantify my gratitude. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, distinguished Professor Senator Sandy Ono. Next is distinguished Senator Ibrahim Shekarau, Kano Central, Sardauna Kano.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. Your Excellency, Mr. President, distinguished, respected and noble colleagues, my name is Ibrahim Shekarau. I represent Kano Central Senatorial District. Mr. President, I wish to join earlier speakers in starting to express thanks and gratitude to Almighty God for this very wonderful opportunity. Mr. President, the mathematics teacher that I am, I want to draw the attention of my colleagues to the mathematical percentage representation of the entire 109 of us. We represent a percentage of 0.0000545 compared to the population of Nigerians of about 200 million. Mr. President, I'm giving these mathematical statistics for us to appreciate the favors conferred upon us by the Almighty God. Out of over 200 million good citizens of Nigeria, 109 were chosen to represent this huge number of Nigerians. Mr. President, regardless of the circumstances or factors that led to our election 48 months ago, we owe our gratitude to Almighty Allah, by whose grace and powers we all got elected. Hence, by reason of drawing our attention, mathematically the figure sounds very insignificant, of 0.000545. But the weight and the burden of representation, Mr. President, is worth noting very seriously. This population of over 200 million have given us this responsibility of leading and given us a responsibility as the conscience of the nation, representing this huge number of our dear citizens of our dear country. And therefore, Mr. President, I want to associate myself with earlier speakers who all started by showing gratitude to Almighty God. By this budget, by this presentation, we have a responsibility, we are duty bound to thank him and therefore represent the citizens well. Mr. President, I want to join others too in thanking you for your very wonderful leadership. Those of us who knew you in our earlier days of the All Nigeria People's Party were not totally surprised. Mr. President, you have acquired all the experiences, hence what we are seeing in this chamber. You were in the opposition for almost a decade, and you turned to be in the majority perhaps for another decade. You have combined the experience of the minority and the majority, and this is a very rare feat. Hence, your capabilities and your ability to lead us well. And as testified by earlier speakers, we've enjoyed your cooperation, your support, and the maturity you displayed even in moments of tensions that will lead to breaking up of the House, where you're able to control the situation. May the Almighty continue to guide you. And I think the 10th Senate is blessed by having people like you come in, regardless of the number of percentage during the 10th Senate. Your presence in the 10th Senate, even if it is behind the scene, I'm sure the new leadership of the 10th Senate will have the benefit of your guidance and the guidance of many others. Finally, Mr. President, actually all earlier speakers were expressing their gratitude to a wife, W-I-F-E. I want to express my gratitude and support for their very wonderful cooperation. I commend the cooperation of my 4 wives, W-I-V-E-S, so that nobody will mistake me for a wife. Mine was wives. I want to thank them for their patience and for their tolerance. And finally, Mr. President, I want to appreciate one and all in this chamber. We've interacted, we've learned quite a lot, and have added to the world of experience that we've had earlier on. I've added to the treasure of the people that I knew before coming into this chamber. I assure you we'll continue to interact. Outside the National Assembly, Mr. President, count on our support, count on our counseling and cooperation at all times. Thank you. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Thank you very much, Sadona. The Sovereign Senator Deji Emio Biebanakuma.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Deji I represent Bayelsa East Senatorial Districts. Mr. President, apparently today is a day of collective and individual expression of gratitude to God Almighty for the journey so far. And so may I also express very deep gratitude to Almighty God for my membership of the 9th Senate. Mr. President, I want to thank you for the confidence you have shown in me, by appointing me as the pioneer chairman of the Committee on Host Communities, Oil and Gas. Mr. President, also permit me to thank your able 2IC, the Deputy Senate President, who believes in the philosophy of being a brother's keeper. He had extensively demonstrated that towards me, and I thank him immensely. Mr. President, as a member of this new committee in the Senate, Mr. President, you gave me opportunity to work very hard with my colleagues in overseeing the affairs of particularly NUPRC, and in synergy we have been able to bring on stream the templates for development of host communities, and that apparently will guarantee prosperity and sustainable economic and social development of the host communities. Mr. President, permit me at this point to also express my gratitude to my senatorial district leadership, particularly the immediate past Honorable Minister of Petroleum Resources, Chief Timothy Seba, for his forthrightness, his commitments, and support, believing in me, for my journey so far, particularly my election into the Senate. Mr. President, permit me also on this very important occasion to thank the former president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria from Bayelsa State, Dr. Goodluck Jonathan, for his support, and also Engineer Momaikri Wills from Nembe for his support. I will also not forget to appreciate my traditional rulers in Nembe, Brass, and Obia, specifically the Amayanabo of Upunebe, His Majesty Diobele Moejoy Josiah, for their support and encouragement. I have had occasions where they have personally sent message of appreciation to me. Mr. President, the achievements recorded so far as a first-timer are very outstanding by the special grace of God. And this couldn't have been so without the support of your very good self, leadership of the Senate, and my dear colleagues. Mr. President, I thank you. I feel fulfilled because it had never been so before in my senatorial district. Even opposition, politicians, so to say, my opponents, and those who are declared as my enemies publicly, had acknowledged that I have done very well. So I am very proud about that, and I want to thank you, Mr. President, for that. Mr. President, I will not sit down without making these comments. Mr. President, in the early part of my tenure in this Senate, Mr. President, something happened. I went for deputy governorship election. Mr. President, I had a very traumatic experience where I was disqualified, qualified to be a senator of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, but not qualified to be a deputy governor in this country. It was a terrible experience, and I was thoroughly traumatized. Mr. President, you stood by me. You encouraged me. As a matter of fact, at a point, there were calls requesting me to declare my seat vacant. Mr. President, you believe in the rule of law, and you stood your ground, and you supported me, and ensured that that did not happen. Mr. President, I want to thank you so much. Mr. President, I will not end my valedictory speech without thanking my colleagues in other committees that I served. Special Duties Committee, the Gas Resources, and of course, several other committees. Mr. President, because of the confidence and trust you have that afforded me the opportunity to serve in these committees. Mr. President, I know, yes, I have my back. Mr. President, you have done so well, and I am proud to be associated with your leadership. I am proud to be the success story. I am proud to be associated with the 9th Senate that has outstanding performance record. We have made history, and I'm very proud of that. I think that, Mr. President, because you are coming on board the 10th Senate, I think that I have this to say by quoting a very prolific Ghanaian writer who said the beautiful ones are not yet born. I think that the 10th Senate, through your guidance, through your encouragement, they will do even better than us. Thank you, Mr. President. God bless all of you.
Thank you very much. Distinguished Senator Professor Nora Ladi Dadut, Plateau South.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Distinguished colleagues and the backbenchers, I just want to appreciate all that has been said. First of all, I would want to pay tribute to late Senator Ignatius Longjan, who came into the Senate with most or not, maybe all of you here, except a few of us, and God called him to rest. May his soul rest in peace. It was because of his demise that God used the instrumentality of my governor, now former governor, Right Honorable Simon Bakolalong, CON, to pave the way for me to come in 2 years and some months now, almost 2.5 months, 2 years and some few months. I want to praise God and thank Him. I cannot thank Him enough because I am exposed to a different side of the coin. I was in the classroom. Some of you came from the green houses or green house or chamber. I came from a classroom with no green color or tiles. However, I think we are both in the same coin, only that we are on the other side of the coin. And I have been exposed to great minds, great personalities. I've met ex-soldiers, police, pilots, traders, business, entrepreneurs, all different great personalities in this chamber. And that had, in fact, inspired me to be more resilient, because, you know, having discussed with so many of you, I have learned a lot. And with the leadership, I must just lean on what my other colleagues have said. The leadership of the Senate is wonderful, because sometimes during debates, during report sessions, I used to wonder how Mr. President will tackle these issues. And with urgent argument, you, Mr. President, you always arrive at a solution, and this solution will be driven into everybody's mind with pleasantries, commentary, and the like. In fact, I'm going to miss all these jokes that keep the spirit alive. Mr. President, to talk about my legislation or legislative role here is just like a drop in the ocean. I am still in the process of learning, but I was able to learn to move motions, to write certain reports, and even attempt some bills that are still on the way. Unfortunately, they have not matured. Now, the challenges that I encountered, I think God prepared me for that. I almost lost my life at a point in time, and most of you must have heard about it, but this was a process, because my governor always told me, you will have to learn in a hard way. And I believed him, because I really learned in a hard way. But God willing, I thank him for giving me the opportunity to serve in this Senate, and with brilliant brains around me. I have made friends. I have enjoyed my good friendship and relationship with most of them, most of you here. And I thank you for accepting me. One thing I must say here is that distinguished Senator, Her Excellency Olurumi Tinubu, she was the one that brought me to understand the workings of the Senate. She came severally to my office to sort of mentor me, and she told me what to do, because she often said, I don't want you to undergo what she went through when she came newly. So I appreciate her very much, just as I appreciate all my chairmen of committees. My chairman host committee is here. He has spoken on our behalf. We've enjoyed working together, and I thank you all. May God bless us all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, distinguished Professor Dalut. Distinguished Senator Bima Mohamed Enagi.
أعوذ بالله السميع العليم من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. Thank you, Mr. President of the Senate. Thank you, my highly respected distinguished colleagues. My name is Senator Bima Mohamed Enagi. I represent the people of Niger South from Niger States. I would like to start by thanking God Almighty for our lives, for His grace and blessings on our lives. God has always been there for us, and that is why we find ourselves here. God has always been there for us. That's why 11th of June 2019, we were sworn in as senators, and here we are today. We are having our last session. Alhamdulillah, 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 Rabbil Alameen. I would also want to appreciate the people of my senatorial districts, Niger South, from Niger State. I would like to appreciate them. I would like to thank them for their trust, for the confidence that they reposed on me and elected me as their senator, and I've been here for the past 4 years. I am proud of our humble achievements within the past 4 years. I know we may have fallen short in some areas as human beings. You can never meet up 100% in whatever you do. But the little that we have achieved within the past 4 years, I thank God Almighty, and I thank our people for the support, for the trust that they reposed on me, and I found myself here. I was in Central Bank. I just retired from Central Bank, and within 2 months, I went for primaries and I won. And within 5 months, the people elected me. I think there is nothing I can do. I cannot thank them enough. I cannot appreciate them enough. I think I'm indebted to them, and I will continue thanking them throughout my life. Next, I would like to thank the leadership of the 9th Senate, especially the President of the Senate. As everybody has said, you have done wonderfully well. You have been there, not just as a leader of this place, you've been there for us, as a friend, as a brother. You have guided us. To me, the biggest achievement is that this 9th Senate was rancor-free. I was watching when I was in the corporate world how people used to box each other in the Senate, things that were happening. But under your leadership, we never witnessed any of those things. I think that is great achievement on your part. You have also achieved greatly the relationship which we enjoyed with the executive for the past 4 years. It is wonderful, it is great, and we all commend you for the leadership that we have achieved within this period. I mean, for the leadership and for the rancor-free within the Senate and the good relationship that we have enjoyed with the executive. We have also achieved, as many other people have said, we passed a lot of bills which have impacted positively on the lives of our people, on the welfare of Nigerians. I do not need to start mentioning many of them. The Electoral Act is fresh in our minds because we just passed through the election. The PIA is also fresh in our minds, and so many others. In the agricultural sector, I think we had about 5 bills that were assented to by Mr. President. That's a great achievement. And as everybody in this country is aware of now, there is great improvement in the agricultural sector in this country. We thank you for what you have done and what the executive has also done in relation to the issue of, the agricultural sector. I would also want to appreciate the Deputy Senate President, my in-law. You have always been there for me. I've been to your office so many times. You've guided me. You've been there as a brother, as an in-law. I thank you most sincerely from my heart. I want to appreciate the chairman of the committees that I belong to, the chairman of the Committee on Agriculture and Rural Development, the chairman on local and foreign debts, the chairman on banking, insurance, and other financial institutions, the chairman culture and tourism, the chairman labor employment and productivity. I want to thank you all. I've enjoyed working with all of you. My other colleagues that are here present, I've enjoyed working with all of you. I think my network has increased by knowing many of you, exchange telephone numbers with you. We talk from time to time, and the relationship has just started. I'm sure this relationship is forever. I want to believe that by the grace of God, it will not only end in this world, even in the hereafter we shall be in paradise together.
Thank you very much. Distinguished Senator,
Permit me to thank the executive sector, the executive arm of government, especially President Buhari. He did a lot when he was there. He did a lot, but there were a lot of challenges. There are still a lot of challenges, which I think the present government needs to address. The subsidy that the issue of subsidy has been confronted, and I think a lot of Nigerians are happy about that. And I think he needs to address the issue of corruption. Corruption is deep in this country. Corruption is not only in government.
The summit, I think you need to round up, please.
And I wish us all well. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you very much. Distinguished Senator, Excellency Christopher Stephen Akpeo.
My distinguished colleagues, my name remains Senator Christopher Stephen Akpeo, PhD, LNI, LNSE, LNIM, FNIE. Mr. President of the Senate, let me join my colleagues in thanking God that today marks the climax of what we have started in June 11, 2019, when you saw me in the first instance. And then my stay in the Senate was short-lived because I was taken to the tribunal. And the tribunal declared my seat vacant until I had to go for a rerun election on the 25th of January 2020. And by the grace of God, I came out with joy, successful, defeating an incumbent again, as it were, and then I was sworn in by you on the 29th day of January 2020. To God be the glory. Mr. President of the Senate, I've enjoyed working in this hallowed chamber. One, because I got to know you when we started this journey of the Fourth Republic.
Please.
We then Senate President, Senator Nigeri, Chubokaribo, and the rest of them. I'm sure you must have recalled. That was when I first came across you. And when I came into the Senate, I met with you. I discovered that you want to be the Senate President and obliged that I was going to support the cause. I've enjoyed that cause. It's been a rewarding one. You nominated me to 10 committees of the Senate, one as the Vice Chairman of Water Committee, and I enjoy a very robust relationship with my chairman, Senator Bill Manager, to the extent that about 10 local government areas have had water. In the book that we read, the Holy Book, Jesus said, if you give me water, I was thirsty and you give me water to drink. So I have given water to 10 local government areas. Very solid boreholes, solar boreholes. And that is because of your dexterity and tenacity and sagacity of your administration. So I commend you, Mr. President. First and foremost, I want to thank you, because when I came here, Mr. Senate President, I came with a wife, my own wife, and she departed of this world on the 16th day of August, and I sent her foot on the 3rd day of October 2019. And you sent a high-powered delegation of about 12 senators who came to comfort and condole me in my hometown. I want to thank you very much. Mr. Senate President, I have published a book, a pamphlet known as The Audacity of a First-Time Senator, chronicling all that I have done in the Senate. I don't think that all the past senators that have represented my senatorial district have surpassed what I have done in only 4 years, giving hope to the hopeless, giving water, giving roads where there was no road. That is because I happen to be in a Senate where we have a Senate President, a Deputy Senate President, the Chairman of the committees that are very resolute and then committed to the welfare of others. So I want to say thank you very much. As I'm taking exit, Mr. Senate President, Senator Kaya once asked me, I said, Chris, how many wives do you have? I said, I had one. He said, now that your wife has gone, what are you going to do? So, Mr. Senate President, in January this year, I had to pick up a new wife. So I'm going home with a new wife, a brand new wife, an engineer like me. I hope you know that I'm an engineer, I've been in the corporate world. So I want to thank you and thank all my colleagues
that have been with me in times of difficulties and in times of laughter. I enjoy all of you. I say thank you very much, Mr.
No, let me understand this. Did you take a new wife? When? That was secretly done. We didn't know. Eh? No, mine, because it was not the first one or only one. I was allowed to do it secretly. I know. So congratulations anyway. And stay with one wife, sir. Stay with one wife. Don't mind anyone who will advise you to take additional. Additional for maybe Philip, Aduda, and Utazi. Yes. Congratulations anyway. Congratulations.
As safe going as we return back to our different homes, and for those who are staying back and those who are coming in, Mr. President, let me give you an information. What this information is that if you had watched yesterday or the day before yesterday, the analyst named Dr. Sam Amadi, I was flabbergasted when he named that each senator of the Federal Republic of Nigeria is paid 400 million naira per annum. This erroneous impression has to be corrected. I don't own. I multiply what I'm earning here.
So thank you very much, Distinguished Excellency. We have taken note of that, and we decided this one, the next, and the next, and the next will continue to enlighten the general public what is actually here. Some say so out of ignorance, others out of mischief. Thank you very much. Distinguished Senator Cleopas Moses.
Thank you, Mr. President, and my highly esteemed colleagues.
Advent, you will soon start your talking.
I remain Senator Cleopas Moses. I represent the very blessed people of Bayelsa Central Senatorial District, Bayelsa State. Mr. President, I am so delighted and I feel it is a grand privilege for me to address this highly esteemed Senate in this hallowed chambers in today's validity session. I congratulate all my colleagues that have been divinely opportune and privileged to witness this occasion at the end of this journey that started 4 years ago. Even though I came to the Senate on the 15th of December 2020, by that, I've had the privilege to be here for about 2 years and 5 months. I am sure that perhaps it is not all that started the journey that are present here today. May God Almighty repose the souls of those colleagues of ours who couldn't make it to this day here today. I wish also to use this opportunity to thank all those who have traveled from far and wide to attend this great occasion, and those who couldn't make it but are following us online or viewing the broadcast live from various media houses. I want to put it on record, Mr. President, that I'm proud to be a member of this assembly, specifically this 9th Senate. I see and I believe that I'm one of the youngest senators in this assembly, and by that I'm privileged to sit with greater national personalities that I was used to reading about on newspapers and viewing their activities on television. Take for instance, Mr. President, I used to watch you preside over the Senate, And I never ever believed that one day I will be in this chamber to be presided over by you. Mr. President, I had a very nice time sharing and being in the same committee with Vice President Shetima today in the Senate Committee on Interior. Your Excellency, I used to see the Civil Senator Stella Odua when she was serving as minister under our father and leader, former President Goodluck Jonathan. I also used to see Senator Olujimi right from when she was deputy governor. Your Excellency, I used to see the civil senator Obeyemi Bamidele, and I will never forget the day that he got shot in a campaign in the state. I never knew him, but I was praying, what kind of politics is this? Lord God save this man. While all that was happening in my mind as a younger person, I never envisaged or dreamed or believed that one day I was going to be a part to a congregation such as this with him as a member. Your Excellency, it will shock you, as a young man that went for youth service, I was playing football. And I was posted by Boy State. And at that time, it was the Civil Senator Sam Egu that was governor. The Civil Senator Obina Oba was his commissioner for sports. And while I was in orientation camp, news got to town that there is a young man that knows how to play football. So the Civil Senator Obina Oba was designated to come and bring me out of orientation camp to play football for the state team. And that was all that I did all through my youth service. I never ever believed that those people were the people I was going to come and meet one day as colleagues. Your Excellency, today, I also want you to know that I have a political father and a mentor. This other person, His Excellency, the Civil Senator Henry Sirake Dixon. I don't talk when he's around, I don't talk when he's talking. He mentored me.
What do you mean? I ain't talking now because he's not around.
The Excellency, today you can see that I've had opportunity to share the same chamber with all these elites that I had earlier, but I never hoped that I was even privileged to have an handshake with them. Your Excellency, I am humbled. To the outside world, they refer to you people as my colleagues. But I want to announce to you, I put it on record today. Ever since I came into these chambers, I have never seen you people, Auntie Betty. I have never seen you people as my colleagues. I have seen you people as my leaders. I've seen you people as life coaches. I've seen you people as mentors, as God allowed me to pass through, to prepare me for perhaps greater services in the future. Your Excellency,
Someone you can round up, please.
Already. But one thing that is very, very obvious is that family is the anchor point of life. And while here, there are a lot of misconceptions that are out there because of the very significant assignment that we have to perform as leaders. And when those heat comes, the number one set of people that receive them on our behalf are our families. It is on that note, Your Excellency.
Someone should get round up, please.
Igbo family. Finally, Your Excellency, I want to extend gratitude to the very blessed people of Bayelsa Central Senatorial District, starting from the Governor, His Excellency, distinguished Senator Doye Jiri, who found me worthy and gave me this platform. And every member, every citizenry of that senatorial district. In conclusion, sir, when human beings are prone to make errors, I've been here for 2.5 years, and I cannot say that I'm a very perfect person. For everyone that I've offended knowingly or unknowingly, I plead, even those that are viewing me outside of this chamber, nothing was then intentional, the job needed to be done, and I ask that I should be forgiven. And I hold no grudge against any man. As for those of us that are here together, as we go home, as we depart from here, I believe God will create an avenue for us to meet again. It is on that note I want to say, may God bless the 9th Assembly, may God bless the 10th Assembly that is coming, and may God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you so much, and God bless.
Thank you very much, distinguished Senator Cleopas Moses. Next is distinguished Senator Yunus Yarododa.
Your Excellency, the President of the Senate, Your Excellency, the Deputy President of the Senate, my most distinguished and respected colleagues, when you are looking for miracles, when you are looking for miracles of life, you should not look past me. The story of my journey to the Senate in 2019 is nothing but a miracle. It is entirely the grace of God, and I thank God Almighty for granting me the privilege to serve the people of Adamawa South as their senator from 2019 to 2023, which mandate they have graciously extended for another term. At a crucial point in the process that brought me to the 9th Senate, the Wazir in Adamawa, Alhaji Atiku Abubakar GCON, and my governor, Right Honorable Umaru Fintiri CON, intervened to restore my ticket as flag bearer of PDP for the 2019 general election. Because after the primaries, which I comfortably won, my opponent tried to hijack my ticket. But the intervention of Waziri and Right Honorable Umaru Fintiri restored the ticket to me. My senatorial district, Adamawa South, is the largest in Adamawa State, comprising 9 out of the 21 local governments in the state. Of the 8 first-class traditional rulers in Adamawa State, 6 are in my senatorial district. I mention these facts because we all come here as equals to serve the nation and represent our various constituents, although we bear different levels of responsibilities. As our caucus leader has stated, the 3 of us from Adamawa State, distinguished Senator Aisha Ahmed Tahiru Binani, distinguished Senator Ishaku Elisha Abo, and I, we have always worked together, supporting each other despite party differences. Indeed, the 9th Senate has recorded monumental achievements through landmark legislations, which we passed over the last 4 years, as so copiously mentioned by previous contributors. However, the low point in my view of the 9th Senate is the way and manner we handled the ways and means short-term borrowing of the federal government of Nigeria from CBN. If we had performed our oversight function very well, the federal government of Nigeria wouldn't have accumulated short-term borrowings of 22 trillion naira over 7 years or so. I, for one,
Do not therefore disagree with those who say the Ninth Assembly, and especially the Ninth Senate, has been a rubber stamp Senate. Legitimizing the 22 trillion naira ways and means was sincerely the low point of my time in the Ninth Senate, because the CBN Act was blatantly breached. The action of Mr. President, Senator Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, in suspending the CBN governor this week and subjecting him to investigation is a loud indictment of the National Assembly. This is so because if we had done our oversight duty properly, we would not have gotten to this level. My hope is that the 10th Senate will take its role as a watchdog over the executive more seriously. I also hope that the 10th Senate will adhere to and operate by its own rules. Take our rules on the procedures for the bills in Rules 76, 77, and 78, for instance. Bills listed for first and second reading ought to be circulated to all senators. But very often, bills will pass first and second reading without senators citing them. This does not happen in the House of Representatives. I hope the 10th Senate will conduct its business differently. I thank my distinguished colleagues for the privilege of serving together in the 9th Senate. I once again thank my constituents who voted for me in 2019 to come to the Senate and who have found me worthy of being re-elected for another term. Thank you, and God bless you all.
Thank you very much. Distinguished Senator Bello Mandia.
Thank you, Mr. President. My name is Bello Mandia. I represent the good people of Kaduna South. Mr. President, let me begin by thanking Allah for today. Permit me to start by thanking my constituents, the good people of Kaduna South. You recall 4 years ago, they elected me to represent them with the second highest votes for the Senate. I think it was only Senator Shekarau who has more votes. Mr. President, let me also thank the leaders of my constituency. By implication, the leaders of the state, Senator Abu Ibrahim, who represented the constituency for so many years in this hallowed chamber before me, as well as my leader and mentor, the former governor of Kaduna State, Governor Aminu Bello Masari, for their love and support. Mr. President, almost all the speakers before me have spoken about the achievements of the 9th Senate. I believe none of us will be tired to talk about the achievements of this distinguished Senate. Whether it is in the sector of oil and gas, the financial sector, and so many other aspects of our lives. We've been able to enact game-changing pieces of legislation. Mr. President, Senator Uba mentioned a while ago what we are now getting for the simple reason that we're able to amend the offshore Inland Basin Act. The Offshore Inland Basin Act. Mr. President, you recall, just imagine if we were able to amend that piece of legislation some 10 years ago. Today, the country is getting more than $2.5 billion per annum. And you know what that kind of money can do for an economy like ours. Let me also thank you, Mr. President, for your leadership and guidance. Before the inauguration of this 9th Senate, Senator Abla Yahya led us to campaign for you to be the President of the Senate. The only thing and most important thing that separated you from all those that were aspiring to also be senators was your experience. And I'm happy to say that you have executed that. We've seen what you've been able to do. When we came in, we came up with an agenda. And to the glory of God, by the time we are serving or celebrating our 3rd year, we have exhausted all that was in that agenda. Mr. President, I thank you personally for your guidance. I've learned a lot from you, and it's an experience I'll continue to cherish to the end of my life. Finally, to my distinguished colleagues, we came here almost 4 years ago to the day. And along the line, we made friends. We related very well like brothers and sisters. As we leave the Senate or this Hallowed Chamber today, I'm sure all of us are living with a deep sense of pride because of what we've been able to do for this country. My prayer is the 10th Senate will do better than we have done, because this is where nations are built. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you very much, distinguished Senator Bello Mandia. Next is, who is on that same row? Senator Ishaku Abo, Adamawa North.
Most distinguished colleagues, my President, distinguished Senator Ahmed Lawal, I am here today to return glory to God Almighty for sustaining me and for keeping me alive in the past 4 years. It was not an easy journey. I came here as a very young man. Today I feel very, very old. Mr. President, let me give a very personal story in summary. A few years ago, I came into Abuja as a laborer, working in site. I first entered in the National Assembly to come and greet Senator Philip Aduda. Today, to the glory of God, I am a senator of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. I am telling young people out there that regardless of what you are doing today, regardless of your position, regardless of the level where you are, don't give us up. If I can make it, you can also make it. Mr. President, in 2018, I don't have a good father in politics. When I printed my poster to contest for Senate, people mocked me. They said I should go and run for councillor of my village. I didn't listen to them. I listened to my inner self. And I listened to the voice of God that said, he that is in you is greater than he that is in the world. I contested. Mr. President, I won. I went back, Mr. President, in 2019, I ran under PDP, and I won. In 2023, I ran under APC, and I won, making me the only person in the history of my senatorial district to win Senate on 2 different political parties, and making me the second citizen of my place after Senator Professor Iya Abubakar to win election in that zone to the Senate back to back. Mr. President, I want to thank you. I voted against you. I campaigned.
Oh yes, 2019, right?
When we went for our oath of allegiance, I will never forget. You held me and drew me close to yourself and whispered into my ear. And you told me, you are a young man. I will support you. I will guide you. Today, Mr. President, I never told anybody this, but that was your word in this chamber. And as you are going home today, I am one of the few senators that is going home with more than one certificate of legislative service, having served both as chairman and vice chairman of different committees in the Senate. I have to thank you very, very specially for your patience with me. Like I said, I have aged. I have learned in the past 4 years what I didn't learn in the last 38 years. In the last 4 years. To my colleagues from Adamawa State, Senator Bino Sierro, and Senator Ashitu Rubinani, I thank you so much. To Senator Bacha, Senator Remi Chilibu, and Senator Bino Sierro again. I want to appreciate you again for looking after my spiritual growth. You always come to my house with your Bible. Waking you up from sleep every Wednesday and asking me to come and attend church fellowship in the Senate every Wednesday. I want to appreciate you. For those of our friends that did not make it back to the 10th Senate, it is a privilege knowing you. And I hope we'll continue to interact, not only as former colleagues, but as colleagues and brothers. Once again, Mr. President and distinguished colleagues, thank you so much for your patience, understanding, guidance, mentorship over the past 4 years. God bless you all, and God bless the Senate. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Senator Ishaku Abo. There is no, okay, we have exhausted the left, so I'll go back to the right. Oh, okay. Sorry, Senator Chukuma Frank Ibezim.
Thank you, Your Excellency, the President of the Senate, the leadership of the Senate. Thank you, distinguished colleagues. How do I begin? How do I begin to thank my Almighty God? Lord, you told me you were going to put me in the Senate, and you also said that nobody was going to take your glory. And I'm like, Lord, how would that be in politics? He said his Holy Spirit was going to be with me. Right after that, Lord gave me my governor, most distinguished Senator Hope Uzodimma, through my brother, the Honorable Minister of State for Education, Right Honorable Rebecca Wajiba. My constituents, the people of my constituency, it was like a miracle going on. They took over. My election was a clear-cut show of God in action. That election went through. My governor carried me like it was his election. After the election, it was not over. I'm sure there's no senator in this chamber that had 28 court cases. 2 of them went to Supreme Court. 1 of them went to the final court of appeals because it was a tribunal case. Eventually, as that was going on, my Senate President, I don't know how to thank you, because in the midst of those, once we had that Supreme Court judgment, I knew there was pressure on you, but you said, you've seen it, that you were going to swear me in. And on the 27th of April, 2021, you swore me in, and I became a member of this hallowed chamber. It was clear to me that God is gracious, and there's nothing He cannot do. Mr. President, I salute you. I want to thank the Deputy Senate President. You know, one thing about him is he would do a lot for you, work for you, and we want to talk about it. During my ordeal, 28 court cases, even before I got in here, he synergized with my governor. He called and advised me. He stood by me until we were able to get in here. And he had continually supported. I can't thank the leadership of the Senate a lot, but I want to single out the former leader, Senator Yahya Abdullahi. Senator Yahya Abdullahi has been more than an inspiration to me. Even when it was clear that as a senator you're not supposed to have more than 9 committees, till I asked with the Senate President, they realized that I was only going to be in the hallowed chamber for 2 years, and they said they were going to support me. Some of the committees they allowed me to be into are committees that are reserved. And those committees are committees that there was no way you were going to be when you were at the halftime. I thank you so much. And God used all of that to make it possible for me to show that much can be done for my constituency, even when you only have half the time. Today I feel like I had every privilege, and I'm the happiest person because as I'm standing here today, it didn't seem like I was the greenest of the greenhorns. It felt like I did the total time, and I'm very happy to you all. It would not be fair if I did not mention other senators that helped me. The Chief Whip jokingly told me he was going to try to help me put a road for my constituency, and it came to pass as well. The Chief Whip, I can't thank you enough. I can't thank all the chairmen of the committees I was a part of, especially those chairmen that actually co-opted me. I thank you all. I can't thank enough the chairman of the committee that I was the vice.
Give a round of now.
The committee chairman that fast-tracked and made it possible for me to have 4 of my bills approved. I can't thank them enough. From Senator Payemi, to the ICT chairman. I can thank His Excellency, former Governor of Imo State, Senator Rochas Okorocha, and most people here do not know that in 2011, even when I did not support his being a governor, by 2013 he made me the Commissioner for Agriculture. Your Excellency, thank you very much. And I want to actually say that lastly, I want to thank my family, my wife, Lady Fran. I want to thank my children. I want to thank my siblings and their family. My brother of the Blessed Mary, Donald Robin Davidson. Thank you for all your prayers. I thank you all.
Thank you very much, distinguished individual. Distinguished Senator Anna Rochas Okorocha. Sorry? Is what?
My people, my people. To God be the glory. And again, to God be the glory. Mr. President, my name is Owele Anayo Rochas Okorocha, Imo West. Mr. President, and to you, my distinguished colleagues, my brothers and sisters, I want to thank you for the wonderful time we have all shared together. I want to thank you for show of love towards me. Mr. President, I want to pay special thanks to my colleagues for supporting my bills for the establishment of Federal University of Medical Sciences, Oboko, Federal University of Creative Arts and Technology, Onwesha Konkwari, Federal University of Petroleum Technology, Ohajibema, Federal University of Agriculture and Environmental Science, Abongapala, and Federal University of Technology, Onimo. I want to thank you for that great support. Mr. President, 4 years ago, destiny brought all of us together to this hallowed chamber known as the Red Chambers. For the love of our country, our holy country, and nothing but our country. As senators of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, to make laws for this great nation. And within these 4 years, we dramatize that very silent but powerful point in our nation, which is that though our tribes and towns may differ, our religions may differ, our political parties may differ, in brotherhood we stand. This line here that separates PDP and APC was not functional because we went across each other for the purpose of this nation. But Mr. President, with heavy heart, as I look around and I cannot see Senator Wajimoku, and I cannot see Senator Rozoko, and Senator Lonjan, they're not here with us to make their military speech because they have gone to the world beyond. Wherever they may be, I want to salute their spirits and may their soul rest in peace. Mr. President, coming to the Senate has given me a great opportunity to understand this nation even better. To look at to see the thinking of politicians and how we each look at this nation and how we relate with each other in this country. Mr. President, it is obvious that every senator here loves this country, and I have no doubt. Because there were a lot of issues that came up here that was capable of separating us. but we saw beyond that to look at the national interest. For this again, I'm grateful to you, my colleagues as senators. Today as I speak, I will bow out as a senator in this red chamber, because I had not contested for Senate during this period. I only contested for the office of the president. So, I won't be here for the 10th Assembly, but it will be appropriate and proper for us to make some suggestions as to way forward for this nation, given the experiences we have all acquired. But before I do that, Mr. Senate President, my 4 years in this Senate was full of the ugly situations, the good situations, and the bad situations. But in all this, I give God glory, and I have no regret whatsoever. Neither will I hold against anyone for what I went through. I accept it in faith, and believe that's the portion of what God Almighty has said for me in my journey of life. But in our legislative journey, Mr. Senate President, I noticed with a lot of mixed feelings some of the key issues that would have brought about the fast-tracking the development of a nation. And I feel very sober to say this, and I wish in the 10th Senate we can preach this gospel even to generation and generations evermore. And that is to say, we should reduce self in what we do in this country. I see self rising above national interest, and I see self prized much higher than national spirit. If we continue this track, we'll still have a long way to go. Mr. President, in this Senate, I realize that there's so much we have given to life, more than the honor attached to life, and so much we have given to wealth, more than glory attached to life. This again will not speak well for us and for subsequent generations of Nigerian citizens. I see, however, that we're in the learning process, because politics and democracy did not start with us. Democracy came like a wild wind from America. And we've been trying to catch up with the meaning of democracy, and we're stumbling in many places. So we shall not accuse each other. Let us say that we're in the learning process. And I'm sure before we get to the 11th, 12th Assembly, we'll be matured enough to handle issues for faster growth of this nation. The relationship between the three arms of government must be redefined, even in the 10th Senate, and understand that whether it is executive or judiciary or legislature, is still one federal republic of Nigeria. Mr. President, I do not know how to score us, but I think it's there for Nigerians out there to say what we have done. But if truth must be said, it has not all been uhuru for this nation. We passed through a very difficult moment, still of poverty and hunger and ignorance. And our rural populace are expecting so much from us. As we say to ourselves what we have done, we should make a page to say to them, we shall do more. Nigerians need assurance. But one thing that gladdens my heart in these 3 days as I exit was the few statements made by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu on the issue of petroleum subsidy and cleansing of the CBN and returning dollar to one market rate. With that statement alone and with actions following it, I have seen a slight light at the dark end of our tunnel of poverty and ignorance. May he keep it up. May he have the courage to continue on the path he has chosen. And I think with that, we might make a great nation.
You can round up now, please.
As above, Mr. Senate President, I don't want us to live here creating a situation without telling the world of how great this nation is. This nation, Nigeria, will one day be the greatest nation of mankind. I foresee this green, white, green
very soon flying over hills and dales, over nations, over America, Russia, everywhere, commanding the commands of those nations. Let's believe in this nation. And with that, again, we shall all stand to say Nigeria is a great country. And to those of you, our colleagues, including you, Mr. Senate President, you know you're a very smart politician. How you came back is yet another political book to discuss.
Sorry?
I say how you came back is another chapter in our political history.
How I came back from where?
Mr. President, how you return to the Senate as a senator will open another chapter of great discussion in our political book. Because I was there in the field with you running for president. I never knew how you were able to meander and return and leave some of us. Next time you must teach me how to do that.
It was easy. It was easy. I was there with you in the field, but after our defeat, my constituents thought they needed me again. And so they asked for me to come back. And it was a treacherous journey because we had to go through the courts. I didn't even appeal. A judgment that did not give me the contest. The party and the stakeholders in my constituency appealed on my behalf up to the Supreme Court. I denied, I refused. So there is nothing magical or remarkable. In fact, I have nothing to learn from what happened. The only thing is, you are determined not to come back. I know if you had wanted to come back to the Senate, you would have even returned quicker than I would have returned.
Okay.
I round up now.
Mr. Senate President, I still say I want to be your student next time because it is more of the more you look, the less you see. My people, my people.
Well, thank you very much. Now he who loves last, love the best. The backbenchers, today is your day. You will have 3.5 minutes each. The Supreme Senator Ibrahim Yahya Olurogbe, Kwara Central.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. Mr. Senate President, distinguished Senator Ahmed Ibrahim Lawal, PhD, DCON. The leadership of this Senate, my highly respected and distinguished colleagues, the day is fast spent. I will make it short. My name is Ibrahim Yahya Olurogbe. I represent the people of Kwara Central Senatorial District, in particular the people of Ilorin Emirate, the southernmost emirate of the Caliphate of Usman bin Fodio. All thanks and gratitude are due to Allah, the Lord of the world, the one who creates man and decrees destiny, the one that gives and takes power and honor. I thank him, I adore him. I thank him for giving me the opportunity to be part of this unique body for this period and this time. I thank him for his favors in the last 4 years that enable me and indeed all of us together to accomplish a lot for our constituencies and for our dear country, Nigeria. I appreciate my constituency for giving me the opportunity to serve in this great institution. I came through an election that is well known in this country. My election was unique because the first time that a newcomer will defeat a sitting presiding officer. It's a special favor from Almighty God and from our constituency, and I don't take it for granted. I thank you, my colleagues, for all your support in the last 4 years. Mr. President, a lot has been said, and I'm not going to go into what you have achieved. But besides that, Mr. President, it behoves on me for the privilege and opportunity you gave me, and the leadership indeed, to lead a sector that is critical to human life. We said health is wealth. Without health, there will be no wealth. Without health, there will be no productivity. Therefore, in the last 4 years, I must take just 1 minute of my 3 minutes to say what we have accomplished under this sector. Most of it are listed in our legacy book. I've gone through the book. However, we can't talk about the last 4 years in the world without touching of a unique thing that happened, which is the pandemic, COVID-19 pandemic, which ravaged the lives of this world. It affected our health and our wealth. Mr. President, I'm speaking of this because in thinking of this time and writing the history of this time, most people forgot that we had about 1 year or thereabout where life was not normal. But despite that, we operated. But more importantly, as a country, we passed the test of COVID-19. Because in this particular passage, Mr. President, this House Chamber, the Senate, and indeed National Assembly contributed greatly to what the Nigeria was able to achieve. I feel proud as a Nigerian, and for the first time as a country, we were praised by the world. The WHO, the UN praised Nigeria for what we achieved. Most of these are highlighted, but particularly what are not highlighted is what I want to state, Mr. President. We went into COVID-19 with deficit in our infrastructure to face such issues. As a National Assembly, based on our power of appropriation, we used the 2020 appropriation budget to provide special resources to improve our infrastructure. When COVID-19 came, we had only 2 specialized molecular labs in this country, one in Lagos and a special reference lab in Abuja here. As we speak now, Mr. President, federal government-owned hospitals, 61 of them have complex, comprehensive molecular lab to test not only for COVID-19 but any similar diseases like that. So if we do have such diseases happening again, we are well prepared. Mr. President, we had no isolation center in Abuja as at 2020 when COVID-19 broke out. Mr. President, in 53 federal owned teaching hospitals now, we have minimum of 30-bed isolation centers. Mr. President, we had no intensive care unit in all our hospitals. As at that time, we were looking for oxygens and ventilators. With the work of this Senate and the National Assembly, we have 53 hospitals currently can provide 10-bed intensive care unit to take care of such. Beyond that, in the health sector, Mr. President, we expanded access to facilities. Based on our legislative interventions, we added 14 new federally owned teaching hospitals, medical centers, and specialist hospitals, including 2 psychiatric hospitals, 3 orthopedic hospitals, 5 medical centers, and 4 teaching hospitals. This has expanded access. We did this and more. Mr. President, on a personal note, I want to thank you and this Senate for giving me the opportunity to sponsor at least 15 bills. The level of such bills were passed by this Senate, 7 were concurred to by the House of Reps, and 4 were signed by Mr. President. The bills have enabled the health sector of this country to be rationalized, including a bill.
You can round up, Mr. Chairman.
Us assessing access to finance in health and taking care of mental health. Mr. President, I can go on and on. What I remember to be able to conclude my speech is not a quote from any human, but a quote from the book of God. In Surah Al-Rahman, that is chapter 55 of the Quran, Allah says, which of the favors of thy God will you deny? We repeated this 31 times in that chapter. Me and you, everybody here, which of the favors of our Lord can we deny in the last 4 years? Or indeed in our lives? We thank Him. Therefore, Mr. President, based on that, the last 4 years has improved me, and I'm sure most of us, our capacities, our abilities, our knowledge. It's my commitment that I will use those to serve this country and indeed to continue to hold these institutions and you, my brother, in high esteem.
Thank you.
The word I want to conclude with is that God says in this same chapter that I said, that Tabaraka is in Rabbika through the line wal Ikram, which means blessed be the name of our Lord, full of majesty, bounty, and honor. And that is what I want to say. I so submit, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Distinguished Senator Mohammed Sani Musa.
Thank you, Mr. President. My name is Mohammed Sani Musa, representing Niger East Senatorial District. Thank you very much. I will start by extending my gratitude to Allah for His blessings. I am very much privileged and proud to stand before my distinguished colleagues to give this validatory remark. I wish first and foremost to congratulate all my distinguished colleagues for a job well done. Many of you will testify to the heckling task of lawmaking and oversight functions we have gone through in this prestigious institution of the Senate. Let me at this point also extend my tribute and deepest sympathies to our departed colleagues that are not here with us today. May the good Lord bless their souls. And I will recall with nostalgia the death of my father, where over 62 senators visited me now to commiserate with my family. I remain eternally grateful. For the last 4 years, we have endured with one another despite our diversity and multicultural differences, with so much excitement and expectations. This was against the backdrop of varied experiences and partnerships that we have built and coexisted among us. If we had been asked exactly what gave us the feeling, I will probably attribute it to the way and manner the leadership and my fellow colleagues have steered the affairs of this most respected institution. But today, we can boldly say we have achieved what we aimed at when we came 4 years ago. If for nothing at all, we have successfully attended to our 9th Assembly legislative agenda conclusively. Today, as we all received our certificates of service and the requisite experiences we have gained from this institution is worthy of celebration by all of us, and we can keep our heads high. It has been a wonderful experience to be part of the 9th Senate. The determination, self-confidence, purposefulness, knowledge and practical skills and sense of direction in legislative matters, among other virtues, will not have been attained without being in this hallowed chamber and the Senate. We have come a long way to reach this trajectory. It has been a challenging process, but we have never despaired. At this point, I wish to appreciate you all and to seek for the forgiveness of all my colleagues if I have hurt as a result of my official conduct. I believe each of us here is capable enough to make significant change in this country, and by keying to the renewed hope agenda of His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu, the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces. Hence, I pray for a successful takeoff of the 10th Assembly as we commence next Tuesday. J.K. Rowling, best known for her Harry Potter, when she authored Harry Potter series, once said, "We do not need magic to change the world. We carry all the power we need inside ourselves already. We have the power to imagine better and make Nigeria a better place for generations to come." My sincere appreciation to the President of the Senate. You have been a shining light to me, and I remain forever grateful to you. And to my colleagues, my distinguished colleagues, as we wind up the 9th Assembly, let us not wait for opportunities to be created for us. We must challenge ourselves with the knowledge and skills we acquired from this institution to create such opportunities for ourselves and our nation. Even though it is challenging, a former American poet, Ralph Waldo Emerson, said, Do not follow where the path may lead. Go instead where there is no path and leave a trail. I hope with determination and focus among us all, this is possible. Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, my distinguished colleagues, that today we might not see here again, but we continue to see outside and continue doing what we know best. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Well, you can donate the 3 minutes to the next speaker. That will be the last, but not the least. The man in charge of the business and rules of the Senate, a key member of the backbenchers, the distinguished Senator Sadiq Suleiman Umar Paranorth.
Thank you, Mr. President, my distinguished colleagues. I am Sadiq Suleiman Umar. I represent the decent and good people of Kwara North and who are. Mr. President, whether by design or accident, I'm privileged to be speaking last. I am the last senator that is going to speak in the night Senate as we close it, except the only senator that faces opposite direction against 108 other senators. That's the Senate President. It is a privilege, and I'm happy for this. First and foremost, Mr. President, let me thank Almighty Allah for the extraordinary favors He has done in my life, particularly with the divine intervention of catapulting me from my professional career into the Red Chamber here. And He has also blessed me to return back for the 10th Senate. I'm most grateful to Almighty Allah. And of course He did that through my constituents, people I call my bosses, our leaders, elders, traditional rulers, political stakeholders, the young men, the women, all of them. I call them decent and good people because that's who they are. Throughout my career, they've never been a problem to me. The little I do, they appreciate it massively. Where I fail or I make mistake, they complain less and only encourage me. So what can I ask for? I thank them very much, sir. To my colleagues who have become brothers and sisters to me here, thank you very much for supporting me and giving me this environment. My colleagues in the state, Senator Lori Bear, Senator Lolashiru, White team, will work oppositely to support our state. To our leader in the state, the governor, Malam Ramad Razak, he allowed us to operate, he supported us to make sure we support the state to move forward. I thank him very much too. To the leadership of the Senate, thank you for what you did for us. And of course, very importantly, to the Senate President, thank you for all the support you gave me, both professionally and personally. I do really, really appreciate. And of course, like it has been said, you are a product of what knowledge, experience, and capacity can do when you give leadership to somebody. You led this Senate, you stabilized it, you supported the government, and Nigerians are better for it. I look forward for the 10th Senate to take advantage of our strength in the 9th Senate and then try to correct our weaknesses in the 9th Senate as we resume the 10th Senate. I thank my family members, both my nuclear family and my extended family, for their understanding and patience with me that allowed me to serve the people that sent me here to come and represent them. Mr. President, I'm very proud to be a member of this nice Senate. And it is so because we have achieved a lot. In fact, even as a custodian of data in this Senate, I was overwhelmed when I went through the report of the legacy of the nice Senate, where this data has been organized and presented in a better form. I was surprised that we did far more than what we have imagined. With 950 bills, that's an average of 8.7 bills per senator. Alhamdulillah, I had 30 of those bills presented in my name, and I was 6 being passed. Over 300 motions, all addressing all the key areas that affect this country: security, infrastructure,
poverty reduction, name it, health, education, we have done very well, and I'm proud to be part of this success. Lastly, Mr. President, the concept of independence of the legislature, as I always insist, is overrated. The legislature at best has to cooperate, collaborate with other arms of government, and they are interdependent in a presidential democracy. We understood that in the United Senate, we did well, and Nigerians are better for it for that. I look forward for the 10th Senate doing exactly the same thing for the new coming government, because this country faces more deeper challenges that our generation has to solve, or else Nigeria will be in a bigger trouble. By the grace of God, we are going to overcome the challenges as we move forward. Finally, for all those have offended, I'm sorry, especially those whose bills and motions could not come in the way they wanted it to come in. And for those who offended me, don't worry, because of course, nobody offended me. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Well, thank you very much, distinguished Senator Sadiq Suleiman Umar of Kwara North, our chairman, Committee on Rules and Business. Distinguished colleagues, we have taken individual senators' remarks on this valedictory session. Now, I will read my valedictory speech, and I want to thank you for listening to our colleagues, distinguished colleagues, our very esteemed colleagues. Today, I address you with mixed emotions. On the one hand, there is a sense of accomplishment for all that we have achieved together, and gratitude to God Almighty for the privilege of serving the people of Nigeria and being a part of this revered legislative body, the Senate of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. On the other hand, however, there is a tinge of sadness and nostalgia as I bid farewell to this cherished role and many of my colleagues. We started this journey on 11th June 2019 with 109 senators, but over the course of 4 years, we lost an unprecedented number of 4 members of this chamber. Senator Ignatius Longjam, who represented Plateau South, Senator Adebayo Oshino, represented Lagos East, Senator Ross Oko, represented Cross River North, Senator Benjamin Ouajimoku, represented Ima North. Despite their not being here today to celebrate our successes, we must fondly remember them and pray that God will grant them eternal rest. May we please stand and observe a minute silence in their memory and honor. May their gentle souls rest in perfect peace. Amen. While remembering our colleagues that passed on, we also remember those that have answered the call to serve Nigeria in different capacities, especially Senator Kashim Shettima Mustafa GCON, who represented Borno Central, now Vice President, Federal Republic of Nigeria. Distinguished Senator Oluremi Tinubu, who represented Lagos Central, is now our First Lady of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Distinguished Senator Obasani, who represented Kaduna Central, is now Governor of Kaduna State. Distinguished Senator Hassan Mohammed Busau Nasiha, represented Zamfara Central, served as Deputy Governor of Zamfara State. Distinguished Senator Ekoya Yakimi, represented Akwa Ibom South, now Deputy Governor of Akwa Ibom State. Senator Abdullah Adamu, who represented Nasarawa West, is now the National Chairman of the All Progressives Congress, APC, the ruling party. And Distinguished Senator Abubakar Kyari, who represented Borno North, now is Deputy National Chairman North of the All Progressives Congress. They were all vibrant members of this chamber who contributed to the success of the 9th Senate and are now contributing to Nigeria's political development and stability in different capacities. Let me also mention here that the distinguished Senator Ike Ekwadumadu, who served as Deputy President of the Senate for 3 consecutive terms for 12 years, would have been here with us, if not because of the tragedy that has befallen the family. And of course, we are part of the family. I will take this opportunity to call on Mr. President, distinguished Senator Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, to engage with the British government with a view to seeking diplomatic resolutions of this very important but tragic situation. Distinguished colleagues, the 9th Senate, the 9th National Assembly, was inaugurated 4 years ago at a time of heightened political tensions and threats to security, especially by Boko Haram, which perpetrated acts of abductions, suicide bombings of civilian targets and government infrastructure in the northeast. This situation was further worsened by decades of communal conflict between nomadic herders and farmers in the north central, militancy in the south-south, and agitations for the devolution of powers and succession in the southeast and southwest. The economic outlook was equally grim, with the predictions of slow real GDP growth, depressed oil demand, and its impact on Nigeria's earnings and prospects for economic growth, huge infrastructure deficit, leakages and revenue losses, uncertainties among investors, growing youth population, and rising unemployment, as well as high inflation rates, among others. To further complicate things, we also inherited a legacy of antagonistic and sometimes hostile legislative-executive relations characterized by mutual distrust and suspicions. Some consequences of that strained relationship included delays in the passage of budget, weak oversight by committees, and non-compliance to legislative summons, amongst others. In response to these challenges, we adopted the slogan, "A Senate that works for Nigerians," and a legislative agenda that define our legislative priorities in the short, medium, and long terms, and specific actions towards meeting our overall objective of providing good representation for Nigerians. Our approach was evidence-based and drew from the study on the citizens' expectations of the 9th National Assembly. The broad philosophical outlook of the agenda emphasized a holistic approach to economic, socio-political, and governance reforms rather than piecemeal or haphazard interventions. Our vision from the start, therefore, was to lay a foundation for reforming the various aspects of our national life through purposeful lawmaking and oversight. In crafting laws, we emphasize legislations that address some of the fundamental issues that have impeded development and undermined social cohesion. As a body, we conducted ourselves ethically as required of government officials and placed national interest above any personal or sectional considerations. As a result, the period between 2019 to 2023 has produced the most consequential legislative outputs of any assembly since the return to democratic governance in 1999. Distinguished colleagues, permit me to reflect on some of our most significant accomplishments over the last 4 years. In lawmaking, the Ninth Senate introduced and successfully passed critical legislations that will reform and promote the economy, improve transparency in government processes, and enhance public confidence in the electoral process. As of June 10, 2023, that is today, over 1,129 bills were presented on the floor of the Senate, and over 500 were successfully passed. The President assented to 129 bills, and I mean the former President, President Muhammadu Buhari, representing about 60% of all bills passed. 18 bills were assented to in 2019, 10 in 2020, 21 in 2021, and 43 in 2023. This is the highest of any assembly in Nigeria's history. In the last few days, His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu GCFR has assented to 2 bills passed by the 9th National Assembly, namely the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 Fifth Alteration Number 37 Bill 2023, which extends the retirement age of High Court judges and others from 65 to 70 years. This was the first bill to be signed by the President since taking the oath of office. Only yesterday, the 9th of June 2023, Mr. President also assented to the Electricity Act 2023, which we had passed in July 2022. The new law, the Electricity Act of 2000, the new law replaces the Electricity and Power Sector Reform Act of 2005. The new Electricity Act has the potential to transform our power sector, ushering in a new era of reliability, efficiency, and sustainability of our power sector. Distinguished colleagues, beyond the impressive numbers, however, these laws cut across the 11 priority areas of our legislative agenda. They lay the foundation for multi-sectoral reforms and revitalization of the Nigerian state. For example, for the first time in decades, we enacted the Petroleum Industry Act to overhaul the oil and gas sector to better respond to the changing environment and foster stronger sector growth. We passed numerous legislations to stimulate the Nigerian economy and improve the use of doing business. These include the Banks and Other Financial Institutions Act of 2020, otherwise known as BOFIA, Finance Act 2020, Companies and Allied Matters Act 2020, Deep Offshore and Inland Basin Production Sharing Contract Amendment Act 2019, and many others. To enhance accountability and promote good governance, we also enacted the Process of Crime Recovery and Management Act 2022, Money Laundering Prevention and Prohibition Act 2022, and Police Act 2020, amongst others. Critically too, we successfully enacted the Enhanced Transparency and Inspired Greater Voter Confidence. I will tell that again. Critically too, we successfully enacted the Electoral Act 2022, which will form our electoral process to enhance transparency and inspire greater voter confidence. The National Social Investment Program Agency Act 2023 institutionalizes and provides a legal framework for government programs targeting the poor and the vulnerable in our country. We passed 16 constitutional alteration bills targeted at, among other things, providing for the financial independence of State House of Assembly and State Judiciary, recongesting the exclusive legislative list by moving railway to the concurrent legislative list, authorizing states to generate, transmit, and distribute electricity in areas covered by the national grid, and making it mandatory for the President and governors to submit the names of persons nominated as ministers or commissioners within 60 days of taking oath of office for confirmation by the Senate or State House of Assembly. The 9th Senate, and indeed the 9th National Assembly, strengthened the budget process to reduce delays experienced in previous assemblies and ensure speedy consideration and passage of the appropriation law. In the past, delays in the budget process led to poor budget implementation, especially the capital component. Working with the executive, we return Nigeria to the January to December budget cycle for the first time in 12 years. Additionally, measures were taken to ensure that the appropriation bill was passed in line with the financial principles contained in the Finance Act. In 2023, we amended 11 legislations to reflect the provisions of the Finance Act. You will agree with me that the legislations and critical bills were passed would potentially address the multitude of economic and social challenges facing Nigerians, improve social services, health and education, stimulate job creation, reduce poverty, and ensure the security of lives and properties. As members of the Nigerian Senate, we should be proud of our outputs and the fact that we brought several legislative cases by enacting laws that had stalled in the National Assembly since 1999. And let me add here that some of the legislations that we have passed will start to yield results maybe in the next 1, 2 years, 3 years. Because if we are talking about the Petroleum Industry Act, we expect investments to flow into this sector, and the output would be seen probably in a year and of course subsequent years. The Nigerian Senate recognized from the outset that security is a fundamental requirement for ensuring stability and development. In my inaugural speech at the inception of this assembly, I pledged to work closely with my colleagues in both the Senate and the House of Representatives with other arms of government to improve the security situation in the country. In the last 4 years, we have achieved a lot in this regard. We set up another committee to engage with security agencies and produce a white paper on restructuring, reviewing, and organizing the security architecture of the country. To curb the proliferation of illegal arms and weapons, we passed the bill for the establishment of a National Commission for Coordination and Control of Small Arms and Light Weapons. We passed other security-related laws, including the Police Act mentioned earlier. Police force and how the Nigerian police force and how they relate to the citizenry, with a particular focus on effective policing, accountability and transparency, and protection of human rights and freedom. Working with partners, we also engage in harmonizing the legislative and institutional frameworks, regulating all security agencies to reduce overlap and enhance greater collaboration. Only a few weeks ago, I commissioned the Legislative Center for Security Analysis to monitor armed conflicts and other forms of crimes in the country to inform lawmaking and oversight. Working with the executive, the Ninth Assembly ensured the most significant funding towards retooling and equipping the armed forces. We also ensured improved transparency in security spending while engaging closely with the security actors to determine their needs. It is gratifying to note that the sustained fight against terrorists, banditry, and kidnapping has produced positive results. I wish to express my deep gratitude to former President Muhammadu Buhari GCFR and you, my distinguished colleagues, for your patriotism and commitment to pushing through these fundamental reforms for the good of our country. This demonstrates that there is no limit to what we can achieve where there is political will. Our collective achievements also underscore and justify our decision to adopt a cordial but professional approach to executive-legislative relations, focusing on constructive engagement rather than needless antagonism and conflicts. While asserting the independence of the legislature and the principle of separation of powers, we cooperated in making laws and taking decisions that best protect the interests of all Nigerians. Indeed, as all of us here can attest to, in the absence of harmony and respect between the two arms of government, the legislature, neither the legislature nor the executive can effectively perform its functions. A healthy and constructive relationship between the executive and the legislative arms promotes stability and continuity in governance. By working together these past 4 years, we have possibly addressed pressing national issues, resolve conflicts, and maintain political stability, which is crucial for economic growth, social development, and improved public trust in the government. One of the legislature's critical functions is to counterbalance the executive's powers, ensure value for money in government spending, and promote transparency and accountability using approved resources. Ultimately, through oversight, the legislature improves the efficiency and effectiveness of government operations and the quality of government and public service delivery. Accordingly, the agenda of the 9th Senate prioritized the enhancement and modernization of legislative systems and processes, including the operations of committees to improve the overall effectiveness of the Assembly in the conduct of oversight. Other priority areas included ensuring adherence to our legislative code of ethics, improved funding for committee activities, greater collaboration with legislative support institutions, particularly the National Institute for Legislative and Democratic Studies NILS, and strengthening the human resource capacity of legislators and staff and aides. To strengthen legislative institutions, we ensured the completion and commissioning of the NILS Management Permanent Complex and work on the permanent site of the National Assembly Service or Mission and the National Assembly Library is nearing completion. Other innovations include the commissioning of the first ever parliamentary radio station and the Legislative Center for Security Analysis, also the first in Africa. These institutions and projects will contribute to enhancing legislative functions and deepening democracy in Nigeria. In the last 4 years, the various oversight committees of the 9th Senate conducted 371 visits to ministries, departments, and agencies, and projects across the country. Through these visits, we ensured that government projects and programs were implemented and administered efficiently, effectively, and consistent with legislative intent. We also conducted numerous investigative hearings to examine specific issues of public concern, including subsidy claims, power, crude oil theft, production sharing contracts, and operations of the NDA such as NDDC, Nigeria Social Insurance Trust Fund, and many more. These probes ensure that those who hold public offices are answerable to the legislature and the public. The 9th Senate also received 705 petitions, 146 and 239 in the first and second sessions, 232 and 88 in the fourth sessions, which have either been resolved or at various stages of consideration. Confirmation of certain categories of nominees for federal executive and judicial positions is one of the oversight mechanisms employed by the legislature to ensure the accountability of public officers to citizens. The power to confirm presidential appointees is a constitutionally assigned power of the Senate in Section 147, Subsection 2, 171, Subsection 2C, and Section 154 of the 1999 Constitution as altered. The 9th Senate confirmed 241 appointments on the recommendations of the relevant committees. Finally, in the discharge of our representative functions, the 9th Senate aggregated and amplified the problems faced by our constituents. 361 motions were moved in the 9th Senate and 488 resolutions were passed. Through these various motions and resolutions, we called the government's attention to specific issues and sought their intervention. We entertained and resolved thousands of petitions brought before us by Nigerians and enhanced engagement with civil society, media, development partners, etc., etc. Through constituency and zonal intervention projects, senators successfully attracted developmental projects to their constituencies, which in some instances were the only evidence of federal presence at the grassroots level. Parliaments around the world have traditionally suffered from negative stereotypes and poor public perception. A similar situation obtains in Nigeria, where the National Assembly has been actively misunderstood and characterized negatively by popular narratives in the press and social media. And just like one of our colleagues in his remarks said, that we are poor about I believe that those who say so mostly are people who are very envious, who are very jealous of the performance of the 9th Senate. As the people's representatives, we took it upon ourselves to engage and sensitize the public on the laws and limitations of the legislature. We introduced the distinguished parliamentarians lecture series to interface with the public on crucial governance issues on a sustained basis. I had the honor of delivering the maiden lecture in 2021 during which I emphasized that while negative perceptions exist, they do not necessarily reflect the reality of the National Assembly. Distinguished colleagues, despite our successes, we have grappled with public's limited understanding of the legislature, leading to the stereotypes that I have just mentioned. Notwithstanding, we created various avenues to sensitize Nigerians on the roles and functions of the legislature, and this should continue in subsequent assemblies. The COVID-19 pandemic and the ensuing economic crisis affected operations of the National Assembly. Nevertheless, we rose to the occasion by putting together economic measures to protect the most vulnerable of our citizens. Esteemed colleagues, today our stewardship in the 9th Senate comes to an end. As the cliche goes, all good things come to an end. We do not depart with regrets, but rather with a sense of accomplishment and the knowledge that we made our modest contributions towards building a better and prosperous Nigeria. Our work in this 9th Senate provides a solid foundation and framework for succeeding assemblies to build on and sustain the gains already made. Our experience has been documented in the legacy report of the 9th Senate, which we have distributed. Copies will be distributed to all of us, and of course, will be made available to the members of the public. I want to express my heartfelt appreciation to my constituents who elected me into the Senate, into the 9th Senate in the first place, my party at the state, and my governor and state government for all the support. But let me particularly thank you, my colleagues, and I reserve this for a special appreciation. In 2019, on June 11, you decided to vote for me to lead the Senate, this 9th Senate. And the vote was massive and bipartisan. And therefore, it was right from the start a bipartisan Senate that would have to be run in such a manner that no party platform will be a guiding principle for what we do here. I want to thank you most sincerely, and I cannot thank you enough for giving me the opportunity to lead the 9th Senate. And of course, this is to say that without you, all the successes that we are talking about wouldn't have happened. You have been there, you have been supportive of the leadership of this Senate, and in fact, we have made our errors, but you have decided to always support us, show us the way, better way, and we have always followed what would always take us out of the woods. We, as leaders of this Senate, will not stop thanking you, because so far, this Senate experienced no any chaotic situation or crisis that will disrupt its functions. And of course, that is not something that we take for granted. I have endeavored as a person to lead this Senate with fear of God. I have remained very sincere and honest, but I must admit that I have made my mistakes. And thank you for giving me when I made those mistakes. And I will take the opportunity to speak like all of us have spoken. Normally, by nature and design, I'm trying to be a little bit rigid, a little bit difficult, but you have tolerated me all the same. I cannot thank you enough for that show of understanding. I really appreciate the cooperation, the support, and all the advice, because almost everyone here supports me through advice, through counseling, and of course I want to mention what one of my friends here have said. The youngest member of the Senate, Senator Ishaku Abo. When we finished the elections and he came to sign his papers, I whispered to him, I said, my brother, you are welcome. You are a young man, I'm going to work with you, I'm going to support you. And you will not miss anything because you didn't vote for me or because you nominated someone. We must exhibit large heart. We are leaders in our own right. We must accommodate people, we must tolerate people. Political differences should never make us be hostile to each other. And I want to thank you for the kind of bipartisan support that we have received in this Senate. Let me also commend you for your patriotism, hard work, and dedication to duty. We have done so much in the time that we have taken to do this work, despite COVID-19 and other situations that we hope would not be there. In these years, there have been disagreements, debates, and controversies, but we transcended partisanship. I recall that the former minority leader, Senator Abaribe, he would from time to time say certain things that could even cause national ripples. But those things were said in some effort to make Nigeria better. And as Parliament, we should be free to speak our minds if what we are going to say will make our country better. And of course, as parliamentarians, we must at all times ensure that our interest is national interest and nothing more. And that we have demonstrated so far. I wish to conclude by congratulating His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, on his inauguration as President and Commander-in-Chief. Sir, as you take on this very important responsibility, I pray Almighty Allah will give you the strength and wisdom to chart a new course for Nigeria. I equally congratulate my brother and friend, Right Honorable Femi Bajala-Miller, Speaker of the House of Representatives and the incoming Chief of Staff to the President, for his support and, of course, understanding as the leader of the other chamber. It has been a pleasure working alongside him and indeed the other members of the House of Representatives. Congratulations to Senator Ibrahim Hassan Hadeja, who now is Deputy Chief of Staff to the President in the Office of Vice President. I wish both of them success in their new roles, and I'm confident that they will work to strengthen the executive legislature relations for improved governance. In fact, the next assembly should have no difficulty relating with the executive arm of government when the entire system in the villa is characterized by National Assembly membership. President, Vice President, First Lady, SGF, Chief of Staff, Deputy Chief of Staff, all had one experience or the other in the National Assembly. My special gratitude to the Deputy President of the Senate, Senator Owe Umageki, Ovarisha of Orogoland, CFR, all the principal officers, and all the Assembly senators for the support given to us so far. I wish to acknowledge the incredible dedication and hard work of the legislative bureaucracy under the leadership of the clerk to the National Assembly and all his predecessors. Equally worth mentioning are all the administrative personnel of the Assembly who keep the machinery of this institution running smoothly. Their contributions are often unsung, but certainly indispensable. Our special gratitude to the clerk, Senate, and all chamber staff for diligently providing support and assistance for legislative work in the chamber. I extend my special appreciation to the National Assembly, the Chairman of the National Assembly Service Commission, the Director General Management of the National Institute for Legislative and Democratic Studies for their work in strengthening our capacities here. Our work in the 9th Senate was significantly improved by input from civil society development partners, especially the CORAD, from CAS, and Policy and Legal Advocacy Center, as well as other stakeholders. We appreciate your contribution to strengthening democracy in Nigeria and implore you to continue to act as catalyst for more inclusive and participatory democracy and democratic governance. We express our gratitude to the media, especially the members of the Senate Press Corps. We cannot thank you enough, our Press Corps. You have been very, very wonderful. You have reported correctly, you have reported very well, and without you, the public wouldn't have had what we have done in the last 4 years. So thank you very much, the Senate Press Corps. To those leaving the Senate, I wish you all success in the future, but that's not the end of the road. We will still have some other functions to perform in different capacities. And to those that are returning, I challenge us to build on the foundation we have laid in the 10th Senate. For me, I'm going to take a backseat as a member of the 10th Senate, but I will not take a backseat in terms of supporting first the leadership that will emerge. Whoever emerges, the Senate President and Deputy Senate President and principal officers, I will give my support and continue to be available to share experience. And for the other, the Senators of the 10th Senate, we have gathered some experience over the years, and it is mandatory that we share experiences to mentor those that we think deserve or need our mentorship. As aptly remarked by Winston Churchill, this is not the end, I quote. It is not even the beginning of the end, but it is perhaps the end of the beginning. End of quote. I'm proud to say that the Ninth Senate has truly been a Senate that worked for Nigerians. We have succeeded in so many areas, but we have deficit in other areas. We have not been able to improve on revenue generation and collection, and that has been a problem for this country. Therefore, the next assembly, the next Senate, I think should focus on this revenue generation and collection. In fact, due to positive revenues, we had to resort to supporting loans or taking of loans or borrowing because our revenues alone would not give us what we needed, especially in the area of infrastructure development. So this is one task that the next assembly will have to grapple with, and I'm happy that the President, His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, has already started working on that, but he needs the support of the National Assembly to get out of those as far as the generation or improving the revenues of the country. May God bless us and may God bless our dear country. Once again, I thank you all. God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Yeah, you've been watching the valedictory session of the Ninth Assembly. Thank you so much for joining us. Our role as ever on this platform is to show you what goes on in Yoruba
5 words
and in English.
you pronounce one
where possible. But you can see that this is now a situation where we're now looking forward. I think he's trying to show some emotion or something now because he knows he's going, I think. So, but anyway, that's what we are keen to really emphasize here is that our participation in our governance is what we are trying to put forward. Our participation in our governance is a must. You're hearing my voice in the background and picture. So, anyway, so here we go. Let's just see. Let's see what it's gonna say. Well, I mean, they haven't done a good job, to be honest. So I don't know, in my view. But what are your views?
Thank you very much. God bless all of us. God bless you all. I really appreciate all of you. And God bless you. The Senate is a John Sinai.
So it's showing some sort of emotion, I guess, as they run the whole thing off. Now he's gonna be, he's been shown and everything else. So I mean, it is what it is. You hear my background, my voice in the background. Yeah. So, but anyway, it is what it is. But thank you so much for being part of this broadcast. You, of course, watch this Newa in conjunction with Ududua TV Radio 2. Please, if you haven't subscribed to either platforms, we urge you to go ahead and subscribe to both platforms. Help us grow the platform. The work we're going to be doing in this session of this new dispensation under Nigeria is to encourage our people to participate in their governance first and foremost, and to continue to espouse the benefits of going for Yoruba Nation. We will continue to show you the many failures of governance in place now in time that has happened to us, that has held the country, that nation back collectively and everything else. So we are saying to you all, continue this journey. Help us share this broadcast.
Hello again.
Help us meet more people.
Yeah.
we must, like I said, speak truth to power, encourage our people to participate in our governance. That is the most important thing we must do right now. So he's shaking his hand and he's shaking hands and everything else. I may come back later on and do some more podcasts, but I urge you all, please subscribe to Susan Ewa, the platform will speak truth to power, help us grow the platform, help us reach more people. We need to really make sure that, look at this one, 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 Abo. Senator Abo. All right. Okay. Oh, he's even crying. Oh, nonsense. I mean, anyway, sorry. That's the emotions. But all I will say is, as far as I'm concerned, this situation is, we're gonna post it there. So they don't want it to end. Obviously, everything has an end. So you can see they're all coming out and shaking hands and everything else, Abo and everything else. So, but anyway. We are not going to, So, anyway, there we are. You're watching Season A, where the platform will speak through the power in conjunction with the Duarte Radio 2. Please do go ahead and subscribe to both platforms. We appreciate you. Thank you so much. Now, that's the Senate, night Senate coming to an end. Now, in preparation for the 10th Assembly, which is going to be they'll vote them in. You will know who they will be on Wednesday. So, welcome again. It's Citizen AY, the platform where we speak truth to power. I'll say about, please, if you haven't subscribed to Citizen AY on YouTube, please go ahead and subscribe. Help us grow the platform. Facebook are playing games. We are just building this platform so slowly, and we thank you for your support. So we thank you for the continued people who are joining and subscribing. So we are very, very grateful. Let's continue. Let's keep it up, because we will get to a point where the broadcast we're planning to go for a drive where what you see behind me is going to be massively pushed. The active participation of our people in our governance. Let me show you what I mean. To give you, so that is something that's going to be coming up, largely. You can see it on the screen there. It says everything that needs to be said. So I'm going to just make it smaller. So it says everything that needs to be said there. Yeah, sovereignty belongs to the people of Nigeria, from whom the government, through this constitution, derives all its powers and authority. Our people need to begin to use that on a regular basis. And of course, the participation by the people in the government shall be in accordance with the provisions of this constitution. All local government areas must get involved in this. It is really, really critical. I sort of say that, and I mean that in all earnest, with all, with all intention and purpose and clarity and focus, to ensure that we, the citizens in all local government areas, begin to play an active role in our governance. Active participation is the only way, and without that, we won't get infrastructures. Never mind what they promise. The politicians are politicians. They can change wherever the wind blows. It is our consistent participation in our governance, using these two laws, these sections of the constitution in our community, that will actually give us the infrastructure that we need. Of that, I am very certain. We're going to quickly show you a little clip of the president leaving for you will see it in a minute, leaving for Paris to join the world leaders. So let's see what's going to happen here. 1 second, I'm just trying to get that to you. So just give me a minute, because I want to just show you that.
Well, we can tell you that President Bola.
So here we go. So you're going to hear that now. Some courtesy of Channels TV, but let's hear that little section of it before we go ahead. So here we go.
Live on Channels Television, I'm Sean Kimale in Abuja. Well, we can tell you that President Bola Tinubu has traveled out of the country for the very first time since assuming office.
So there he is, taking his maiden trip.
The president will be participating in the two-day summit. That will happen in Paris, in France, on the 22nd and 23rd. Yeah. President left today and will join other world leaders in Paris, France, to review and sign a new global financial pact that places vulnerable countries in priority list for support and investment following the devastating impact of climate change energy crisis and after effects of the COVID-19 pandemic. The president is expected to return to the country on Saturday. The event is hosted by President Macron, and it's President Tinubu's first official trip abroad. So you can see senior officials of government, some governors of the APC who lined up just before the president entered into the aircraft departing the
one second. Let me just
international airport.
Let me just show you.
Lined up just before.
So there he is. I want you to just see him waving there. So here we go. 1 minute.
Energy crisis,
so he's shaking hands with people there, and you'll see him wave.
He's expected to return to the country on Saturday. The event is hosted by President Macron, and it's President Tinubu's first official trip abroad. So you can see senior officials of government, some governors of the APC who lined up just before.
So there he is, waving at them. I just wanted you to see that 1 second.
Whose first official trip abroad. So you can see senior officials of government, some governors of the APC who lined up just before.
So there he is waving. So you can see his hand waving. I'm just showing that for significant purposes. Like I said, where the game is now, where the things are now, I'm for Yoruba Nation. That's why you see what I'm trying to do is we have to prepare the groundwork. And that means that we need to begin to promote the powers that the citizens possess, i.e., the right to self-determination, via the right to sovereignty. Sovereignty belongs to the people of Nigeria, from whom the government, through its constitution, derives all its power, derives all its powers and authority. And of course, the participation by the government in the participation by the people in the government shall be in accordance with the provisions of this constitution. We need to encourage all 774 local government areas to engage in that process. And once they start holding the officials to account, the next step is to now encourage them to demand that those officials go and table at the National Assembly the clause for a referendum in the National Assembly to be tabled so that we can have a referendum. So this is all part of the plan. I am for Yoruba Nation. Don't misunderstand me. But we have to work with the realities of what we have right now. So let's play on.
For a president entered into the aircraft departing the international airport here in Abuja earlier today.
Okay, so there we have it. He's gone to Paris, 2-day trip.
What are your
now? The thing about that is there is a problem with dollar. Dollar is falling sharply. I don't know if you've heard about the BRICS: Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa. They are really a strong force with a huge economy. The economy of those five combined is overtaking that of the Western world combined. So it is a real concern for them. And that is a thing we need to consider. Those of us who are still holding on to the dollar, the dollar is going to be dropping in value rapidly. In fact, it is doing that very, very much. I might play 1 or 2 videos of people who are talking about it on a daily basis. It's something I've been following. We'll come back and talk about that subject later on, but it's just something to bear in mind. Let's carry on with the topic.
Views on President Tinubu's major shake-up and the appointment that he made was on this program that we gave you the breaking news just about this time yesterday. And a lot of Nigerians are already talking about it. Balancing in terms of federal character, the abilities and the character, the capacity of those who have now been appointed. Plus, we'll touch on the PDP. The PDP is introspecting. They're looking at what happened in 2023, and they say they want to begin a process of reconciliation. What about the APC? We'll be getting perspectives from both parties tonight and getting insight on the appointment. Will be joined by a very senior citizen who understands, who was a former military governor in Nigeria. We'll be getting a lot of perspectives tonight on the program. It promises to be a very interesting and engaging one. Well, first and foremost, let's check out some of your political roundup stories.
So 1 second, we are not going to go into that too much because I don't want to really. Let me go and focus on the areas I wanted to look at because I'm not really interested in that. We're not going to talk about that. I want to really look at what BudgIt says. That's the one I want to look at. So here's the appointment. We can talk about this. The appointment of the new, I've forgotten the name, but you'll see it. Here we go. Listen.
Appointed as part of the service chiefs, there is now a new guard in the rank and file of the Nigerian police. Now, there is a new Inspector General of Police, and he's AIG Kayode Egbetokun. He has today assumed office and has been decorated by the Vice President, Senator Kashim Shettima. That decoration was done alongside with the wife of Mr. Egbetokun. Mr. Egbetokun also helped the Vice President to decorate the new Inspector General of Police. There are the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, the Governor of Imo State, the Chief of Staff were all present to experience or to look at that exercise, as there is an official change of guard was performed by the Vice President Kashim Shettima. And this is quite interesting. Just afterwards, you see, there's a first salute. I will allow you, I won't tell you the second person that the acting IG saluted, but you see for yourself. He saluted the Vice President first. Then you see
it's going to be his wife.
The second boss.
His wife. He saluted his wife. Let's have a look.
Well,
so he got a salute as well. Okay.
Today, seeing that scenario playing out.
That's good.
Well, after that decoration ceremony,
it is what it is.
This is what a new IG. Well, the outgoing IG, Usman Baba, also was there. I'll allow you to listen to what was said afterwards.
So that's from Channel.
I have just been decorated, and I'm looking forward to taking over tomorrow morning by 11 a.m. I really can't describe how I feel presently, but if I have to tell you anything, I will tell you that right now, I feel like a tiger inside of me, ready to chase away all the criminals in Nigeria. And some other time, I feel like a lion in me, ready to devour all the enemies, internal enemies of Nigeria. That's my feeling right now. Thank you.
It's a stage. You come, you walk, and you go. I'm happy I'm handing over to somebody I know that will carry the mantle of leadership from where I have stopped. We grew up in the job. We grew up together. I was his boss at the time, not even when I was IG. He worked under me twice. We've been working together, and I know how he can go ahead to champion the cause of the police from where I have stopped.
Now, I'm just going to say something quickly on that picture. For me, I want to say something quickly on that. I want to say something. The number of police we have is something around 400,000 or thereabouts. It's not enough for a nation of 200 million people. It really isn't. So I would say to President Tinubu, we need to ramp up the numbers. Also, we need to have state police taking over in each of the states. Those are the things that I would say hit the ground, and this man should really suggest that, and that should be part of the action plan for President Tinubu if he's going to, serious about, policing and safety and security. And of course, there needs to be a lot more work in that area. And of course, again, the citizens, please, we keep telling you, you need to be active in your active participation. Use the powers that you see behind me. See those powers there? Those two powers there? You need to use it. Sovereignty belongs to the people of Nigeria, from whom the government, through this constitution, derives all its powers and authority. And of course, the participation of the people in the government shall be in accordance with the provisions of this constitution. The two are right next, they're behind me there. If you see that, can you see? They're behind me. So please, we need to be part of the process. We have to be actively, participating in our governance. If we don't, we won't get the infrastructure, safety, nor the security. I just wanted to just add that. Let's carry on.
We grew up together. I was his boss at the time, not even when I was IG. He worked under me twice. We've been working together, and I know how he can go ahead to champion the cause of the police from where I have stopped.
So anyway, so let's kind of forward that. I don't want to go too much on that. That's not what I'm looking for. So now we want to look at. So anyway, this is a brief rundown of the Service Chief's appointments. Major General Musa, Major General IVM Abubakar, Chief of Staff, Nuhu Ribadu, National Security Advisor. Behind me, you have General Ekpa Ondiandeye, Chief of Defense Intelligence, Rear Admiral E.O. Agala, EA Ogala, Chief of Naval Staff, and DIG Kayode Egbetokun, which you just saw minutes ago. So these are like 5 or 6, I would say 7 people that forms the backbone of the Tinubu presidency of appointments. So yeah, I think it's a good thing. I think it's like I said, for me, I'm for Yoruba Nation, and everything I keep telling you all, we need to exercise these 2 powers. I'm just going to be straight about it until we exercise these 2 powers as citizens, and then ensure that that constitution reflects our own needs by insisting on a referendum clause, so we can truly participate in our governance and say that we the citizens were the ones who were part of the process that drew up this constitution that we now sign up to. Because once a referendum is in there, now there can be a referendum on key issues like self-determination, which is a cause I firmly believe in. So let's carry on. So let's just see. We're going to hear BudgIt George. I don't want to go too much below the point. I'm going to show you BudgIt George here. So here we go. Now, hang on. I want to hear BudgIt George. Let's hear what he has to say. Because remember, BudgIt George was saying that he was going to leave the country and all that. But let's hear what he has to say anyway. It's a long interview, but bear with us.
Administrator in Ondo, military governor of Ondo State, a member of the board of trustees of the People's Democratic Party, Chief Olabode George, joins us.
So I'll be in and out, but listen
for joining us.
Yes, it's always my pleasure. You caught me on the wrong side. We were right in the middle of the meeting when you called, and I said, would you be able to make it up? I said, well, why not? In the service of this country, no problem.
Yeah, and thank you so much for making it into our Abuja studio.
Ladies and gentlemen, whilst you're watching the video, on the screen behind me, those words will be there. They are designed to be there for us to be looking at. The goal is Yoruba Nation, but whilst we're in Nigeria, we need to be actively participating in our governance, and that's what it's there to do, to remind us. So let's carry on.
Yes, we always had in the Lagos River. Thank you so much for making it here.
A pleasure.
As a former military man yourself, can I call Bola Tinubu your friend now?
He had never been my enemy.
Yeah, but you've been on the different side of the political divide.
We will remain.
But you've never agreed for a long time.
We will still remain on the different sides of the political divide, because he belongs to the APC. I'm an irredentist member of the political.
You can never go to the APC.
I can never go to the APC.
Why so?
Because, you see, for the first time in the annals of our nation, the PDP was established by those old men who were politically active in the First Republic. There was the initial problem in this country. The majority had their ways and their say, while the minorities were mere onlookers, both in the north and in the south. That was what caused the friction. That was what caused this destabilization in the First Republic. When I mentor a lot of the young people, to tell them, my experiences at that time, this friction was perpetual. The nation was not stable. And it went on and on. I can't start going into details. First coup, the second, the counter coup, the civil war. Coming back from the Civil War, we changed from the regional governments into one unitary system, and we kept telling Nigerians we borrowed the American system. But the long and short of it is that when in 1998, when General Abdulsalami was leaving, they still brought this constitution, that for me, it is so military in its outlook, because it's like a pyramid. And the powers still emanate from the top, accolades to the bottom, like you have in a military organization. But a democratic dispensation, the power...
Hi guys, I wanted to say that briefly. That is exactly what I mean. The constitution is not democratic, and that's why we need to be actively participating. So I agree with Bode Thomas on that, and that's one of the reasons why we keep saying that we need to get to a place where a referendum is inserted. That's where we come in. Our active participation on a daily basis is very, very important. Let's carry on.
Must come from the base up. We copied the American system, and we have copied it. A state governor in America has his own powers. He uses the resources of his state, managing them very well for the benefit of his people. There are certain laws that the states can make, certain areas the laws, the state can make, and they still have their capital and their president. When there is need to ask for favor from your president, of course, even policing. What is the first responsibility of any governance? It is the protection of life and properties for the people, right? Now here, we have only one police. They just one in Gbetoku now. He runs it all the way to all the various DPOs and all the areas. He deploys them. It's not working. We don't have an effective management of the communities. In America, you have the Federal Bureau of Investigation. That is the national police. In every county, which is like the local government, they have the county police with the marshal. In the state, they have state police. So that makes it airtight. Even with that, there are still loopholes.
They still have a lot of killings.
They still have it because of this gun issue, this lawlessness. But we are saying here, there's nothing wrong. We will still reserve and keep the national. But you see, when our party founding fathers came in 1998, they sat together. They forgot their differences, because somebody like Chibola Ige, to sit in the same political room with Dr. Alex Ikweme, it was impossible. Or with Jimmy Wobodo, it was impossible. So that's why they came together and decided that, look, we want to remove this gray area, this problematic area of friction, of majority having their say and their way, while minorities...
I was asking, as a build-up to, trying to build my line of questioning tonight, and I thought that it would be good for the world to know. So you've had conversation with me, and you've shown how disgusted you are with the style of politics of Bola Tinubu. Yeah. But for some reason, some of the friends of Bola Tinubu are now your friends. It's Governor Wike, Governor Mimiko, and the rest. One would think by affiliation or inference, just maybe you might find yourself on this side. Maybe you are seeing Bola Tinubu in a different light. Is it possible?
It's not. He was governor of my state. I told them at one meeting...
And now the president of your country.
Yeah, the president of the country. Well, let's wait for the outcome of the judiciary. The process is not over.
It's not.
The day the process is over and the courts pronounce him as the president, we have no other way to fight but to pray for Nigeria. What the major difference between Bola and I is his methodology, his managerial style is not like me. I have the background in the military and I'm a logistician in the military. You don't carry your men to war without adequately doing your serious planning, intelligence gathering, It's not a matter of for you.
But Chief Judge, with what we have seen now so far in the almost a month of Bola Tinubu in the saddle, what do you think about his abilities and capacity so far?
It is too early in the day. And, you know, it's not a 100-meter dash race. He is to manage the people, whoever is there, to manage the resources of this country for the betterment of the people. It's just starting off. You don't have.
What does it start looks like?
No, reasonable. Reasonable is not perfect, but it's reasonable. At least it's better than what we had known before. When he was in Lagos, maybe he was much younger at that time, no experience. But now Lagos is not Abuja. You know, Lagos, you speak the same language, you roll from here to there, they are the same people. But in Abuja, the capital of Nigeria, every hour you find an Hausa Fulani man, you find an Ijo man, you find an Igbo man, you find a Yoruba man, and they are all coming with their problems, and you have to listen as the head of state to make sure you resolve the crisis, share whatever you want to share equally and justifiably. So it is not like you are in a homogeneous state where, like, okay, Lagos, you go from A to B. Lagos is even much better, you know, because in Lagos, metropolitan city and all that. But Abuja,
it's more complex.
I have been through the crannies and the corridors of power in Abuja. At least I was a governor at the age of 42, working with the president then, General Babangida, and I had worked with General Abacha and General Dia. I've also worked with Baba Obasanjo. I've also worked with President Yaradua. I worked with President Jonathan, and at the level of the villa. So you know what it takes. It's not an easy job. The only thing you can do is pray for whoever is there. So God will make sure that we work on his mind. It's not a matter of totalitarianism or that you know it all. You need a lot of good advisors. You need a lot of introspection. Now he's doing some balancing. We could see it may not be perfect, but so far it is reasonable.
Let me take you to the top of your training of your younger age, which is in the military.
Right.
And now he's made an audacious move by not sticking with the service chief. The past president, former president, he still used the service chiefs that was left by former President Goodluck Jonathan for a reasonable amount of time. But he just in 3 weeks, he was done and he pulled them out. So, but if you look at, first and foremost, Enuhu Ribadu as a national security advisor, and you look at, first and foremost, what got a lot of Nigerians talking was whether or not they were waiting how the President Tinubu is going to be able to spread out the power in such a way that it will it may not satisfy everyone, but how satisfactory do you think in terms of the federal character and nature of this country with these appointments, Chief Judge?
No, you know, for me, it is still reasonable. You know, we like I said to you, why my party, I got attracted to the party was because the founding fathers haven't realized the friction, the differences in tribe, religion, and all that, and in numbers, minority, majority. They came up with 6 geopolitical zones. You know, that's not in our national constitution. They divided Nigeria into 6 geopolitical zones and came up with the 6 top positions in the land. The president, the vice president, the senate president, the speaker, the secretary to government, and the national chairman of the party. 6 positions, 6 zones. So every zone will take something home, unlike before. So now, when you take that home, 3 up, 3 down. After 8 years, all the 3 up will come down. So that brought this inclusivity, that oneness, that sense of belonging, that loyalty to your nation, that you are not being abandoned, you know? And that's a major crisis in this country. And sometimes I wonder, people talk about religion, they talk about tribe, they talk about, and that's why we take one step ahead, 10 steps back. You know, so if you don't distribute things fairly and justifiably, you will always run into problems.
Do you think that that satisfies, from your own point of view? You've been in the military. Right. The manner in which the president, that's not the only appointment, not only the service chief, he made some other appointments. What is your general view,
you know,
administratively?
As the commander-in-chief, you have the Army Council, he's the chairman. You also have the Naval Board, he's the chairman. You have the Air Force Council, he's the chairman. The police service has a chairman of their own. Police service, because that's a civilian administration. Or you talk about commander-in-chief. So he has the right to appoint, to fire any of the service chiefs. It is his responsibility. Now, whether because he did it early or not, means he must have been looking generally about the situations, about reports, about the security outfit. Am I still satisfied with this chief? What is his service like? Have they provided what they are supposed to do? There's so many things that he will consider. And the commander-in-chief haven't gone, you know, discussing with various people. It is his right. That's why he is not only the president, he's the commander-in-chief of the armed forces. He can do that. What got me a little bit worried was that the secretary to government announced the appointments of smaller units. Yes. I got a little bit.
The other guards and other.
No. That should be done by the Army Council.
Or the Naval Council.
Or the Naval Board. Or the Air Force Council.
So you don't think that it should come from the top? It should come from the rank of
the council, the chief of army staff. You know, because you are now going to, he will have to do a reorganization of his directors of this, directors of that, you know, such top managers who will be working with him.
Automatically, with the appointment of these men as a service chief, there are people who are senior to them that are automatically out of service. And some of them who are mates are automatically out of service.
They may retain their own mates, but once they make a junior member your boss, they are telling you you should just go home. You know, I think like from what I gathered, that is cost 39. You know, and if it's cost 39 and you still have cost 38, 37 there, what are you still doing in the service? Maybe the chief of defense, the new chief of defense, maybe he's senior, I don't know. Hey, I left the service now. Most of these guys didn't even meet me when I was in the service. Yeah, so I don't know what group he belongs to and all that. If there is still a room at that upper level, it can be
accommodated, absorbed.
Otherwise,
you have to bow out. What do you think that in terms of Egbetokun, former worked with President Tinubu when he was governor of Lagos. He was a commissioner of police also at some point in Lagos. Really? In Kwara State was an AIG, promoted newly as an AIG, brought into Abuja, now got the position. And some of other positions that have been made, Nuri Badu as National Security Advisor, knowing that there is a major security issues in the land. You think that there is what do you make of that of the decision of the president generally?
You know, I still don't want to start saying well done or you are not done. Let's pray for this country. There are challenges. Security, internal security challenges are enormous. All right? Now, I will pray that Mr. Egbetokun, you know, when I heard him saying that what he felt inside him, Because he had been through the system. He's been commissioner in operations, he's been AIG in operations. So he's saying, he's feeling like there's a tiger inside him, ready to devour all those enemies of Nigeria and the internal. But one other thing I would advise him, if he wants to make sure that we are effective, let this country, let the members of the National Assembly plus the president approve state police for us. Let them go and get that report of the President Jonathan's confab report. It's there. You will still keep the national police. Because what's the total population of the police? 100 and something thousand people?
About 400,000.
About 400,000 for 200 million people? How?
Chief Judge, just about 2 more questions for you, sir.
Right.
One being that you said there are a few of party members of the APC who approached you and talked to you about President Bola Tinubu. Are you willing to work with him now?
No.
No, I'm asking if you're willing to. You met them, but the question is, are you willing to work with Bola Tinubu?
Work with him in what format?
For a national cohesion. I mean, you had from different. You've said it on this program that you will never go to the APC.
No.
You said that you.
I am an irredentist
member of the PDP.
If he calls me and asks me about working for him, I have to take permission from my party, because it's not an individual. I am still a member of that party. I represent that in everything that I do.
As a citizen of Nigeria.
As a citizen of Nigeria, if he calls me, I will go back to my party and take permission from them. Can I work with him?
But you don't have a qualms with him now.
There's no qualms. Before, it's only the qualms, like I said to you, and I'm still telling you, is the methodology in management.
All right.
That's all. And if he asks me, like they came, I mean, we have a saying in Ile Yoruba that, Babaja bitika kuko. In other words, the fact that the way the Americans say it is, yes, you can disagree, but you must never be undisagreeable. So that's my own point.
Yeah.
I don't have.
I mean, but it's better when you said you were going to leave the country should Bola Tinubu become president. But as it looks like you've changed your mind.
No, we are still. It's not yet over. Look, I'm going to be 80. What job am I looking for now?
But you are not going on exile any longer. You change.
I can decide. I can go to anywhere I want to go, and what I told people publicly, and I will say it here, is that I was in the military for 25 years. I have spent another 25 years in politics, partisan politics. That's a total of 50 years of my life in the service of this country. Isn't that enough to take a break? So what I would do, like all the other older men do, is to say I will no longer be playing partisan politics.
Chief Judge, I have just about less than 60 seconds, but the NEC meeting of today.
Oh yeah.
What is the biggest lesson you think your party should have taken out of the 2023 election?
I am so happy that the meeting was called. Some people were absent, but the journey of reconciliation has started. It was brilliant for those who muted that idea that, in any organization anywhere in the world, you must have some squabbles, some pettiness, some infighting and but the ability to come together, to realize those areas of mistakes committed by A or B is a lesson. And I quote this, General Patton, he was the General Powell. He was the American chairman of Joint Chiefs, like our own equivalent of defense chief. He said, in life, we make mistakes. But if you learn to correct the mistakes and learn the fallouts from that, it's no longer a mistake, because you will not be able to repeat the pitfalls. But if you make an error and refuse to learn from that error, it becomes a perpetual error. So that's well said. So today's meeting was quite encouraging. It's the first one. You know, it's not a 100-meter dash race. At least that we can come together. We accepted that all sides, everybody had sinned. Right? Yeah. There is no winner, no loser, no winner. So let's come together, start it up, set up certain committees that will go into serious post-mortem analysis after the court would have decided. It was beautiful.
All right. Chief Olabode George, a former military governor in Ondo State and a member of the Board of Trustees of the People's Democratic Party. Thank you so much indeed for your time. I appreciate you for coming into our studio today.
As always.
Thank you so much.
My pleasure. My pleasure.
We'll take a break, everyone. And
yes, so quick one here. Whilst I move forward, let me just I want to just bring my face into the picture a little bit here, because I want to play the second part of this broadcast. I think it's important to play it. I'm just going to check it whilst I'm doing some work here, so be with me. Again, I'm leaving that picture there deliberately so that you can relate to and remember the task at hand for all of us, which is to participate in our governance. We must participate in our governance. We need to participate in our governance, and I cannot overemphasize that right now. It is very, very important that we get that right. So do bear with me. I'm just checking as we go ahead. I want to make sure that we are on the right, page, as it were. So what I'm trying to do is to just quickly check something, and then we can proceed to the next part of it, because I believe there's a second part of the broadcast which I wanted to forward to, but I wanted to just check that as we're talking. But listen, our participation in governance must be, it is very important. So let's have a look at this. So let's have a look at this now. So you're gonna hear, I don't know if I want to play the other one really. I'm not too sure. I think what we'll do is, for the sake of it, I'll play it, but I'm reluctant to play it because it's about a former special advisor to Buhari speaking about the government today. My own judgment, I don't think it's of any value. He's just confirming, and I don't think it's a former, and he's talking about APC and everything else, but that's not really what I'm here about. Our governance, the internal party stuff doesn't concern me. We must actively participate in our governance as it stays behind me. Our participation in our governance is what I'm after. So I think I'm going to actually You know what? I'll listen to it. I'll get by. I'll give you the chat. You decide. I'll let you decide. I'll let you decide from watching it. I'll let you decide. Let me play it. So, just for fairness' sake, I'll let you decide. But I'm reluctant, really, to really push that. But here we go. So listen to this. Sorry about that.
Aid to former president on social investment, Mr. Ismail Ahmed, and a lawyer as well. Thanks so much indeed for
Thank you for having me.
How's it been? Your
Really
party,
good.
you
So-
campaigned, you won the election.
Yes, we did.
Albeit there is the
Please
case
keep in mind,
involved,
our active
APM,
participation is what must happen. Active participation of
Labour
us, the
Party are
citizens,
challenging
must happen.
the outcome of that
Yeah.
election. But
Watch
for the
on for a few
past
more minutes.
weeks of President Tinubu's activities in the saddle, I mean, what kind of response is your party getting from the Nigerian people?
Well, I think I will summarize it by just saying that people are actually holding their hands right now and singing Kumbaya.
Really?
Oh yes, a lot of people you asked me about my party members are elated, they're happy, and you could even see a simple example by Baba Bode George now, who you know is an ardent critic of President Bola Tinubu as a person and his style of management. But right now, in his interview with you right now, you know, for someone like him to go as far as saying he thinks the start has been reasonable and he has hopefully jettisoned his plan to relocate out of the country if Bola won. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu won the election and he is winning the hearts and minds of the country. It's fantastic.
There are those who will say it's still the honeymoon period. And there are those who will say, well it's too early to judge.
Let me tell you this. If you sit down with the president, you get a sense of somebody who understands what he's coming to do. You understand who understands his place, who wants his name and his place in history, and what his legacy to be from day one. And you see a man who understands that we had an election, that we had about 26 to 27 million votes. We got about 9 million votes. We got 14 million votes of people that voted against us, or rather for other political parties. So he knows from the get-go, from the day he was announced as the winner by INEC, he knew that the only way he could win the minds and hearts of people is by performing. And every conversation that he has held, every meeting that I've had the privilege to be in, or spoken to someone who was in a meeting that the president was, you know, I mean, you could tell that his mind is in the right place, that his attitude towards the development and the security and the economy of this country is in the right place. So none of this move is surprising to a lot of people that have come in close contact with him, understand what his fervor and his ferocious patriotism is, and what he intends to do for the country. So we hope that this honeymoon is going to last to the end of the marriage.
The hope is that he becomes the president. That's the hope of continue to be president. That is,
he will continue to be president. What do you mean by that?
There is a case in court. And you are a lawyer.
Can we focus on the performance of the president?
That up until the very final court in the land, this case might we can keep our fingers crossed and see what happens in the end. Even him cannot be able to determine as the cases are being argued in court. And so there are those who believe that their mandates is being stolen and they will get it back. There are those who believe that President Tinubu didn't rightfully win the election and they're arguing it in court and for them to argue. And so the question will be that some of the hard choices that he has had to make, removal of subsidy and the consequent effect, 159% increase, the automatic influence of VAT, inference of VAT on the economy, the price of commodity, the hardship a lot of people are experiencing in terms of the money they spend, the money that has been also been threatened by the rate of inflation that he met in office, and some other decisions that he has made that also caused a bit of a stir. The question is whether or not within the renewed Hope Manifesto, a place of the average Nigerian. Now they're talking about a change in the minimum wage. The totality of the picture, what, I mean, with the interaction you've had with the president, what kind of picture does he have for the very people in the lower ladder of the strata?
He understands that it's all about them, really. You know, like you rightly pointed out, most of these difficulties that he came to meet them in office, right? And he's well aware that this is an existing situation. But we face an economic existential threat with subsidy, for example, that everyone, including the people that contested against him, everyone agreed that it had to go, you know. And the president is so skillful in terms of his political, you know, prowess to say that, you know, most of the hard decisions that you would have to take that would benefit the country in the long term, you know, you would have to take them within the first 6 months so that you'll be able to set the course straight. And from day one, you know, he said it, the subsidy had to go. Well, initially there was already... You
believe that was a knee-jerk approach?
Oh, no, that wasn't a knee-jerk approach. There was only... Hold on, can I answer the question, Mr. Shion? There was already the budget of 2023 do not extend the subsidy above June in any case, you know. So all what he did was somebody that just had to announce it, because budget-wise, it was not included in the budget. So even if we hadn't announced it, there was no way, because there was no provision for it in the budget. And so it had to go. You know, the new act, the PIA Act that was signed by President Muhammadu Buhari had already envisioned the fact that there will be no subsidy. That would be the only condition for other foreign investors to be able to come in, and other investors to be able to participate in the oil and gas business. So he announced it completely. That was a gusto move. That was a real move. And then now there is a spirited effort, you know, between the government and major stakeholders in the oil and gas industry to be able to manage the subsidy removal going forward. But his mind and his heart, from what I have seen and heard, directly and indirectly, is always on the people at the bottom of the ladder. And that's why he's always talking about, what do we do about minimum wage? How do we allow this, the poor people to breathe in this situation? This economy is choking. The government is losing revenue. There's a lot of leakages. There's redundancy. There's duplicity. There's too much overhead cost. What do we do to all constrict it, to be able to make sure that the monies of this country work for the people of this country? And that's exactly what he's doing.
Possibility of, because in all of these things that you have mentioned and that you have attributed to the president, duplicity, plotting loop, and you're not the first person that is saying this to me. It does look like really the president is saying all of these things. Are there a possibility of a merger of agencies or parastatals?
There is a proposal in some respects of that, yes. In some,
and there is now a special advisor, Adizat, to harmonize policy. That she's now going to be in charge of policy harmonization.
It's a policy formulation, a policy harmonization.
So your party is really bent on following the policy that you've set up.
We intend to do that. Yes, there's a roadmap. There's a lot of the Policy Advisory Council of the President that the President set up before swearing in came up with a lot of different proposals. Of course, he's going to look at it, make sure that these things are implementable, and then see how we'll be able to go ahead and implement it. A lot of decentralization of power from the federal to the state.
I saw a document about the action plan of the president. Could that be true?
Those are leaked documents. So
could that be true?
None of them is absolutely foolproof.
But there might be some truth.
No. I know that there is a move to look at how we can propose the merger of some redundant and some proliferated agencies that
is the government really very detailed in that? I mean, that order that you have actually planned out?
Well, absolutely. There are details.
3 months, 6 months,
6 months, 100 days.
You've had it planned out.
Absolutely.
In terms of policy direction?
Policy direction, implementation, when to implement deliverables, key performance indicators, the kinds of people we want, the kind of meritocracy. If you can see some of the people that are appointed into special advisory role as we speak, you know, is deliberate. None of them is a knee-jerk approach. None of them is not well thought through. Everything is well thought out, discussed, basically consulted. You know, it's on point. The president.
If you look at the service chiefs and the appointment that's been made so far, I mean, it's been one day, one major, but the president has traveled. The villa has been very busy. If you know those who are working in the villa, they'll say, for several hours, this president will be in the office. True. And it doesn't close until night falls. And unlike what they've seen in the past, so it does look at there is, I mean, look at what is the painting on that map and tell us, is it deliberate that these are to come from most parts of the country to give a semblance of a federal character nature?
I think the primary consideration for him is merit. The primary consideration is merit. The secondary consideration is probably merit as well. He understands that we are in a security crisis in so many parts of this country. He's looking for some of the people that have demonstrated capacity to solve these problems in their various units, be it the Air Force, Navy, and the Army. And this is a result of that. The president is thinking about solutions. He's thinking about what can you do to help this country move from point A to point B. That's always been what he's saying, not what you want to be. What can you do? Let what you want to be an outcome of what you are trying to do for the country, an inestimable value that you bring to the table. And this is the result of some of the people that he got he appointed. Is the people that he has seen their track record. He has discussed them with people that some of his advisors, and these are the people that came up. The fact that there is a spread this way ticks the political box as well, because there will also be the political consideration of spread,
DSS
and that makes it.
The DSS appointment is not there. Mr. Bichi seems to be still in office. The NIA, that appointment has not been made yet. It does look like he's maintaining and retaining those.
Well, it is the prerogative of the president. It's a security matter. He hasn't discussed it with, I'm sure he's going to discuss it with his security advisors. But for now, this is what we have. When the time comes for any other thing, I'm sure he will make sure.
The dissolution of the board of the parastatals.
Welcome idea, by the way.
Really?
Absolutely.
I mean, so it comes to the fact that those who criticize the past government, that they made last-minute approvals and appointments, and it didn't go down well with some members of your party.
Yes, a lot of members of our party were not happy with those last-minute appointments. It's true. I'm not going to lie about that.
That's perhaps the reason why.
No, I think every president that comes usually does that, because the boards are the soft targets that you have to take out to be able to appease a lot of, political foot soldiers and other critical members of the general public, so to speak. So I guess this president is very deliberate about it. We've come. There are a lot of people. We have political debt. Let's not lie about it. There are a lot of people that have put in everything they have. And when we say politicians, people just have this notion that they are just people who run around in campaigns and don't do anything. It's very insulting the way people describe politicians. Right. These are technical people with expertise, with their degrees, who understand what they are doing, and who have worked hard. Because everybody that has worked in any campaign is looking for something. And, the president has gotten there and he said, you know what, let's look at the people who, based on merit, deserve this and who have worked hard and to be able to join it. So the solution is the first part. The second part, of course, is the reconstitution.
My final question to you, Ismail, in just about 40 seconds so we can close, is going to be the election has left your party impaired in one way. There are
How so? You win elections?
You might not be truthful about that. But there are those things, and even the National Assembly election has left some people unhappy with some issues. Then also the fact that not every Nigerian loves your party. In fact, not every Nigerian wants the President Tinubu to be the president of Nigeria. How is your party, has your party realized it, and are you working to ensure that there is a management of all of these issues from the point of view of crisis management within the party and to the Nigerian people?
Let me say this to you. The most effective way to reconcile or to bring in an enemy or someone that does not agree with you is your performance. And the president has been performing stellarly well and excellently well. I have received phone calls. I have seen it on Twitter. I have seen it on social media, how many converts we've had in the last 3 weeks as a result of the president's performance. In terms of the internal squabbles within the political party itself, that will continue to resolve. It's an ongoing issue. A party is an elite organization with a lot of people with egos and baggages. Some people would cross each other or would come to an arrangement. The president is leading the charge. He's dealing with the government. He'll come back to the party issue at the right time.
Ismail Ahmed, a very close ally of the president, one of those who have the ears of President Bola Tinubu.
Why did I say that? You're not saying that too.
Maybe you're thinking you need security because of all right. It's the fact that maybe an husband, because I know you have the ears of the president. You are close. You are an inner circle member.
No, I'm just
a former presidential aide on social investment, a lawyer, and a former national youth leader of the APC. Thank you so much, Ismail, for coming.
Thank you for having me, Sheila.
But that's our show for tonight.
So that's what the man said there. I don't know what your thoughts are on it. 1 second, just check in. Give me a quick second. Just check in. Yeah, I don't know what your thoughts are on what he said. I was gonna not play it, but I actually thought, you know what? Let me just let you guys decide for yourselves. Now, with that said, we're going to pause that for now and then come back to the we're going to do a bit of a replay, and then maybe we'll see what else I do after that. But please continue to subscribe to Citizen AY, the platform where we speak truth to power. As ever, remember, my personal opinion is that I believe in Yoruba Nation, and that's my ultimate goal. But to get there, we need to participate in our governance using these powers that are on the screen right now. Those powers on the screen are things that we need to use, and I'm really advocating for that strongly. To be able to do that, we will need to do something, and that is to really galvanize our people, the local government areas. We will have to galvanize them and to help to really get that going. But like I said, to be able to do that, it requires to have a really massive, a big platform. And that's unfortunately Facebook, I had Facebook was up and running and everything else, but as we all know, Facebook has decided to play a different game, and they're really not harmonizing. And we need Citizen AY on YouTube to really grow, to get to the point whereby when we disseminate this information, because we have to it's about repetitive information, and also using different aspects of this same information to apply it to each local condition, so that people can understand the need to be actively participating in the governance. So to that end, we are asking you to please help us subscribe to Citizen AY, the platform where we speak truth to power. Help us grow the platform. It is really important that we share this broadcast. So help us grow the platform as much as you can, because the work that we will need to do is really central to the development. So what I will say is, right next now I'm going to play you another video of the inauguration of the 10th Assembly, where Sam Akpabio, Dr. Akpabio won. But like I said, keep in mind what we're trying to do is, as you're watching, help us grow the platform. Subscribe to Citizen AY, hit the notification button, give us a thumbs up, help us reach more people, support the platform as we're trying to grow. And we are of course grateful to each and every one of you subscribing as you're watching, and we will try and post more videos, relevant videos. But the focus, I want you to understand, what is behind me is showing you what we need to do. I'm showing you what you're seeing behind me is what we need to do, and again what I'm putting on the screen. This is what we have. We need active participation of our people. And let me try and see if I can find one more sort of a video picture that will be actually speaking to what I am saying. Here we go. There you go. So I want you to really key in on that message, because that is what I'm trying to really do. So let me make it smaller so I can put it in here. I want you to see that. And that is something I might put that behind me as well, because I'm trying to really get the message across that our active participation is the only way out of changing the future for the coming generation. So please, as you're watching, subscribe to Citizen Network, the platform where we speak truth to power. Active participation in our governance is of immense importance. Again, it quotes section 14.2a. The sovereignty belongs to the people of Nigeria, from whom government, through its constitution, derives all its powers and authority. Number 1, 14.2c. The participation by the people in the government shall be in accordance with the provisions of this constitution. So 14.2c. So all of those things are really, 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 really important for you to really ensure that you pick up and you begin to run with. So when you're watching this broadcast, please share it. Let us reach more people. Help us grow the platform. Because when we start doing that work, it has to be, we want it to be something that will resonate in every local government area, 774 local government areas. We're not here to come and just be talking and just saying this and that. We want you to be active in your areas, and we will demonstrate, as I've demonstrated to you, how by you participating in your governance, you can hold those you elect to office to account using these powers and being able to check and monitor your monthly allocation critically. I've shown that. We'll be showing that tons of time and lots of time in here, and we need a lot of people to support us in that. So please share this broadcast. You're watching Citizen Network, the platform where we speak truth to power. So like I said, that is something of immense importance. What you've seen on the screen, we're trying to really go on a megaphone approach to raise the awareness of our need to become active participants in our governance. For so long, for over 24 years, we have been made to become passive in our governance, and that has robbed many of us of a bright future, very bright future that many of us would have been rightly entitled to, by dint of our resources and the land and the weather and everything else. We need to make a change to that, and that is what we're saying here. So please share. You're watching Citizen Network, the platform where we speak truth to power. Beg your pardon. And just make sure, what we want to make sure that is you really play your part in this struggle and become active participants in your governance. The church and the mosque will not do it. It will not do it. Somebody sent me a video this afternoon. In fact, before I go ahead and play that, I'm going to play you a video quickly. Somebody sent me a video and I saw it and I was like, what? And I thought it is worthy of note to actually mention that briefly. I wasn't going to, but now I'm actually going to do that, just that. I want to talk to you. See, this is what is happening to our youth because they are not reading this information here. This is what is happening to our youth because they are because they've been conditioned to not participate in their governance. They are doing something that is totally counterproductive and that is alien to what they need to do. And that's what I'm trying to hopefully bring to our attention here, because this is not about talking anymore. It's about taking collective action. And I hope many of you will join us in the struggle. I'm not one to sort of waste time to sort of say, oh, anything about this or anything about that. What we are looking at is to begin to just get us to really take concrete action. And here's what we need to do. Hopefully it will work. Come on.
You are the giver of all things.
Watch this. I want you to watch this. I will come back.
You told me that the words of my mouth will not fall to the ground.
Watch.
You told me that whoever is blessed shall be blessed.
You see?
I stand in my office as God's servant. Lift up this phone.
You see that?
I command money to enter your account.
You see? You see?
If you have faith here,
you see that?
Will be better.
You see?
I don't need to shout for you to get wealth. It is spiritual. Stretch that more. I speak to Zenith bank account.
You see?
Receive miracle money.
You see? You see the lies that you've been told?
I speak to Diamond Access account.
You see the lies you've been told?
Receive miracle money.
You see lies you've been told? Lies, pure lies. Pure lies.
To UBA.
Pure lies.
Receive money.
Pure lies. Pure lies. Pure lies. Pure lies.
Receive miracle money.
You see? You see that? Pure lies.
I speak to
you see all of that? They are all lies. And that is what we're trying to really expose on this platform. We want to really make sure that you do not fall for those things. That is why you see with the megaphone on my hand, I'm showing you that we need to, it is far better to be actively participating in our governance than by doing what they're doing. What they're doing is nonsense. This is what they've been programmed to believe in. The government has force-fed us religion and this is what is affecting the minds of our youth, and that's why we need this information. That is why I am sharing this type of information. See, look at that. That's what they're doing there. I'm going to put it here. That's what they're doing. You see? And I'm here sharing the information that you see behind me to wake us up from this inertia, this nonsense. So please, if you're watching this podcast, you're watching Citizen Anywhere, the platform where we speak truth to power. Now, we are trying to empower you with active participation in your governance. You have the powers, you have the tools, but for over 24 years you didn't know it. Now we're showing you. So we need you to help us grow this platform to reach a wider audience, particularly the younger generation, so that they can take action from within their own community and begin to hold the account, the local government authority to account, the state government and the House of Assembly members, using the monthly the powers in the Constitution, which I'm going to read to you. Let me read that to you. I'll move that to this side so you can see. It's honestly, it's such a shame to see our youths who are believing in, who are doing this. Look at them there. So I'm going to be reading this to you so you can see the reason why we're doing this is we need to put a stop to this kind of thing. This is what you're seeing them raising their hands, believing in the lies of a pastor. What they need to really do is to understand that sovereignty belongs to the people of Nigeria, from whom the government, through its constitution, derives all its powers and authority. That includes them, those who are waiting for a miracle alert from on their phone, which is a lie. And also, secondly, they have a second power. The participation by the people in the government shall be ensured in accordance with the provisions of this constitution. Instead of wasting their time participating in a meaningless church rally or mosque, this is where they need to focus on, because there are monthly allocation called Federal Accounts Allocation Committee coming to your local government area. Millions upon millions of naira that is not being accounted for, that can really improve the lives of these people who are standing here, who are going to receive medical alert and exercise in emptiness. So we're trying to change that mindset. So please, when you get this broadcast, please do share. You're watching Citizen Anywhere, the platform where we speak truth to power. We need to put an end to this kind of mindless dogma and mental enslavement, because they are displaying mental enslavement. The people who you see here, they are displaying these people here, they are displaying mental enslavement. And that is why what we need to do is to do exactly what I'm doing with the microphone, getting out, reaching out to people. That's what we're saying. So let's with that said, I'll pause for now and let's watch the inauguration of the 10th Assembly, and I'll come back with one or two things before I wrap up this evening. But please, as ever, if you're watching, subscribe to Citizen Anywhere, the platform where we speak truth to power, because we really need your support. Let me see if I've got the information that I wanted ready. I think I have it ready. So let's just go with that now. So you'll be seeing this screen behind me again. Please memorize those words. We need to take action. Please help us continue to grow the platform. Thank you to those of you that have subscribed in the past few days. The numbers are growing, and let's continue to subscribe to Citizen Anywhere, the platform where we speak truth to power, and of course to do active radio too, and of course the backup channel Citizen Anywhere. Thank you so very much. Let's continue. Here we go.
It's been a long journey for Senator Godswill Akpabio to emerge as the president of the 10th.
Watching the inauguration of the 10th Senate, so we're watching that live. So here we go.
We know as late as yesterday,
follow on.
with
I'll be in and out
lawmakers
of
from
the
the
broadcast.
southeast.
Thank you.
And so it appears the meetings, the lobbyings, the talks have yielded results, and they have given him majority of the votes today. In a couple of minutes, the chamber will begin the process of electing the deputy senate of the president. We know that the APC, the ruling APC, has named Senator Jubril Barau from Kano State as its preferred candidate for the position of deputy senate president. We, however, don't know at the moment if the position will be fielding another nominee for deputy senate president. So we just have to wait and see the nominees that will emerge in a couple of minutes for the election of deputy senate president. Meanwhile, some state governors, though not members of the 10th Assembly, are here felicitating with Senator Akpabio. Amongst them, Babajide Sanwo-Olu of Lagos, Yahaya Bello of Kogi, and Dapo Abiodun of Ogun State. Senator Godswill Akpabio has now mounted the seat where the Senate President sits. He's being flanked by two lawmakers who put forward his nomination, Senator Ali Ndume, who nominated him, and Senator Adiola Olamilekon from Ogun State, who co-nominated him, or who co-sponsored the motion for his nomination. He's being presented with his certificates, and the clerk will administer his oath of office.
I, Senator Godswill Akpabio, Commander of the Order of the Niger,
do solemnly swear
that
I will be faithful
and
bear true allegiance
to
the Federal Republic of
Nigeria,
and that I will preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
The Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Oath of membership of the National Assembly. I,
distinguished Senator Godswill Akpabio, CON,
do solemnly swear that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to the Federal Republic of Nigeria, that as a member of the Senate, I will perform my functions honestly, to the best of my ability, faithfully, in accordance with the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria,
in accordance with the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria,
and the law, and the rules of the Senate, and always, in the interest of sovereignty, integrity, solidarity, well-being, and prosperity of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. That I will strive to preserve the fundamental objectives and directive principles of the state policy contained in the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And that I will preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And that I will abide, by the Code of Conduct, contained in the 5th schedule, of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So help me God.
So help me God.
The oath of the President of the Senate. Oath of the President of the Senate.
I
do solemnly swear.
Godswill Akpabio, CON.
Do solemnly swear. That I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to the Federal Republic of Nigeria. That as President of the Senate, I will perform my functions honestly, to the best of my ability, faithfully, in accordance with the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And the law, and the rules of the Senate. And always in in the interest of sovereignty,
and always in the interest of the sovereignty,
integrity, solidarity, well-being, and prosperity
of
the Federal Republic of
Nigeria.
That I will strive to preserve the fundamental objectives and directive principles of state policy contained in the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And that I will preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And that I will abide by the code of conduct contained in the fifth schedule to the Constitution of the Federal
Republic of Nigeria.
So help me God.
So help me God.
I need to sign.
Senator Godswill Akpabio has just taken 3 oaths. The first is the oath of allegiance, the second is the oath of membership of the National Assembly, and the third oath he is taking today is the oath of the President of the Senate. He is now signing on the documents. After this, the nomination for the position of Deputy Senate President will be open.
I think it's one copy I signed. No, it's not. It's blue. And I'll sign it.
So Senator Godswill Akpabio, the President of the 10th Senate, has just taken his oaths, 3 of them: oath of allegiance, oath of membership of the National Assembly, and oath of the President of the Senate. Senator Akpabio is a 2-time federal lawmaker. He first came to the Senate in the 8th Assembly. He was the Senate Majority Leader in the 8th Assembly. His journey in politics has been long. He started as the Akwa Ibom Commissioner from 2002 to 2006. Then he became the Governor of Akwa Ibom State from 2007 to 2015. He came into the National Assembly in 2015. That was the 8th Senate. From 2015 to 2019, he was the Senate Minority Leader, rather, from 2015 to 2018. After the expiration of the 8th Senate, he became the Minister of Niger Delta Affairs in the previous administration. That's the President Muhammad Buhari administration. He was the Minister of Niger Delta Affairs. He contested in the election this year and won the seats of the Senate ticket and won the election. The Senate President has been handed the Senate standing orders the Senate rule books, and all other documents that he needs to preside the 10th Senate. He's now seated on the seat of the President of the Senate and Chairman of the National Assembly.
Distinguished Senators-elect, the next is the election of the Deputy President of the Senate. I now call for nominations. Distinguished Senator-elect.
The election of the Deputy Senate President is about to commence. Senators will be asked to nominate their preferred candidates.
The President of the Senate, the Clerk of the National Assembly, I am Engineer Mweze David Umahi, the immediate past Governor of the Ebonyi State and the Chairman of this winning group. I stand to nominate Senator Jibrin Barau to take the seat of the Deputy Senate President of the Senate. Senate President, Mr. Clark, I rise today in this historic hallowed trade chamber of the Nigerian people with honor, a deep sense of responsibility, patriotism, national unity, and in the spirit of National Democracy Day Memorial, to move for the nomination that distinguished Senator Jibrin Barau, CON, representing the industrious people of Kano North Senatorial District, do take the chair of the Senate as the Deputy President of the 10th Senate of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Your Excellency, may I seek your permission to read a brief citation of this distinguished Nigerian. Senator Barau I. Jibrin was born in 1959 at his hometown of Kano, the headquarters of Kabo local government area of Kano State. He holds a certificate in financial management for making business decisions from Cornell University, United States of America. He also has a bachelor's degree in accounting, master's certificate in financial management and pricing, master's certificate in management and master's of business administration degree, MBA. After his initial higher studies, the senator worked briefly in the accounting department of the Kano State Foundation before he resigned in 1992 to begin his private flourishing business with past interests in the manufacturing, insurance, and the construction sectors of the Nigerian economy. His success in the private sector prepared him adequately to begin a process of championing the cause of his people through the instrumentality of politics. The senator's passion for his people motivated him to contest and won election in 1999 to the House of Representatives to represent Turani Federal Constituency of Kano State. While in the Federal House of Representatives, he served as the chairman, House Committee on Appropriations. As the chairman of the committee, he initiated in the year 2000 the practice of providing opportunities for federal legislatures to nominate projects to be implemented in their constituency projects in parentheses, in the federal government's annual budget. This practice has been accepted and is being adopted not only by the federal legislatures, but also the state legislators across the country. He was also a member of the House of Representatives Committee on Power, among other committees, during that period. He was appointed in the year 2000 to serve as a member of a committee set up by former Nigerian President Olusegun Obasanjo to review the Nigerian budgetary process. He served as the chairman of the Kano State Investment and Properties Limited, a company wholly owned by the Kano State government. He also served as the commissioner in the Kano State Executive Council during the second term of Dr. Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso's administration. On his return to electoral contest in 2015, Senator Barrow contested and won election to the Senate of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, representing his native Kano North Senatorial District under the platform of All Progressive Congress. He was appointed same year as the Vice Chairman Committee on Petroleum Resources Downstream of the Senate, and subsequently became the Chairman of the same committee. In the latter year of 2016, he was reassigned to the Senate Committee on Tertiary Institutions of State Funds as the Chairman of the committee, a position he held till the end of the 80th National Assembly. He was re-elected to the Senate in 2019 and served as the Chairman of the Senate Committee on Appropriation until the end of his tenure in the 9th Assembly last week. Notably, he was the Secretary of the Northern Senators Forum from 2016 to 2021, when he resigned in order to concentrate more on his rigorous duty as the Chairman Senate Committee on Appropriations. He received the award of the Northern Senator of the Year 2017 by the Nigeria Senate Press Corps. He also received in June this year the Budget Cycles Restoration Award by the same National Assembly Press Corps in recognition of the role he played to restore the Nigeria budget cycle from January to December of every year. He was bestowed with the National Award of the Commander of the Order of Niger by the former President Muhammadu Buhari in the year 2022 in recognition of his sterling service to Nigeria. Mr. Senate President, the Clerk of the National Assembly, my distinguished colleagues, it is for these reasons and more that I, Engineer Wednesday David Umai CON, Fellow of Nigeria Society of Engineers, FNAT, do urge us, as I have urged myself, to support this national unity and stability for Nigeria's motion for the nomination that distinguished Senator Jibril Barau CON do take the chair of the Senate as the Deputy President of the 10th Senate of the Federal Republic of Nigeria for the benefit of Nigeria and Nigerians. I do move.
Any seconder? Senator Elect.
Distinguished Senator of the Federal Republic, Senator Godwin Akpolia, Senate President of the 10th Senate, the Clerk of the National Assembly, and distinguished Senators-elect. I rise to second the motion ably moved by Senator-elect Senator Dave Umahi that Senator Jibril Barau be given the opportunity to take the seat of the Deputy Senate President. I so move. I so second, and my names are Senator-elect Saliu Mustafa, representing Kwara Central.
Distinguished Senator-elect Barau.
Mr. President, my distinguished Senators-elect, my name is Barau Jibril, the Senator-elect representing the North Senatorial Zone. Mr. President, I stand to accept the nomination, the motion for nomination as moved by Senator David Umahi, that I should take the Senate chair to act or to be the Deputy President of Senate of the 10th Senate. Mr. President, I so accept. Thank you.
Are there further nominations? Are there further nominations? Are there further nominations? In the absence of further nomination, I declare the nomination closed. So, yeah. Since we have only one candidate vying for the position of the Deputy President of the Senate, I now declare Senator Jibril Barau as duly elected Deputy President of the Senate.
Senator Jibril Barau, a federal lawmaker representing Kano North, is now the Deputy Senate President of the 10th Senate. He is unopposed as no other nomination has been put forward by any lawmaker-elect here in the Senate chamber. Senator Jibril Barau from Kano State holds a bachelor's degree in accounting. He was first elected to the Nigerian Senate in 2015 and re-elected in 2019 to represent Kano North Senatorial District. Before his tenure in the Senate, Senator Barau served in the House of Representatives. In the 9th Senate, Senator Barau chaired the Senate Committee on Tertiary Institutions and Tertiary Education in the 8th Senate, and in the 9th Senate, he was the chairman of the Senate Committee on Appropriation. He's making his way to the front of the Senate chamber where he will take his seat, and he's hugging his colleagues. Senator Barau, the new Deputy Senate President of the 10th Senate, will now take his oath of office. Senator Barau was nominated by Senator-elect Dave Umahi and seconded by Senator Salihu Mustafa. The clerk of the Senate has given him his documents, and he's about to take the oath of office.
That I will
functions honestly, to the best of my ability. Faithfully, in accordance with the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and the law and the rules of the Senate, and always in the interest of the sovereignty, integrity, solidarity, well-being, and prosperity of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. That I will strive to preserve fundamental objectives and directive principles of state policy contained in the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And that I will preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And that I will abide by the code of conduct contained in the fifth schedule of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So help me God. That as the Deputy President of the Senate, I will perform my functions honestly, the best of my ability, faithfully, in accordance with the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and the law, and the rules of the Senate, and always in the interest of the sovereignty, integrity, solidarity, well-being, and prosperity of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And that I will strive to preserve these fundamental objectives and directive principles of the state policy contained in the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And that I will abide by the code of conduct contained in the fifth schedule of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So help me God.
The Deputy Senate President, Senator Jubilee Rao, has just taken his oath of office and has been given the Senate standing orders and the Senate standing rules, as well as all the documents he needs for his work as Deputy Senate President. Senator Jubil Baral returned unopposed. No other nomination was put forward by his colleagues for the position of Deputy Senate President. And so the first set of the leadership of the Senate has been announced. Senator Godswill Akpabio, the President of the Senate and Chairman of the National Assembly, and Senator Jubil Baral, the Deputy Senate President. Both principal officers have taken their oath of office and received their documents. They will in turn, the Senate President will in turn swear in his colleagues, other lawmakers elect, and they will now be called senators. The Senate President and the Deputy Senate President have just taken pictures with their family members. After the picture,
you're watching live coverage of the inauguration of the Nigerian Senate, where Senator Godswill Akpabio has emerged Senate President. Please stay tuned as we also bring you the inauguration of the House of Representatives.
Rais Abdulkadir Bukataba. My vote goes to Ian Emil Lemke. Ebuna Alex. Aban Victor Bixon. Honorable TJ Abbas. Akiba Basi Ebeyon. Right Honorable TJ Abbas. Basi Joseph.
Order, distinguished senators-elect. The President of the Senate, the Deputy President of the Senate, senators-elect, I wish to make this announcement. We have in our midst the former Senate President, Senator Ebute Ane. He may wish to also congratulate the President of the Senate and the Deputy President of the Senate. Also in our midst, we have our former clerks to the National Assembly, person of Dr. Ibrahim Salim, CON, Alhaji Abubakar Maikaswa, OON, PhD, and Alhaji Sali Ataba Omorori. Thank you. The President of the Senate, the Deputy President of the Senate, distinguished Senators-elect, on behalf of the management of National Assembly, I wish to congratulate you once again for this historic occasion. I think from now I have concluded my assignment in the Senate. I will now proceed to the House of Representatives. Thank you. Okay. Also in our midst, we have the former clerk, Amos Olatunde Ojo. Thank you so much.
Abundance votes for DJ Abbas. Murphy Osaru. Respectfully, my vote goes to Honorable TJ Abbas. Honorable Marcus Izekweya. I honorably rise this morning to give my vote to Right Honorable Tajuddin Abbas. Okoje Henry Odianosi. Okoje Henry. My vote goes to Honorable TJ Abbas. Dekeri Sunday Anamiru. Yahweh Esosa. Yahweh Esosa. Sir, can you make it audible? We didn't hear you. Yahweh Esosa. Osawaru Billy Famous Adesua.
I rise this morning to cast my vote for Right Honorable TJ Abbas, PhD.
In the Hausa Dennis. Nobere Julius. No, sorry, before Julius. In the Hausa Dennis. In the Hausa Dennis, please. In the Hausa Dennis. Thank you. Nobere Julius. Atoba Steve Olushola. Rufus Adeniyi. Bamishile Olufemi Richards.
TJ Abbas.
Ọmọláyé Abíọ́dún Francis. Rotimi Akíntúndé Olúwaṣeun. Kọ́láwọlé Davidson Akínláyọ̀.
Honorable Tajuddin Abbas.
Chijioke Stanislaus
Tajuddin Abbas.
Nnamachikwu Sunday.
Dr. Tajuddin Abbas.
Atu Gina Obisan.
I rise to vote for TJ Abbas.
Sunday Syracuse Mayor. Who understands that she's okay? Arise to vote for Dr. Badugin Abbas, PhD, my friend. Dennis Akpo. I rise to vote for Badugin Abbas. Ngadi Northern Block. Badugin Abbas. I rise to vote for Honorable TJ Abbas. Aji Abdul Rahman. Honorable TJ Abbas. Obika Joshua Chinedu. Honorable TJ Abbas. Dele Usman Kumo. I rise to willingly vote for TJ Abbas. Isa Aliu JC.
My vote is for Tajuddin Abbas.
Abdullahi El Rashid. Abdullahi Bauchi Yaya Tongo. Bauchi Yaya Tongo. I'm for Tajuddin Abbas. Herbert Paul Shehu. And then for Shehu. Honorable Tajuddin Abbas. Driver Nwa. I hereby vote right Honorable Tajuddin Abbas. Uwogo Matthew. I hereby vote for Honorable TJ Abbas, PhD. Martin. Okay, Jonas. I rise to vote for Dr. Tajuddin Abbas, PhD. Onyeye UM. Onyeye UM. I rise to vote for Honorable Tajuddin Abbas, the man with 74 years. Amadi Akarachi Itinasa. I rise to vote for Right Honorable TJ Abbas. Ozuribo Mbona. TJ Abbas. Again. TJ Abbas. Again. Prince Madas. Again. Idinaka Onoa.
Thank you very much. With a heavy heart but total submission to the will of God over the deaths of my constituents who are coming to celebrate this August occasion, I pray that their souls do rest in peace. Having said that, I rise this morning to give my vote to Right Honorable TJ Abbas.
Yabibu Eugene Okechukwu. Yabibu Eugene Okechukwu. Nwachukwu Kalik Moore. I vote for TJ Abbas, PhD. Okere Tochukwu Chinedu. Isa Dongoyaro. Adamu Yakubu. I vote for TJ Abbas. Fulata Abubakar Azam. Eru. Madawake Dahiru. Sani Nafizi, Tajuddin Abbas Iyanzazo, Shitu Galambi.
I stand on behalf of my party, NNPP, and the good people of Guam Federal Constituency in Jigawa State to vote for Tajuddin Abbas.
Mukhtar Mohammed.
I rise to vote for Tajuddin Abbas.
Ibrahim Usman Ayo.
Tajuddin Abbas.
Yusuf Saidu Miga. Thank you, sir. Abubakar Mikey Yelman.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. My vote go directly to the Right Honorable Tajuddin Abbas, member representing Zaria Federal Constituency. Thank you.
Thank you. Saad Wada Taura.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. On behalf of my constituency, Ringim and Torofero constituency, I stand to vote for Honorable Tajuddin Abbas, Iyanzazo of PSG. Thank you.
Bashir Usman. Bashir Usman.
I rise to vote for Honorable Tajuddin Abbas, PhD.
Abubakar Adams. Abubakar Adams.
With all humility, the vote of the people of Uchukun of Chukunkajuru goes to Tajuddin Abbas, Iyanzazo. Thank you.
Yalo Husseini Mohammed. Ali Mustafa Abdullahi.
Hi there, of course you're watching the inauguration of the 10th House of Reps as well. So we'll see what happens.
On behalf of the peaceful people of Zango Katabjaba Federal Constituency, definitely my vote is for Tajuddin Abbas.
Amos Daniel.
Of course, from the people of Jama Sangha Federal Constituency, my vote is for my brother Tajuddin Abbas.
Umar David.
Yes, my vote goes for Tajuddin Abbas.
El-Rufai Mohammed Bello.
On behalf of the good people of Kaduna North Federal Constituency, I vote for Honorable Tajuddin Abbas Iyanzazo, our royal prince.
Abdul Karim Husseini Ahmed. Husseini Ahmed. Uzalio. Matthew Donatus Uzalio. Yusuf Bashir.
I vote for Tajuddin Abbas Iyanzazo.
Ahmed Mohammed Munir.
I hereby rise to give my vote to Honorable Tajuddin Abbas. Thank you.
Umar Shehu.
My vote is for Right Honorable Tajuddin Abbas Iyanzazo.
Abdullahi Sadiq Angu.
My vote is for Right Honorable.
Yeah, let's just follow on. Those of you watching, of course, don't forget to subscribe to Seasonal and the platform where we speak to the power. We are reflecting what's happened thus far, and we are working out what we need to do to try and build situations and get things in place, so that we can continue to hold our government to account.
I'm voting for myself.
So we'll see how it goes. Yeah, let's keep it.
On behalf of the good people of Alabasuga, Independent Constituency,
subscribe to Seasonal, the platform where we speak to the power, and of course with the Dual Radio too. Thank you very much.
Jubril Abdul-Mumini.
Tajuddin Abbas.
Abubakar Kadur Abubakar.
My vote is for Tajuddin Abbas, PhD.
Aliu Sani.
My vote is for Iyanzazo Tajuddin Abbas.
Ibrahim Engineer Hamisu.
My vote is for Tajuddin Abbas.
Abdulkadir Tijani Jobi.
Abbas Tajuddin Iyezazo.
Hassan Mohammed Andima. Garba Hassan Ado.
For and on behalf of my constituents, my vote goes to Tajuddin Abbas.
Sheikh Mohammed Bello. Mohammed Bello. Shiruma Mohammed Garuba.
My vote goes for Tajuddin Abbas.
Mohammed Garuba Ibrahim.
For and on behalf of people Kwale Federal Constituency, I vote for Tajuddin Abbas.
Mwazu Abdullahi Gwazu. Koki Ibrahim.
Tajuddin Abbas.
Sani Abdullahi Rogo.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. My vote goes to Tajuddin Abbas.
Adamu Sani.
Right Honorable Tajuddin Abbas.
Shehu Hassan Hussein. Al-Hassan Kabir Usman.
My vote goes to Tajuddin Abbas, PhD, EMNL.
Ahmad Badal Yusuf. Speak to the mic, sir. We didn't hear you. You are not audible, sir. Thank you, sir. Yusuf Rabiu.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. For and on behalf of good people of Sumaila and Take Federal Constituency of Kano State, our vote goes to Dr. Tajuddin Abbas and Zazo. May Allah make it easy for him.
Umar Mukhtar Zakari.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. My vote goes to Tajuddin Abbas.
Balasani Umar. Balasani Umar. Abdul Hakim Kamilu Ado.
Right Honorable Tajuddin Abbas Yenzozo.
Murtala Usman Banyi.
Alhamdulillah. My vote goes to Honorable Tajuddin Abbas Yenzozo.
Aliyasu Aliu Abubakar.
On behalf of my constituency, Bazari, Savannah, and Musa Kasuna State, I rise to vote for Tajuddin Abbas.
Yusuf Ahmad Doro.
Aminu Sani Jaji.
Okay, Jaji. No, I had it, don't worry. Very clear. Muhammad Abubakar Ahmed.
On behalf of my constituency, on behalf of my constituency, Control Dandemi Federal Constituency, I rise to vote for Tajuddin Abbas, PhD.
Honorable Jamu Aminu.
On behalf of good people of Peru, Sandemu Adua, I rise to vote for Yazes of Tajuddin Abbas.
With due respect, can you come again for clarity?
Aminu Jamu representing Dawa, Sandemu Adua Federal Constituency, voting for Tajuddin Abbas.
Balale Aminu.
In the name of Allah, the most very efficient, the most gracious, the most merciful, I rise to vote for Tajuddin Abbas here in Zazzau.
Ismail Daha Usada.
أعوذ بالله السميع العليم من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. On behalf of the good people of Kankia Kusada Ingawa Federal Constituency, I write my vote to Alhaji Dr. TJ Abbas Yandado. Thank you very much. I wish him Allah's guide and protection.
Sorry, sir, we didn't pick you, sir. For the record, sir, you come again.
I said I read my vote to Alhaji Tijani Abbas Yandado.
Thank you. Mohammed Amin Ibrahim.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Wala hawla wala quwwata illa billah. My vote goes to Right Honorable Aminu Sani Jaji.
Ahmad Aminu Chindo.
A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. Bismillahir rahmanir rahim. On behalf of Katsina State, Katsina Local Government, my name is Amin Chindo. I'm here to support and choose my candidate, Honorable Tajuddin Abbas, inshallah.
Soli Sada.
Abbas Tajuddin. Abbas Tajuddin. Abbas Tajuddin.
Yusuf Salisu. Nigeri. Please. Yusuf Salisu. Nigeri.
I vote for Tajuddin Abbas.
Thank you, sir. Ahmed Aliu Abdullahi.
I rise to vote Prince Tajuddin Abbas.
Member-elect Sani Lawal.
Tajuddin Abbas.
Musa. Abbas. Mansar Musa. Member-elect Mansar Musa.
My name is Mansur Musa, representing Ali Rubandu Jiga, Pro Constituency from Kebbi State. I vote for Tajuddin Abbas.
Rabiu Garba Kamba.
With love from the people of Arewa and the local government, Arewa and the federal constituency of Kebbi State, my vote goes to Honorable Tajuddin Abbas in Zazzau.
Sani Yakubu Noma. Sani Yakubu Noma. Aoje Bello.
My vote goes to Tajuddin Abbas.
I'm Mohammed.
The last born of the 10th Assembly, I stand to vote for Honorable Tajuddin Abbas Ian Zazzau.
Ibrahim Chukura Kabir.
My vote goes to the Right Honorable Tajuddin Abbas.
Garba Koko Salisu. Yusuf Tanko Sununu. Yusuf Tanko Abdul Malik Abdurrahim Danga.
Right Honorable.
Sani Igidi Abdurrahim.
On behalf of the good people of Ajakuta Federal Constituency, I hereby vote for Tajuddin Abbas.
Ali Abdullahi Ibrahim.
With all sense of sincerity, Abdullah Ibrahim from Akwa Omala Federal Constituency, my vote goes for Honorable Dr. Tajuddin Abbas.
Haruna Paul Gowan.
Inasmuch as I'm very, very mindful of the pathetic situation of the central part of Nigeria, the party system that made it possible for me to be here and directed me to vote for Tajuddin Abbas, and I hereby vote Tajuddin Abbas.
Zakaria David Idris.
I vote for Tajuddin Abbas.
And we have some other so that we can fast track the process. I don't know. Zakaria David Idris. Zakaria David Idris.
Zakaria David Idris. I vote for Tajuddin Abbas. Tajuddin Abbas. Should I vote again?
Idris Salman. Danladi. Sulaiman Danladi. One member who not allowed. Honorable Dati Yusuf is one. How do you vote for record purpose? Dati Yusuf. Speak to the mic for record purpose.
On behalf of the good people of Kura Malam, I rise to vote for Tajuddin Abbas. Thank you.
Ozigi Mohammed Tijani. Ozigi Mohammed Tijani. Leke Joseph. Leke Joseph.
I rise as a soldier of Yoruba people in Kano to vote for Tajuddin Abbas.
Mohammed Umar Bio. Ahmed Adam. Olawi Ibrahim Tunji.
On behalf of the industrious people of Idogo Kwara State, Abdurrahim Tunji Olawi, my vote is for Tajuddin Abbas. Thank you.
Tijani Kayode Islam. I rise to vote Honorable Ahmed Idris Wasi. behalf of my party as well, and in honor of my governor, the governor of our state, I vote for Tajudeen. Keep it simple. Member-elect, we shall pledge to keep it simple. The last president, we did not really hear him, so for clarity, we want the situation where he tells us how he votes. For record purpose, Mukhtar Tolani Shagaya. I vote for a fellow Sokoto alumnus, TJ Abbas. I rise on behalf of the good people of Nigeria Federal Constituency, Benin, Nigeria, to vote Honorable Tajudeen Abbas. You, Adede, Daniel Adede, on behalf of Alimosho Federal Constituency, the largest local government in Nigeria, I vote Tajudeen Abbas. Olawale George. Olawale George. On behalf of Alimosho Federal Constituency, I vote Honorable Tajudeen Abbas. Deshola Samuel Olamuyiwa. Adeshola Samuel Olamuyiwa. Glory be to God. On behalf of the people of Apapa Federal Constituency, I vote Tajudeen Abbas. Nígbà Ṣẹ̀sí Olúṣeun. Ṣẹ̀sí Olúṣeun. I rise to vote for Right Honorable Dr. Tajudeen Abbas. Raji Awale Kasir. Member-elect Raji Olawale. On behalf of the good people of Ekpe Federal Constituency, including the Abbas family of Ekpe, I rise to vote Honorable Tajudeen Abbas, Iyan South South, as the next Speaker of the House of Reps. Thank you. Daniel Sata. On behalf of Etios and Lagos, I vote for Abbas Tajudeen. Balógun Adébáyọ̀ Olúṣẹ́gun. Ìbẹ̀dùlẹ́kì votes for Tajudeen Abbas. I appreciate if we can have some order in the house. It's like there's a lot of distraction. Olabinjo Benjamin Adeyemi. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, on behalf of the people of the Ifakoikai, I vote for Right Honorable Tajudeen Abbas. Benjamin Adeyemi. Okay, but if he's around, we don't mind, you can just repeat on the record. Benjamin, you want me once again? In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, and on behalf of the people, good people of Ifakoijai, my vote goes to Right Honorable Tajudeen Abbas. Finally, James Abiodun.
Thank you. As a proud representative of the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and my other constituents of Ikeja Federal Constituency, I rise to vote for a very humble man, Right Honorable Tajudeen Abbas.
My name remains Babajimi Benson. I rise to cast my vote for a deep man, Tajudeen Chukwuemeka Omobolole Abbas. Thank you, sir. Obara Adetola Kavilat. Obara Adetola Kavilat.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. For and on behalf of the industrious people of Oshofe Federal Constituency in Lagos State, the Center of Excellence, my vote is unequivocally for Right Honorable Tajudeen Abbas.
My name is Emi Tondolapo Badru. On behalf of the premier local governments in Nigeria, Lagos and Adua Federal Constituency, I cast my vote for TJ Abbas.
No, I can do that. Permit me, sir, I would like to revisit the case who appears to be hard absence when we call his name. Member-elect Kama Ukemkuna Senandi. Kama Ukemkuna Senandi.
My names are Kama Nkem Kama Senandi Patrick Ossi. I represent the good people of Ohoza on Igbo Federal Constituency. I rise to vote for Honorable Tajudeen Abbas.
Akiolu Monshood Kayode. Akiolu Monshood Kayode. On behalf of the people of Lagos Island Federal Constituency 2 and the Kingdom of Lagos, I rise to cast my votes for my brother Prince Ian Zauzau, Prince Dr. Honorable Tajudeen Abbas. Thank you. Monshood Olanrewaju. Monshood Olanrewaju. Ali Adeyemi Taofik. Thank you, this area. Ali Adeyemi Taofik is my name. My people from Mushi, one constituency, they have directed me to come here and come and vote for Dr. Tajudeen Abbas. Thank you.
Excuse me, Mr. Clark. Please, I have a point of observation here. Yes, my name was skipped. My name was called in the attendance list, but now in the nomination list, my name was changed. So that's the observation. Mashimusi Federal Constituency, Katsina State. You can check the attendance list. It's different from the one that you called.
Sir?
Yes. Mashimusi Federal Constituency. You can check the attendance list. It's different from the one.
Visit that, sir. Let's go through the process.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Thank you very much.
Mr. Director, very much around duly elected member of House. To the glory of God. Yeah, to the glory of God. And as directed by the Holy Spirit. I have been mandated by the author and finisher of my faith to let my faith stand as rock of Gibraltar behind and for Tajuddin Abbas PhD. Olúwa ṣe yìí lóhùn mi. Olúwa ṣe yìí ṣóhùn mi. Olúwa ṣe yìí ṣóhùn mi. Member elect ṣe yìí ṣóhùn mi. Standing on the directive of the people of Oshodi, son of Constituency 1 Lagos State, I, Dr. Bashiru Ayila, cast my vote for Dr. Tajuddin Abbas. Yes, Okebio, Olua Karusi. Yes, present. On behalf of the heartbeat of Lagos, Oshodi Solo 2, I vote for Dr. Tajuddin Abbas. Morning, Aliu. Okay. My name is Hajimori Aliu. I represent the good people of Shomolu Federal Constituency. I rise to vote for Dr. Tajuddin Abbas. Member-elect, Ajabia Femi Akin. I vote for Dr. Tajuddin Abbas. We are not hearing you, sir. Speak to the mic.
I cast my vote for Honorable Tajuddin Abbas, the best man for the job.
Umaru Jeremiah.
On behalf of the people of Akoya, Wamba Nasarawa, I vote Dr. Tajuddin Abbas Ianzozo.
Hazan Abubakar Nalaraba.
Thank you, DCNA. Abubakar Hassan Nalaraba is my name, Sadokin Labi Abu Oden. My vote is for Tajuddin Abbas. Thank you.
Where the guys are Jonathan.
I vote for Dr. Tajuddin Abbas Ianzozo. Thank you.
Zairu Abubakar Sariki.
I hereby voted for Tajuddin Abbas Ianzozo.
Ali Abdul Mumin Mohammed.
Glory be to God. My vote goes to my elder brother, my mentor, a true Democrat, Right Honorable Idris Ahmed Wasi.
Mahmoud Abdullahi. Mohammed Jafaru Ali. Sayyid Musa Abdullahi.
I vote for Dr. Tajuddin Abbas, PhD. Thank you.
Farade Yusuf Kure.
My vote goes to Tajuddin Abbas. Yes, so. I vote for the ESSO, Right Honorable Tajuddin Abbas.
Abdullah Idris Garba, representing Mandagora. My vote goes for ESSO, Tajuddin Abbas, incoming speaker.
Ghana Joseph Audu. Joseph Audu. Shehu Saleh Rijal.
I vote for Tajuddin Abbas.
Ismail Musa Modibo.
I also represent the pillar of our democracy, Moshood Kashmawu Olawale Abiola. I vote Tajuddin Abbas.
Afolabi Moruf. Akinosi Olatunji Akoni.
On behalf of the people of Yewa North, Imekwa, from Federal Constituency of Ogun State, the gateway to the nation, I vote Honorable Tajuddin Abbas, PhD. My name is Right Honorable Akila Diagonizak. On behalf of people of Yewa South, the Federal Constituency of Ogun State, I vote for Right Honorable Tajuddin Abbas, the man of destiny.
Isiaka Ibrahim Ayokun. On behalf of the very good people of Ifo, Igwe Federal Constituency, and on behalf of the fastest growing economic state in Nigeria, Ogun State, Isiaka Ayokun Ibrahim, I cast my vote for Dr. Tajuddin Abbas.
On behalf of my federal constituency, the North, the East water side, I rise to cast my vote for Right Honorable Tajuddin Abbas.
On behalf of the financially prudent people of Ijebuland, I vote for Honorable Tajuddin Abbas.
I am Honorable Yoba Otumba Adewumi Oriyomi Oloruda. I represent the Honorable and people of the Kenneth Shadamu and Rema North. I'm from Ogun State, and I rise to cast my vote for the Prince of Zauzau, Tajuddin Abbas.
I rise to cast my vote for the tribalized Nigerian, the embodiment of legislature, and the man that has created so many opportunities for the youth by virtue of legislative experience. Right Honorable Tajuddin Abbas Ian Zazau. Thank you. My name is Adefarati Adeboyega. I vote for Tajudeen Abbas.
On behalf of the good people of Akure North, Akure South, Ondo State, I vote for Honorable Tajudeen Abbas, the Doctor of Philosophy.
I came by Festus Olanrewaju. Festus Olanrewaju. Member-elect Festus Olanrewaju.
The name is Ojogo Donald Kemikamo. I represent the Ilajes and the just-speaking people of our kingdom and Akure of Ilajes and Federal Conference of Ondo State. I rise to vote for Dr. Tajudeen Abbas.
Ayodele Festus.
On behalf of the good people of Ineluji, Okebo, and Odigbo Federal Constituency, I rise today, 13th of June, 2023, to cast my vote for Honorable Dr. Tajudeen Abbas. Thank you.
Ogunjimi John. Member-elect Ogunjimi John. Peter Abiodun. Makinde Peter Abiola.
My name is Honorable Dr. Abiola Peter Makinde, representing the good people of Ondo, East West Federal Constituency. I rise to vote for Dr. Tajudeen Abbas.
You're watching the voting going on at the House of Representatives, the Green Chamber, for the speakership position. We'll now bring you the inaugural speech of the Senate President of the 10th Assembly from Akwa Ibom State, Senator Godswill Akpabio, in the Red Chamber.
Today marks a historic moment for all of us as we embark on a new chapter in the 10th Senate of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. My speech is on my behalf and also on behalf of my Deputy Senate President of the 10th Senate, a very humble personage who have been humbled by the events of today, the distinguished Senator Jibril Barao. We are both very happy to have been given this opportunity, and we show gratitude to Almighty God. We also want to thank God on your behalf, and especially congratulate all of you who have just been sworn in as Senators of the Federal Republic of Nigeria for being able to wade through the very difficult elections that we passed through. I described that last election as the first cashless election in Nigeria, the 2023 elections. In some states, we had tsunamis, and in others, we had some of our colleagues returning. But I think the number of senators that returned were about 30 or thereabouts. And those that came fresh into the red chambers are about 79 in number. But today, everybody is ranked, having been sworn in. So I want to say once again, congratulations. Let me also thank the clerk of the National Assembly, the clerk of the Senate, and all the staff of the Senate and the National Assembly for their very, very valuable time and hard work, dedication to duties and commitments and contributions to the Nigerian Federation. I want to say, I don't know how Senator Ndume puts it, whether it says first among equals or first one among equals or first among equals. There is a way he puts his own. So I don't understand, but I just want to say that I will continue to be one amongst you. And I'll work with you, for you, beside you. I'll be a Senate President that will stand for all, including the civil Senator Yari. Whether he was qualified to contest or not, did not matter. What mattered is that democracy took root right here in these chambers today. So let me congratulate you for a hard fight. I want to extend my hand of fellowship to you. We've already discussed here that we are going to work very closely together. I take it that every single senator here voted for me. And what has happened today is historic. This is the first time in the Nigerian Senate that you have 8 political parties seated in one chambers. What that means is that as soon as you pass through the door to enter these red chambers, you become a senator of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and no longer of your political party. And I will treat you so. I must say that I am humbled to be so honored by my colleagues. I'm extremely delighted that despite the fact that the invitations were very few, my dear wife, Ekaite Unamagos Sulakwabio, is in the crowd to witness this historic occasion together with my last daughter. I hope she will not admire any senator here. But I won't mind being a father-in-law to a senator if there's any young one that is not married. So, my dear wife, congratulations for being a great woman, a woman of great virtue, an exemplary woman, and one that loves Nigeria, and one that loves humanity. May God continue to prosper and bless you and grant you peace. The country is at a crossroads. We are grappling with a lot of difficulties. We have just inherited an economy that requires renewal, revitalization. I want to thank our dear President, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, and the Vice President Kashim Shettima, GCON, for the steps they've taken so far, which has given a lot of hope to the entire Nigerian Federation and even the West African sub-region as a whole. I want to assure Mr. President that no matter what name the Senate is called, we are here to do national duties. This Senate is about Nigeria and Nigerians. And so long as the policies that come to these chambers concern the empowerment and upliftment of Nigerians, we shall dwell and deliberate and then have robust debate on them with public hearings. We work closely with the executive arm of government whilst maintaining the normal independence of the legislature. So let me thank the President for the choice of Senator Godswill Akpabio and Senator Jibril Barrow, and also thank the party, the All Progressive Congress, for the zoning system that brought all of us, and especially thank my colleagues, my brothers, and my sisters in the 10th Assembly, the 10th Senate, for voting for us across party lines. This is the way we shall continue to be together. Whatever will happen here, we will think Nigeria.
and will dwell on Nigeria and will make a very big difference. I assure you that my reputation precedes me. My track record is there for all to see. We will bring about uncommon changes in the 10th Senate of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. I must say that today should not really be a speech-making day. It should just be a day for all of us to thank God that none of us was consumed by the COVID. Mine is to pray for you, as you have honored me and honored my brother, Jibrin, that God will also continue to honor you, and God will be there for you and your families. Something that I always feel in my heart, may none of us ever be a next item in the 10th Senate. Can we say amen? I used to feel very bad whenever we come for sittings and they will say we have to adjourn, and then they will say stand up for 1 minute silence. And 32 seconds later, they will say may he or her soul rest in peace. The next thing, they will say clerk, next item. So I felt we were all next items. So the first prayer I have for you, for this great honor today, is that may you never be a next item. May you never be a next item. May your family never see tragedies. That will be my prayer to God Almighty. So I want to further assure you that the enormous responsibilities facing us, that we shall tackle them headlong. We'll look into the existing laws and work closely with the House of Representatives to realign them, to ensure that they are fit for purpose and they suit the current realities of the artificial intelligence that the world is facing today. We will try our best to also make laws that will move forward and encourage foreign direct investment into the country. The current administration has brought about the acronym of renewed hope, and I think this Senate will join in ensuring a total renewal hope for Nigerians, where there seem to have been no hope. I had the opportunity of serving as a governor, and I warned my people who work with me that I do not still believe in politically motivated infrastructure. Therefore, the 10th Senate of the Federal Republic of Nigeria will ensure very serious oversight functions. We shall carry out very serious oversight functions to make sure that we do not waste the resources of the country. We'll put members of the executive on their toes, particularly the ministers, when they are ready to work. When they are appointed, we'll follow project by project, and also we'll do our best in terms of appropriation. We will not have any delay. And this one, I must commend the 9th Senate, because we had a difficult time in the 8th Senate, when we used to have delay in budgets for almost 7 months. But when I came this time around, the 9th Senate did so well. They were able to get Nigeria back to the era of January to December budget system. And I think the 10th Senate will maintain that tradition. I hope I'm speaking your minds. That will enable us to plan well and start well for the country. So the executive must also assist us to make sure that they send the budgets on time, and the ministers and then the MPs and the other parastatals that ought to defend the budgets will have to suspend foreign trips and come down to do so we can act timelessly and make sure that we maintain that tradition. So I pay great tribute to my predecessor, distinguished Senator Ahmed Lawan, for the achievements, the number of laws passed were unprecedented, and particularly the SDGs, the numerous projects strewn around the country that were completed, unlike in the 8th Senate, where we had what they call budgetary approval, and then they said no cash backing, and so we had a lot of abandoned projects. I do hope that this current administration will also work closely with us to give us 98 to 100% releases, and not just approval without cash backup. So we'll work closely with the executive in that direction for the benefit of the constituents. So I assure my colleagues that yes, indeed, God has given us this opportunity. Every generation, according to Frank Fanon, must, out of absolute obscurity, discover their mission. And when they do so, they either fulfill the mission or they betray the mission. This Senate, the 10th Senate, we have discovered our mission, which is a mission to renew hope in Nigeria, a mission to ensure that we revitalize the Nigerian economy, working closely with the executive. We will not betray the people of Nigeria. I will not betray that intention. To my dear brothers, government is a continuum, and the Senate is no less. We shall therefore further strengthen the legislative space in continuation of the honorable efforts made by the 9th Senator that I've just referred to. Some of the issues that will concern us will be gender matters. We don't have a lot of women in the Senate. I'm not suggesting that you give your spaces to women in the 11th Senate, but we should ought to have had more women here. But we have only 3 women in the Senate. So I want to congratulate them and pray that next time we shall have more women, but not my seat, maybe any other person who will sit down. So we shall pay particular attention to issues relating to persons with disabilities and the vulnerables in our dear society. We will engage in any legislative action that will bring about empowerment and stop our youth from being recruited into banditry and then unknown gunmen, Boko Haram and others. We'll pay attention to insecurity. We'll pay attention to insecurity. We'll work closely with the executive to ensure that we can sleep with our 2 eyes closed, and then we can also travel by rail, by road to any part of the country without fear of let or hindrance. We will expand legislation to improve the revenue stream in the country. Our current president has a track record in that respect. When he became a governor in Lagos in 1999, I think Lagos was not getting more than 600 million or thereabouts in a month. But today, with the programs he put in place, they say Lagos is getting between 50 to 61 billion every month as internally generated revenue. Nigeria can do so. We can improve the revenue of this country so that we tackle most of the debts that we have strewn all over the place. The president has already said that Nigeria must produce what it consumes and consume what it produces. And therefore, we will do everything to assist him to make sure that that dream becomes a reality for the prosperity of this great nation. So we must tackle issues that relate to new sources of revenue. We shall have a seriously forward-looking Senate that will emphasize on economic viability, social acceptability, tackle environmental issues, and then bring about sustainable growth. We must therefore, as a body, rise to partner with the government of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu to provide the required legislative framework and legal environment for him to anchor the policies and programs that he espouses for the country. Like he says, elections are over, governance has started, and for the 10th Senate, we are going to hit the ground running, and we'll make sure that our conscience are proud of us every step of the way. So let me say, distinguished senators, our roles as representatives and members of our individual political parties notwithstanding, there is every reason for us to support good policies and programs of the federal government and also look at what the states are doing. Because if the states are not doing well, there is no amount of work at the federal level that will have meaning. To the Nigerian people, I say this: your dreams, your aspirations, and your well-being will be at the heart of everything that we do in these chambers. I therefore urge you to continue to pray for us, but remain faithful, because we are steadfast and will remain united as Nigerians to ensure that your welfare is not taken for granted, and particularly the mandates that you have given to us is not abused in any way. Finally, I want to plead with you, distinguished senators, to permit me to offer special commendations to the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces for the bold step he has so far taken, particularly in the issue of subsidy. If it requires legislative backing, we shall give. We must begin to produce our own fuel in Nigeria. We must begin to encourage production of diesel and others in this country. And of course, if the stories so far are true, that we used to have 69 million barrels a month, and we are now having about 13 or 15 million barrels, that will show that we are subsidizing all the consumption going on in our neighboring countries, with which we can no longer continue with our very little resources. So we applaud the federal government for such steps. So I thank you. Distinguished Senator Barrow, on your behalf, I thank my brothers. I will speak today, maybe another day. Our heart is full of joy. And please send me the addresses of wherever you are doing your receptions. I want to go around, or one by one, to celebrate with you. And I wish your families a blessed journey back home without any incident of accident. Congratulations and welcome to the uncommon 10th Senate of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Right now, may I now invite the Deputy Senate President of the 10th Senate of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, distinguished Senator Barrow, who was returned unopposed while I went through a very difficult situation. To now move a motion for the adjournment of today's proceedings. Distinguished Senator Barrow.
Thank you, our uncommon Senate President. I am Barrow Jibrin, I represent the North, and I stand to move that this August stand adjourned to tomorrow, the 14th day of June 2023. I so move.
Any seconder? I recognize the immediate past DG of Stability Group, which is no longer existing. The distinguished Senator, distinguished Senator Ali Ndume, one of the landlords of the Nigerian Senate.
Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, I stand to second the motion ably moved by our uncommon, unopposed Deputy Senate President, Jibrin Barrow. I so second.
Distinguished senators of the 10th Senate, the motion for adjournment has been moved and seconded. Those who are in support of the motion say aye. Aye. And those who are against it say nay. The ayes have it. This Senate is hereby adjourned till tomorrow,
at 10 a.m. 14th day of June at 10 a.m.
First session of the Nigerian Senate, the 10th Assembly, by the Senate President chaired, Senator Godswill Akpabio, has been concluded and his inaugural address delivered. Now we will join the House of Representatives, the Green Chamber, where voting is still going on to determine who the Speaker of the House of Representatives will be. Please stay with us.
Ali Lawal Shetima.
My name is Honorable Khadija Waziri Bukar Ibrahim. I vote for Honorable Tajuddin Abbas.
Jajere Mohammed Buba.
My name is Engineer Mohammed Buba Jajere, representing Fika Fune Federal Constituency. My vote goes to Dr. Tajuddin Abbas.
Zakaria Tijani Zima. Fatima Taraba. Mohammed Isa Anka. Ahmed Sani Muhammad. Abdul Malik Zubairu.
I remain Honorable Abdul Malik Zubairu Bugulu, representing Bugulu Federal Constituency of Japan State. I cast my vote to Tajuddin Abbas. Thank you.
Abubakar Sulaiman Gumi. Kabiru.
My name is Kabiru Ahmed. I represent the people of Bufos IB Federal Constituency. My vote goes for Tajuddin Abbas. Thank you.
Aminu Sani Daji.
Alhamdulillah, I vote for myself. Aminu Sani Daji.
Azad Bello Shinkafi. Member-elect Jamilu. Mohammed Jamilu. we have exhausted the list of the roll call of members present and voting. In case if there is any case we don't entertain, we will appreciate if that person can raise up his hand so that we give the person the benefit of casting his vote.
Mr. Clark, sir, I heard my complaint earlier about my federal constituency, Mashuzi federal constituency. My name was in the attendance list. I answered the attendance list, and in the completed list that recently sent to the National Assembly, and now I answered the yes. So as you are going to the list, now my name was changed or mistakenly called. My name was the attendance list, and the INEC completed list recently sent from the INEC. So I don't know what happened. Martin Super Constituency, Katsina State. Yes, you can check it, sir. Martin Super Constituency from Katsina State. You can check the list that you called for the attendance. I answered it. Present. Yes. So I don't know what makes the difference from the attended list and the nominated list. Thank you, sir. The recently sent INEC completed list is my name. You can check it. Nazif Bello is from Mashu Superior Constituency.
I think it's Member elect, we've come to the end of the voting process. The next phase of the process is the collation of
Please check my name. Please address my issue.
Result. May I invite the tellers to come to the table for the collation of the vote. Please, the tellers for the collation of the votes. Yes. The proposals and the seconders of each of the nominees. Yes, and the seconders for the three nominees. Do we have I think at this point I should.
Voting has just ended in the House of Representatives, and just before I came onto the microphone, a member from Katsina State has been trying to draw the attention of the clerk, the deputy clerk to be precise, who was presiding over this, that his name was not mentioned when the list was read out. It's now been clarified by some members, including the former leader of the 9th House of The leadership has now tried to sort the matter out. One of the lawmakers from Katsina State says he wasn't allowed to vote. His name was mentioned earlier and he had answered present. But as it stands, voting has ended in the House of Representatives. 3 candidates participated in this election: Honorable Aminu Jaji, Honorable Idris Wase, and Honorable Tajuddin Abbas. Now, the voting process was quite different from what had obtained in the past. 359 lawmakers whose names were called today have voted.
present House of Representatives, I will now read the result. The total number of votes cast, 359. Absentees, nil. Member-elect, starting from the runners-up. Members-elect Aminu Jaji pulled 3 votes. Member-elect Idris Wasi pulled 3 votes. Member-elect Tajuddin Abbas, 353 votes. The next stage of the process is the declaration of the winner of the election. But at this point, I want to take my exit because the host of the house, the clerk of the National Assembly, is in-house. So I want to take my leave for him to announce the result. And from this point onward, he will be in charge of the proceedings.
Members-elect, my name is Sani Magaji Chambwal, the clerk to the National Assembly. I have the honor and the privilege to declare the result of the election for the seat of the Speaker of the Federal House of Representatives. Here is the result. I will now declare the result. Member-elect Tajuddin Abbas, having scored the highest number of votes, is hereby declared the winner and returned elected as the Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Tajuddin Abbas has just been declared winner. The 10th House of Representatives has a new speaker. He is Honorable Tajuddin Abbas, who's defeated 2 other candidates, Aminu Jaji and Idris Wasa, who scored 3 votes each. Tajuddin Abbas had 353 votes, and you just heard the clerk to the National Assembly make that declaration. In his place, while he presided over the Senate for the elections, the Deputy Clerk to the National Assembly conducted the elections in the House of Representatives, and that is because of the amendment made to the Standing Orders of the House 2019, allowing the Deputy Clerk to do that. Ordinarily, the Clerk to the National Assembly would have finished with the Senate and then come to conduct proceedings in the House of Representatives, but the amendment to the Standing Rules allowed the Deputy Clerk to the National Assembly to do so. Another amendment which changed proceedings here today is the voting order or pattern. The House of Representatives, unlike the Senate, which conducted the secret voting system, the House conducted a voice vote system where every member, 359 of them seated here today, got up and openly stated who they were voting for, verified the new Speaker of the House of Representatives for the 10th House of Representatives, Dr. Tajuddin Abbas. He'll be decorated by the clerk to the National Assembly, Mr. Sani Tambawal. Just to let you know, in attendance today are some state governors, the governors of Imo State, Ogun State, the Deputy Governor of Edo State, the Governor of Kogi State as well, all in attendance to witness this ceremony. The House of Representatives is making use of 2 chambers, makeshift chambers to be precise, considering the fact that the main chambers of both the House and Senate are under renovation.
I, Abbas Tajuddin, do solemnly
solemnly affirm that I will be faithful bear true allegiance to the Federal Republic of Nigeria. That as a member of the House of Representatives, I will perform my functions honestly to the best of my ability. Faithfully, in accordance with the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And the law. And the rules of the House. And always in the interest of the sovereignty. Integrity. Solidarity. Well-being. And prosperity of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. That I will strive to preserve the fundamental objectives and directive principles of state policy contained in the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And that I will preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And that I will abide by the code of conduct contained in the fifth schedule the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So help me God.
All right, it's official. The 10th House of Representatives Speaker is Honorable Tajuddin Abbas. He's a third-term member of the House of Representatives. He's immediate past chairman of the House Committee on Land Transport. He's been a member of the House of Representatives, I beg your pardon, since 2011. The next action in the chamber now, after the Speaker finishes signing the documents, would be the election of the Deputy Speaker. Nominations will follow just the way it did with the Speaker. If there are more than one nominations, voice votes of 359 members will occur again. In the Senate, Senator Springborough was unopposed, and he's been named the Deputy Speaker. Deputy Senate President, I beg your pardon, Honorable Tajuddin Abbas, has a running mate. His name is Honorable Benjamin Kalu. There are other candidates for Deputy Speaker, but we will await and see who is nominated and who accepts that nomination. You're watching the live coverage of the inauguration and election in the House of Representatives. The Senate has now adjourned till tomorrow after the voting of the Deputy Speaker. Honorable Tajuddin Abbas is expected to give a speech, and then the House will adjourn to tomorrow, when the first plenary of the 10th House of Representatives will officially begin. I think it's an interesting outcome from what many had predicted would happen here today. Some strong contenders had to step down, others did not. Those who did, Honorable Ali Betara, Honorable Yusuf Gatti, Honorable Sada Soli, all stepped down to support Honorable Tajuddin Abbas at a meeting with the President. It's interesting that there's no record of a meeting. Perhaps no detailed record or outcome of a meeting specifically with the Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives, and he's maintained that there is a need to entrench democracy. The same position was taken by Honorable Aminu Jaji, who went ahead to contest this election, despite not being a preferred candidate of their party, the ruling All Progressives Congress. There you have it. the presentation of certificate to Honorable Tajudeen Abbas and a gavel signifying authority as Speaker of the 10th House of Representatives. As we await the commencement of voting or nomination for the position of Deputy Speaker of the 10th House of Representatives, I'll say a few things about Honorable Tajudeen Abbas. He's a man loved by many. Honorable Abbas Tajudeen is referred to by his colleagues as a very calm man whom they believe, despite the outcome here today, I mean, if you compare 353 votes out of 359, it's almost easy to understand why it would be easy to carry everyone along, considering that it would seem that he is loved by his colleagues. Honorable Abbas Tajudeen believes that Nigerian masses are better provided with a basic and sound education and their resources better managed to provide essential services for growth. His colleagues here mentioned a number of bills and his interests in legislative matters and the growth of the masses.
I remain Babajimi Benson. I represent the very good people and gender-friendly people of the Ikorodu Federal Constituency. Honorable colleagues, 5%, 50% of the job is done. Honorable colleagues, I rise today in the spirit of inclusion, in the spirit of marginalization, in the spirit of correcting the marginalization in our polity, in the spirit of renewed hope, in the spirit of inclusion, I rise today to nominate a man who has passed 45 years in the House of Reps, a legal luminary, a man who has assisted the House as the publicity committee chairman of the House of Reps, a spokesperson par excellence. It is this same House that all members elected today are being sworn in. A man of justice, a man of character, a man of good conscience, a man who at 29 became the local government chairman of Bende local government in Abia State. A man who at 32 years became a commissioner in Abia State. A lawyer par excellence who graduated from the University of Calabar. A man who I asked yesterday, that are you sure you can do this job? A man who then called on his age and said, the youngest person who's a member of representative's office is greater than my office. A man who I asked again, are you sure you're ready for this job? He responded and used a phrase called a corporate show. I said, what does that mean? He said a corporate show means the office remains, but the officer comes and goes. He said, and he quoted John Wesley. He said that he will do all the good he can to all the people he can, at all the time he can, in all the places he can, to all the members he can, at every inch of the time. He is prepared to complement the good efforts of our Right Honorable Speaker of the 10th Assembly, Right Honorable C.J. Abbas, Iyazazao. Arise to nominate Benjamin Okeze Kalu as the Deputy Speaker of the 10th National Assembly. I say my name, Mr. Speaker.
Any seconder? Violet.
Good morning, honorable colleagues. My name is Kafilat Ogbala. I rise to second the nomination of Honorable Ben Kalu as Deputy Speaker of this Right Honorable House. I so second.
Order. Members elect order. I now call Honorable Benjamin Kalu. Benjamin Kalu to state whether he accepts.
Most distinguished Speaker of the 10th Assembly, the Clerk of the National Assembly, the Deputy Clerk of the National Assembly, all former presiding and principal officers of the previous assemblies, my honorable colleagues, member-elects. My name is Benjamin Okeze Kalu. I represent the good people of Nigeria, starting from Bende, Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, I'm from Abia State, and I rise to accept the nomination ably presented by Honorable Jimmy Benson and ably seconded by Honorable Khadija. I so accept.
Are there further nominations? Are there further nominations? Are there further nominations? In the absence of further nominations, I declare the nomination closed.
And just like it happened in the Senate, the deputy speakership position is returned unopposed. Honorable Benjamin Kalu, former spokesperson of the 9th House of Representatives, described as the Oracle, as the deputy speaker of the 10th House of Representatives. His inauguration will follow shortly. It's not surprising that Honorable Benjamin Kalu is unopposed, because earlier this morning, as one of the strong contenders for the office of Deputy Speaker, Honorable Miriam Onoha, steps down, saying she was obeying the directives of the party. And Honorable Benjamin Kalu has enjoyed goodwill among his colleagues in the past 4 years, having to interact with them in order to interact with the Nigerian public. The Speaker of the House of Representatives, or the 10th House, is Honorable Abbas Tajuddin, and the Deputy Speaker is Honorable Benjamin Kalu, a second-time member of the House of Representatives. He will now be inaugurated by the Clerk of the National Assembly, Mr. Sani Tamawal. Let's do a quick track back on how the day began and how it's going so far. As early as past 6 this morning, the National Assembly premises was almost filled capacity, but that wasn't as easy as many expected because security was top-notch and a lot of lawmakers were prevented from gaining access into the National Assembly with their cars, and a lot of them came into the National Assembly in buses conveying them from specific locations. And at the entrance of the National Assembly, one entrance was made available to virtually every person who needed to be in the National Assembly, today journalists included. And it seemed as though there was some funny games going on, because at the time lawmakers had to alight from their buses to gain access to the Assembly complex after plenary was moved from 10 a.m. to 8 a.m. So there you have it, the new Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives, Honorable Benjamin Kalu from Abia State.
Oath of allegiance.
I, Benjamin Ogizie Kalu,
do solemnly affirm that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and that I will preserve, protect, defend, Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Oath of a member of the House of Representatives.
I, Benjamin Okezie Carlo,
do solemnly affirm that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to the Federal Republic of Nigeria. That as a member of the House of Representatives, I will perform my functions honestly to the best of my ability. Faithfully, in accordance with the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
In accordance with the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
And the law.
And the law.
And the rules of the House.
And the rules of the House.
And always in the interest of sovereignty.
And always in the interest of sovereignty.
Integrity. Solidarity.
Well-being.
And prosperity of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
And prosperity of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
That I will strive to preserve. The fundamental objectives. And directive principles of state policy contained in the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And that I will preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And that I will abide by the code of conduct contained in the fifth schedule in the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So help me God. Oath of the Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives.
I, Benjamin Okezie Carlo,
do solemnly affirm
that I will be faithful
and bear true allegiance
to
the Federal Republic of Nigeria. That as a Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives, I will perform my functions honestly to the best of my ability. Faithfully in accordance with the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And the law. And the rules of the House. And always in the interest of the sovereignty. Integrity. Solidarity. Well-being. And prosperity of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. That I will strive to preserve. The fundamental objectives. And directives principles. Of the state policy. Contained in the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And that I will preserve. Protect. And defend the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And that I will abide. By the code of conduct. Contained in the fifth schedule. In the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So help me God.
My name?
Just want to find out from you two things. One, the reason for you being here today and what you make of the process that you witnessed.
Thank you very much.